Being a fly fighter, it just means the world to me, you know, because they perfectly dialed in who they signed. I'm just happy to be able to represent a game within like a group just so high level.
I mean, it means a lot, just because like it's cool to see a team like this supporting the FGC as heavily as they do. So it feels a little bit closer to home, you know, like there's a lot of orgs that kind of like, you're supporting everything, but like let's dabble a little bit in fighting games. But it feels like someone's treating my home very well, you know?
I think the team is very cool. They treat you very well, and I already qualified for EWC, so now I just want to try to win it. Some teams put pressure to perform well, but I feel like my time being here, I've not really felt pressured by anyone. I feel like that's a very important thing to have from a team.
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're at. I'm Avian, joined by my GOAT, Mr. Solid Bones himself, ready to bring you through this Guilty Gear action. Bones, we have a brand new patch with a brand new character. How are we feeling about everything?
Dude, I don't know about y'all. I know a lot of people were deeming about this patch in terms of specifically how their characters got hit, made them pretty upset. First of all, happy to say Slayer's bunker loops still largely in the game, so I'm doing okay. But I think that the system changes are excellent. I'm genuinely excited to see how they play out. I'm a huge fan of removing the stagger mash, dude. I hated that. Obviously, it's really difficult to call. We were just talking about this before we went live. I think the Strive community, and I'm yelling at myself and you and everyone else as well, I think we have an F in speculation. Like, people have been really bad at guessing what's going to be the new hotness in each patch. So I think it's just been a lot of times you just have to see how everything shakes out. Because a lot of strong characters in the game right now, you know?
Oh, no, 100%. I mean, and that's kind of the beauty of notes, is that you almost get to affirm some of your speculations, but at the end of the day, it's all vague. You still have to see how those changes play out in training mode. You got to see how they end up playing out in actual like match situations. So it's like the speculation doesn't even just go with what happens before a patch even like is in fruition in any capacity, whether that's like in-game, whether that's notes or whatever. You also have to play the level 2 mind games the moment that those notes drop to see just how bad or just how good all those changes could possibly be.
Yeah. No, 100%, man. And it's like, it's such a game of like specific character tools interacting with other character tools and like how that's going to shake out. So it's a complicated game, man. It's funny how it started as the goo goo gaga, I'm the king of the crib, like baby Strive game, and then like rapidly became like ridiculously complex. Like there's like so many things in the game now that are so much more complicated than I think they meant for the game to be at launch. I think we can take a look at the bracket real quick while we are just yapping here, and we can see here we've got Classified going up against Avarice, which is going to theoretically be our first match of the night. After that, we've got good old Macamens versus Razo, a classic match. Those two have fought each other roughly 1 billion times. We've got Jack up against Tanak, one of our 2 representatives of SJS. Jack was a part of what I think was the silliest set of all of EVO. I don't know if you saw that, Avian.
Oh, absolutely.
And then we've got SJS Cribby going up against Lane down on the bottom part of the winner side there.
Top 8 featuring a lot of new changes. So just kind of going down the list there, got Classified, who is going to be on the Giovanna, got some route stability, should be a good time for him, you know, being like, all right, well now my stuff isn't just going to instantaneously drop. I actually get a chance to go for some of the combos that I've been practicing there in training mode. You got Avarice, who's on Venom, who got, I feel like, a laundry list of stuff, if we're being honest. I mean, like the damage has been changed, S-Carcass, now that is a plus move, a move that I promise you I'd never seen. It's not Slayers, I've never seen Venoms do, and I play Stealthy all the time. I'd never seen S-Carcass in my life, so really glad that they really made an effort to make it so that a lot of the special moves that didn't see a lot of use, especially in the last version of the game, now have some sort of use case, and we should be able to see that in groves here with our first set of the day.
Yeah, we're gonna see. You know, it's interesting. I kind of feel like before Venom was like, he was some nice hair attached to Stinger. Like, that was, like, his profile. So I'm interested to see how, like, much is... Because they said that in the patch notes. They were like, we want to give you a reason to, like, use other things that, like, aren't Stinger. But we'll see how this works out. Venom is a big character that people really have their eyes open for right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm very excited. You already see some of the changes coming out immediately. Look at how active those balls are after getting hit by those P-normals. It is going to be a nightmare to navigate that screen now.
Speaking of a nightmare, that is still... Oh, no! Did not break the wall. But, and then try to use it. Dang it, they tried to use the new S-Stinger and got their whole booty exploded for it, Avian.
I love it. Already trying to showcase what has been going on in Arc System Works LLC. I mean, it is so beautiful whenever you see new changes come out because you get to see players try to implement them even on stages where this much prestige and this much cash is on the line.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. It's FlyQuest, I think, has always been a pretty low-key tournament, all things considered. It is the gamers' tournament. They try to have the best player experience, and I really appreciate that. But like you said, there's cash on the line. We're here hanging out. Oh, okay. Right. New S-Stinger stuff.
Keep it going.
Nice
go
block.
to the mix. Good block by Classified, though.
It's going to work. I think you're dead. Yeah, jeez Louise. I think, you know, this is showcasing a thing, Avian, and I'd be interested in having... Avian, let's sit down and have a philosophical discussion about it.
All right,
I think, like... frailer characters, I think, have just always had it rough in this game, with the exception of, like, Chip being piloted by just a few specific characters, and, like, Happy Chaos, if we want to throw him up there as, like, a frailer character. Outside of those two, any character who just dies when they get hit, I think it's just had a really hard time in this game's lifespan overall.
Yeah, I mean, it is really funny you mentioned Happy Chaos. It's like, if you have below average health, you basically have to cheat in order to stand a chance in this metagame. Venom also, again, coming to that, got characters like Bridget and Milia who have had their time in the spotlight, but then got brought right back down to earth. And now Venom kind of suffering the same fate along with Dizzy. Really curious to see what direction they end up going.
But, like, is it, the difference between getting 2-touched and 3-touched in this game is huge, right? Oh, that should be good. Yeah, going straight into it. Gets a conversion. Nice with the bomb.
Ooh, I like that too. Gets the side switch. Wants to go to that corner immediately.
Nice. He gets the funny throw conversion.
Love that. Showing off the command grab as well.
But then we're talking about life totals here. Giovanna now the tankiest character in the room, right? Like when she's got $100, you gotta work hard to kill her, dude. So taking that with a bomb.
Like, giving Avarice a little bit of a discount here. That was a very brave, very bold super. Not talking about Batman. Avarice finally gonna be on the board.
That was a good show. Nobody talks about that show.
I know. It's like I really appreciate it. It was like my first introduction into DC too. So you know, I feel did a good job.
If you watched Batman Brave and the Bold and thought it was a good show, let us know. That was a cool ass show. Avarice here with no burst, by the way. Ew! Gets hit by close slash. This is very bad. This is a guess for Gaim Scenario, and there goes the game. Just like that. That's what I'm saying, man. It's rough out here. Obviously,
it might be.
Oh my God, he's alive!
That wall break coming in clutch here for Avarice, giving her another chance at life. However, Classified sets up the equalizer there with the 2K. We're going on to duel number 3.
I should call my 2Ks the equalizer. Just whenever I hit someone with the equalizer.
Yeah, it's tough, no? Like, that's hard.
It's hard, man. Stinger. What I'm saying. End of the 6P on through. Yeah, Geo obviously is, like, really up there in terms of nightmare characters to zone.
Oh. Speaking of the nightmare, Freddy Krueger cosplay here for Classified. So much damage, and that corner carry is absolutely disgusting. No burst, but a pretty solid advantage state there for Class.
Ooh, and they're doing... Oh my God, you can't burst this, and you're going to get put through the wall again. Still barely alive. Literally nothing in the tank. Wow, that fuzzy was gross, dude. I can't believe they blocked that.
And the craziest part is about that, though, Bones, is that Avarice blocked the hard part. Like, the mix was done. Like, we got the overhead. All you gotta do is just gotta hold back, chill, maybe pop open a book, crack open an Olipop, take sipping. But couldn't do that. Ended up just going for, I guess, a low block or some sort of match there. Gets cracked over the skull and ends up going game 2 to Classified.
Well, it's such a depressing situation when you're at that low of health, right? Because now it's like you have to FD constantly, which means you're not going to have meter to get people off you, especially with the YRC change, too. It's not guaranteed that you get a good mix after, right? So, a lot going on in your mind.
I feel that. I feel like especially with Giovanna, you know, that aerial scenario with how many normals and how potent they are, you're doing like a little Sudoku puzzle to figure out what you're FDing, what you're normal blocking, and what you're IBing.
That was disastrous. The 2Ds have been a big nightmare for Avarice, man. Every time they try to set up Carcass Rage, Geo 2D is just smoking straight through it. Oh, get me out of there! If you think about it, that super is really, it's like S-Stinger, but for Giovanna.
Oh, no.
Or, sorry, not S-Stinger. That's, sorry, Carcass Rage. Whatever the hell the name of that move is. Struggle! That move, match struggle.
Yeah, I was like, listen, I knew what you were talking about.
Hold on, we'll get there.
I wasn't gonna correct you because I honestly wasn't too sure myself. Venom's still very new, still learning the ropes, but we all got the gist, surely.
Oh! God, man, that ball set. Ball set is such a tumultuous move in this game because, like, it's what he did all the time before. But it's just like, dude, now you try to ball set, you just get 5H by Geo and die. Like, it's a really scary move to try to just do like that.
And as we mentioned before, patch notes allowing so much more stability on that 5H pickup as well. So when you got players who are aware and have those reactions like Class, it becomes a world of hurt to get hit by that move.
And something I'm noticing about the match struggle, which I appreciate them trying to incorporate as the new hotness, is they're kind of placed at a distance, right? Like if it gets FD'd, they're not like super able to capitalize off of those couple of plus frames that they get.
For sure.
Oh. Wow. The fast RC back TP was so funny looking, and then the air throw classified is going to be able to put it away 3-0 against Avarice. Unsurprising, I think, that the matchup would swing that way, right? I think regardless of how buffed Venom gets, Geo is going to be a nightmare for Venom, in the same way that Geo's a nightmare for anybody who tries to zone her in any meaningful capacity, right? Like, she hates you if you zone her.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't only hate if you zone her, but also has so many tools just to navigate that scenario. Like, you think about like the spiral arrow, right? It just cuts through any and all projectiles. So the moment you try to get those stingers off, it presents a bit of a problem. Even Dark Angel, I mean, I'm sure you saw it there in game number 2. Dark Angel actually trading with what's considered a normal special move. So, Geo does definitely have the tools, has the damage to navigate that matchup with ease, and then Classified has that overall game knowledge to put it away with a clean sweep.
True story, in college, my CRT's right speaker blew out because somebody used Dark Angel too much on it from the right side of the screen. And I don't know if you've ever been hit by blocked Dark Angel in Accent Core. It is the loudest thing you'll ever hear in your entire... Like, people talk about Soul Super being loud at Accent Core. Dude, I can't promise you, FDing Dark Angel literally blew out my college TV speakers. It is unbelievably loud. It's so funny.
I mean, I would believe it. When you think about Dark Angel, my first experience was actually in Rev, and then that sound was still pretty piercing, but you could tell once I went back, actually played Accent Core for the first time, I could tell that the sound design team over at Arxis like learned from their mistakes. I was like, there's absolutely no way they let this rock for like 5-6 years.
It's so funny. But next up, we're going to be having, these are two of the top-level Strive gamers just hanging out here casually on a FlyQuest night, man. It's going to be Macmens versus Razo. Interested to see who Razo is going to pick here. Razo has bounced around between a few characters in their lifespan. I haven't been keeping up with the discourse. I don't know if Razo's already locked in on somebody in this patch. I don't know if you're privy to that, Avian.
From what I remember, she was still trying to run it with the Slayer, but as you said, you kind of... As a commentator, it's kind of a nightmare to get a new patch combined with someone who plays like half the roster, because then you're like, all right, I can't really make an educated guess on who they're going to play besides saying, oh, there's 6 or 7 characters that could be at her disposal right now. And at that point, like, I might as well just say anyone's on the table.
Well, especially because it's a weekly, right? So it's not like, we're not talking about, this is the big show. This is a time to play, like, your secondaries and trying to, like, get them up to snuff for, like, the bigger tournaments and stuff. So I don't know. Also, I'll be real with you, Avian. Players lie all the time. Like, players say, like, this patch, I'm only playing this character. And then, like, push comes to shove, and they are just waning. They're already going back to the old stuff that they know that works. So we'll see. I'd be happy to see some Slayer. I think the one big change for Slayer in this patch, there's a couple, but, like, being able to get K-Mappa off of his punches is pretty nice in terms of corner carry. His bunker loops are largely intact. The one exception is that counter hit 2H doesn't lead into the same bunker loops as before. It launches them a little bit too high for him to get the same conversions that he used to have. Also, Hammer finally got nerfed. I always thought Hammer was one of the most abusable, stupid moves in this game. And I say that as someone who played a lot of Slayer. It was just way too fast on whiff, man. Like, it really was difficult to whiff punish in any meaningful capacity. Them adding that extra, I think it's like 8 frames of recovery. Pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, it is really... It takes the bigger person to admit when something is definitely broken. Yeah, especially when I was on like season 2.5 Bridget way back in the day. I was like, listen, as much as I would love to say that, you know, I'm still, you know, gapping, I'm still engaging in finesse, like this character is just too broken. And you decided to, oh, Lucy. See, it's like you can't predict it. You have to just go in with a completely open mind, or you're gonna get disappointed. But Lucy coming out here for Raza.
Machman's still on the Anji, so I'm interested to see what Razo is their pressure is going to look like here in terms of if they're going to be doing the instant overhead stuff. Love that DP. Her DP seems really good. Hits from all sides.
Yeah, that seems really good. Not only are you grounded, right? You also have all those sides, and seems to go pretty far on both sides regardless as well.
Backdash BRC did not get the H charge. Gotta watch out. Okay, yeah, no, charging it up. They're trying to get the stun.
Whoa.
Here comes the setup. No, they're missing it. Yeah, I mean, the character literally just came out. There's going to be a lot of trouble.
Whoa.
Yeah, keep it simple. Didn't get the glitchy. They were huge. So now they have to be careful of the instant overhead. Razo just trying to go for a charge dust. A little bit side of up. Do it again.
Oh my god. Wants to lab out. As like wants to get that charge dust combo, they labbed out. The Macmen's saying no, Free, you are not getting that.
2H, no, they're charging it too much. So the funny thing about Lucy's whip, right, is it has 3 charge levels. It has uncharged, where you just tap it. It has kind of charge, which is if you hold H for literally any duration. I'm talking like 2 extra frames and you get the kind of charge. And then it has fully charged. You can almost never combo into full charge. Full charge does cause the ground bounce, so it lets you get some conversions if you theoretically can. But otherwise, you really just want to be going for the level 2 charge because it still gives them the glitch state. Like that. I mean, now he's glitched up.
I was gonna say, it was like literally a textbook example. I mean, this character is so interesting to me. I haven't had a chance to mess around with her at all, but it still looks like a really well done mod. Like, it is like insane to think that this character could be in this game.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I like Cyberpunk the video game, and I've never watched the anime, but touching Lucy for 1 second, honestly, in a weird way, she does remind me of Slayer in some ways, in terms of, like, she's got this weird, like, lungy forward move with follow-ups. She's more about kind of, like, poking with these huge buttons in mid-range, and then when she hits you, she goes for the funny mix, right? Like, that's kind of her general gameplay, I think.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that gameplay gets executed here. So far, though, I mean, Razo on the back ropes, trying to put something together here. Gets the burst out of Macman. Should make it just a little bit easier. However, both got to watch out for that counter super. Could present some trouble and then following bit.
Indeed. Dude, did it again? Oh, nice air throw out of the fans. They're charging the whip a little bit too much out of the 2H. I'd love to see them just kind of make the adjustment of, like, screw it, I'll just do 2S 2H into just the quick charge. Should be... No! What?
Oh,
wow.
What?
Just T-posed for dominance?
That is crazy. Like, that's just, like, the mind control coming out here from Razo. Like, how do you look at that happening and your options are, I'm going to do nothing? Like, what could Macmans have even been scared of? I would love to, like, pick his brain and figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Well, Throw is very strong against Anji in a lot of situations on his wake up, right? Like, I see that, but it is funny that just for Razo, I think they just easily could have had their brain clogged a bit of, like, I don't know if I can kill from this situation, and I don't want to wall break. Like, if it's not going to kill you. So they just T-pose and did nothing and tried to throw. Very funny.
Vision paralysis is quite scary indeed. I've definitely been there before.
Funny dive kick, by the way, that she does have.
This is so funny.
JD.
I'm experiencing all of Lucy's moves for the first time, like, literally right now. I didn't watch the trailer reveal. I've been watching any footage on Twitter. I'm watching these streams. I'm literally experiencing it. Like, as chat's seeing these moves, I'm seeing them for the first time. So it's really interesting to see this character come together.
Yeah, I training moded her for like 2 hours earlier today. Nice frame trap with the whip. Wasn't enough to get the state on though. Yeah, they're really going hard on the mono wire. I don't think it's like that good of a frame trap tool because it's like weird to convert off of. Interesting that Razo's going for it immediately. Again, the character's been out for less than 24 hours, right? Like, there's not only so much you get really found.
You get the double-edged sword of new characters as well, where even though I don't know how to play them, oh wow,
they found the gunshot. New special move unlocked.
it feels like Susanoo, like we're watching Razo unlock special moves in real time.
Dude, for sure. Tap does connect. No burst. Yeah, mono wire does not work from that conversion. I think her basic combo route that you always want to go for is close slash far slash 2H into mono wire is very stable. Gives you the debuff. Dude, shoot him! Blast him!
Oh my god,
right.
I love this. This is so funny to me.
Are we gonna turn into a vampire? What's it gonna be? we hit the dark sauce?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, her stance, like, I know it's like always like a normal like gun stance, but it feels like Chris to me. Like it's like, it just like, she's telling me to eat lead. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Eat lead! Eat lead!
Eat lead.
Dude, iconic. I think about all the time. There was a combo I saw early in Marvel 3 that was just Chris doing like 6 eat leads and it killed the character. And I was like, this is the funniest character. Eat lead.
Actually, shout out
you know what's funny? Her gun wall bounces in the corner. So I'm gonna give you an actual wall break route. Gunshot, gunshot, gunshot. 5K. Gunshot, gunshot, gunshot. It does break the wall.
I need Razo to get that delivered to her telepathically.
Mono wire.
Right
Here comes the mix.
Okay.
Hold up. Watch this. What are they gonna do off this? Not a whole lot. The glitch is gonna wear off. So the thing about it is a glitch is like shock state. It means her next wire move that connects with you puts you in ultra hit stun.
I was literally gonna ask. I was like, all right, so what's going on with that move there in particular? Like, I see the glitch. Not too sure what it does. Mac putting it all to bed here. However, goes up first round here in the game number 3.
Yeah, it's and the way she inflicts it is with the slightly charged mono wire. That. And again, she can get that pretty easily, mostly off of like close slash conversions, but just doing like close slash far slash 2H, she can get it. And then at that point, you in the doghouse. That leads to very potent mixes that Razo's not really representing right now, which is again unsurprising. It's been a day.
Oh, I believe it. There you go. I love that MacMans is basically utilizing none of the new pressure, none of the new changes. Might be scared of the DP, might not have read the patch notes, but we will never know.
We'll never know. You know, Fish did get nerfed, thank God.
Thank God.
Fish got a little bit messed up.
Yeah, Fish was like really, I wouldn't say bad. I mean, Fish, it still guard crushes, right? Like, regardless of what happens with the frame data, still has the guard crush. But it went from plus 11 to -2. Like, that post-Fizz situation on block is going to mess up not only Anji, but Anji players as well. Like, they're not going to be used to being able to match.
Well, also, you know, it's funny you talk about that because the guard crush ain't what it used to be anymore, too. The fact that you can YRC it, even if it is plus, like, it's not quite the game over situation that it used to be. But they're sticking with Lucy throughout. We'll see if Razo will switch off if they get knocked down to losers here, but trying to make it work. I don't know how I feel about 5K 2D gunshot. That seems brave to me. It's because you want to take out the character off screen. I get it. Okay. Get down, Mr. President.
Listen, we are playing with Prometheus Fire right now. Getting new knowledge that is unknown to mankind.
So that was her JH right there. Very big jump in is an instant overhead. And the scary thing about it is that off of, if you have glitch state, it does lead her. She will land and can close slash you on hit. So that's like, I think, the crux of her mix once she applies the glitch state is you have to be scared of instant JH.
Whoa. There it is there. We actually got a glitch proc there as well. Finally putting those new notes into fruition.
Blast him! You can duck the gunshot, by the way.
Yeah, I was noticing that. I was like, it looks a little bit high, but I'm not too sure if we can get the dust out in time.
Ouch. Not dead. Razo does have $50. DRC forward. Classic.
Gotta be careful.
Not biting on any of this is MacMens.
Oh, God first! Gets punished by Mac, and now on set point.
Life sucks. Ooh, it's 2H. Yeah, 2H is pretty stubby, all things considered. Like, it only really works if you're in range to land, like, close slash. The JPs.
Oki, same old, nothing too crazy here. Trying to go for the stagger pressure. Raz just not biting, though, at all.
Wow, that IBFT launched across the universe, dude.
Yeah, it's like, see you in the next state over, Raz. Oh, my God.
Gonna do big damage here. Hold the butterfly. And Lucy does have access to a really good DP, so that is something to consider when she's getting pressured, and that is going to be that. Mac Men's taking it over Razo 3-1, trying to test out this new character Lucy. So Razo's going to drop down to the loser's side. Good on them representing the new character. I mean, again, I'm interested to see if when push comes to shove, they will return to the path of darkness and they will turn more into the vampire as things go. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting her to stick with it, at least on the winner's side. You already mentioned it before. Got to see if the lock-in is going to hit in the loser side of the bracket. And at that point, it comes down to if you are a player who is looking to compete over the next few months and Lucy is interesting you, do you go for the quick bread now? Or on the contrary, you continue to play Lucy in these high-pressure scenarios to get used to it for tournaments that might hold more weight for Arc World Tour, for money, just in terms of for all that later down the line.
Here we go. It's going to be Jack versus Tanak. Jack obviously still on the Happy Chaos. Happy Chaos got a little bit dinged in this patch, right? I think the biggest buff Happy Chaos got is the fact that YRC is nerfed, and he can still gunshot to take his turn after is really strong specifically for him. But the 2S nerf, the 6S nerf, I don't know how significant the 6S nerf is. I haven't tested it, but 2S having a lot more recovery frames is something. That's something to consider.
The way that I can describe it, I played this character, took them into the lab a little bit, is that they don't matter pretty much at all on hit, but on whiff, if you can get these moves to whiff, then the changes become super significant.
Exactly. That's like, with 2S whiffs now, that's actually, like, very whiff punishable. That's a punish! Whoa! That was the new stuff. Tanak wasn't quite ready. Remember, YRC on air block now is punishable. Big system change.
I was gonna say, like, those system changes, so great. However, not gonna be able to utilize them just yet. I will say, though, in regards to the Happy Chaos balance patch, one of the things that definitely I was not prepared for how insane it was gonna be is the clone changes. It is like, it literally is reminiscent of Crusader Wall through and through.
Yeah, dude, clone is such a funny move to try to balance. I feel like they've nerfed and buffed it like 19 times. Like, they have no idea what they want clone to be.
I'm not too sure. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like when you put it in the game, and especially as a core part of a character's kit, you have to acknowledge that it can't be completely useless. But then they just, like you said, it's so hard to balance. It's so hard to give that move like use, but also not make it broken.
That's one of the biggest nerfs also. Ram got a couple of strays in this patch. Like, definitely got hit. And one of the biggest ones is Rock is such a weird move now, right? Like, before it had such an obvious use case, but Rock is super minus now. It is just not plus at all.
Yeah, it went from plus 20, is not too sure on the exact number, to -4, and also doesn't provide a combo now when it's used as a starter. Like, they really wanted to take this move out back and take it to see some rabbit.
And you know, the other, I think the funniest patch note in this whole patch, let me know what you think the funniest patch note is, chat, but I think the funniest one might be, I'm sorry if I get the numbers wrong, but I think I'm in the ballpark, Rams JH going from 28 active frames to 6, I believe. That's really funny. Yeah,
I was talking to someone at the local, and they're like, yeah, it reminds me of like Tekken patch notes, where they're like, yeah, my fault. We just completely and royally screwed up. We're gonna just go ahead and pretend that this doesn't exist. And as you can see already, I mean, not pretty much any JH usage from Tanak so far. A move that used to be so incredibly good now has been reduced to just like combo fodder. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Huge change to Ram. Ram getting shot. Red Ditto, you did too well. What can I say? You secured the bag a little bit too hard for everybody.
See it there, Bones. Combo's not too different here from HC. Still gets just about the same confirms as always.
Yeah, I didn't expect success to get nerfed in that department, like in terms of the... Because it seems like in general, they want combos to be stable. They don't want to remove things that make them worse, like stability-wise. I think they've really keyed in on that. But success is a neutral tool. I'm interested to see how much worse it is. Because, like, is it harder now to do gunshot, run forward, success as a jail? You know what I mean?
Oh, no, for sure. I think that, you know, just due to the nature of how plus gunshot is, still shouldn't have any problems. I know I didn't, at least. Maybe it'll be different when you're trying to confirm it, but at least in the lab, everything looked okay.
But what about RNG shots? The question is, with that aren't Ultra Plus, can you still success behind that?
Like that one should still be in the game. Didn't get super nerfed, but now it's just ever so slightly longer than 2S, so you still can get those confirms out as well. Oh my, whoa.
Yeah, Rekka going under 6P, dodging under the sword. Jack stuck in the corner. 2D from Ram got a nice little buff, by the way, to make it a little more consistent after 2K. I think that did feel pretty bad. I think regardless of your opinions on characters, them having inconsistent 2K 2Ds is like, that sucks, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, 2K 2D is such a core part of Guilty Gear. Like, you should be able to just kind of land it unless you have like an obscene version of 2K or 2D. It's like, imagine booting up like Ken or Ryu, and then you do like crouching medium kick and a fireball, and you get no cigar. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Did you see that, by the way? The Red Wild Assault change? Ram there, not able to do anything after Red Wild Assault was blocked. Huge.
You can't see my camera right now, but I just cried tears of joy. I've been waiting for that to happen for so long, and finally, Red Wild Assault domination is looking like it could be coming to an end unless someone finds something crazy.
3 patches like in a row of just nerfing Wild Assault is so funny. Like, it's just been chopped down so much. Wow, that success went nowhere, man.
Yep.
That thing doesn't go nowhere. That is a huge change. That would have been like half screen before. That would have totally connected.
Yeah, that would have been like 6S blue Wild Assault into some nonsense. But there, as you can see, I kind of told you before, it kind of just looks like more of a mid 2K now, or a mid 2S. Excuse me.
That's crazy, dog.
Whoa, that whip punish would have been crazy, but no bullets to follow up. And the double KO on the last round, too. I haven't seen this screen in a long time, Bones. Gotta see who's gonna be able to take it.
Yeah, count on one hand the amount of times that have happened, man. Insane. Wild Assault here. And since they got the blue, they can still reload behind it. They're going the distance.
Oh, yep. No ability to follow up there for Tanak. I love that. Still has the muscle memory to use the Wild Assault, and now has to realize that they're in a disadvantageous situation.
Ooh, whiff on the throw, but we get the PRC into the other throw. Jack with those reactions are so fast, man. Wow, that 5K really messed up Jack's whole day. They hit him with 5K, and they were just like, what? And immediately we're just holding forward and got it again. That should be a wrap. The windshield wipers, Tanak. Gonna be able to put one on the board here against Jack.
All right, then. Tanak taking it against Jack, tying it up 1-1. Breadsticks for both of these players. Really excited to see how Tanak is going to just be able to navigate Ram in the long-term span of the game. Because, I mean, HC, he's going to be fine. We saw the notes. We see him in action. He's going to be fine. Ram has a lot of really fundamentally different changes to where she's still a good character, but the game plan has some of those really glaring adjustments that need to be made.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm interested to see. I mean, in a lot of ways, like, Ram has had a very strange lifespan in this game of always being called, like, a top 5 character, but really only having a few representatives, like, specifically Red Ditto, that have been able to make her perform at the top level. So I feel like she's been, like, and I think was still, in the last patch, considered pretty bad by Japanese players, right?
Go. Focusing up, getting the Deus Ex. All the resources are on the table. Would have wanted a round to go with it. Bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Anything will do it, and the tap dust is going to be what seals the deal here.
Excuse me, that 5K was disrespectful. It's a flag on the field.
A 15-yard penalty for Jack.
Oh, that was gross. The 5K into the gunshot just to get in on Tanak on the whiffy punish. It's gonna be a burst. Tanak though, still no other sword.
Whoa.
Oh, dude,
What?
The nooch is under control, man. Jack with the 5K gunshot. That is gross, dog.
I don't know how to explain. My mouth is like a gape right now, bro. That was crazy. Jack with an insane punish. Gets rewarded for with the wall break.
Popping the ibuprofen. No more headaches for me. Get through the wall, Jack. Just like that. That's going to be 2 rounds put away. That last game was a little bit too close. I am Jack from Celestial. I don't know if you've heard of me.
Yeah. What was that? That was Jack playing in practically prime form there. Had all the punishes, had all the confirms, seemed to guess right on whatever Tanak wanted to do. That was like almost a completely different, not only player, but a completely different person in regards to the mentality, in regards to the confidence from game number 2. Like, that was nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Jack is, when they switch it on, very few people can stop them, right? I think that, frankly, my IMHO, the only thing that stopped Jack from dominating at a lot of offline tournaments, I say that, they've got top 8 at EVO twice now, right? At their first and, like, second EVOs, respectively. But the only thing that stops him is I do think Jack gets a little bit of nerves at the highest level. But Jack doesn't really get nerves in these, like, weeklies, right? It takes a lot to really push Jack to be a little bit off kilter. And when they're on, man, like I said, really hard to stop.
I mean, a really fun stat about Jack is that every offline major that he has attended, tournaments with ARC World Tour points or an ARC World Tour qualification spot on the line, he has never gotten lower than 5th place. Like, that is absolutely absurd.
Wow, tried to jump the water balloon and got pegged in the foot. That went about as poorly for Tanak as it could have as like a neutral gambit. Yeah, no, that is really... It's an interesting stat, too, because of how much Jack almost got knocked out this EVO before they got to top 8. They almost got smoked by Nitro, but managed to knock them out, put them in 9th instead.
Ran it all the way back. Ended up getting that finish as well. And that
Rock, I feel like Rock is going to get Rams killed.
Yes. They're not. Whoa. The alley-oop to himself there. And that goes ahead, catches Jack. Is it going to be a throw? It sure is. That's the scary spot. Got to block all this out. Jack's got another bullet to his name, has one more mix-up, blocks it, and finds one more off of the knockdown. It's going to be just enough to take the round, take the game, and take the set.
Okay, so this pressure sequence is a little complicated. Let me give you the inputs real quick if you don't mind. So it's gonna be, okay, you're gonna want to tap dust, right? Now after you tap dust, you're gonna want to hit the S button. That's gonna make you shoot your gun. Then you're gonna hit tap dust. Then you're gonna hit S again. So the inputs, let me write it out for you. 5D, S, D, S, D.
All right, let me
That's it.
let me just go over this again just to make sure I got this right. All right, so I got 5D, then I got shot, then all right, this is where it gets tricky. I got 5D again, then I got shot.
Yeah, no, so the little mental trick I do, you ever hear of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, the one where they're on motorcycles?
Oh.
That one to get you through it, you know? That's the little mental trick there.
Okay. All right. You know what? I think I'm ready. Go give myself a
ready,
medal
dude.
real quick. I'll be back. France is in
Fifth
France in
place,
a couple
guaranteed.
months. Let's get it. Let's go.
I can't get you any higher than 5th, but 5th, I can get you 5th, dog. We can get in there.
I don't know. Happy Chaos has seen that Evo trophy a couple times. I wouldn't write him out this patch either.
No, Happy Chaos is very good. You know what's funny is I really underestimated, I didn't think about it that much, just how much Asuka got shot in the lifespan of this game. Like, are they the most shot character in the entirety of Strive? Like, I can't think of anyone else who cratered as hard as Asuka did.
Unless you count like beta 2 pot and the launch pot, then I can't say I can find another one.
That's like, yeah, I don't know. But like, even then, like, Beta Pot was like really strong. I don't know how much that character would have had lifespan throughout that game, considering the other monsters that were in vanilla, right? Like, Nagoriyuki in vanilla was like deranged. But like, yeah, I don't know. So next up, by the way, in this here bracket, we've got Kribby going up against Lane. Don't get me wrong, again, I hear you all. Like, Soul was also very silly in Season 0, but like, Asuka seriously went from like top 5, top 3 character to like bottom one, like gone, deleted out. Like you never see him, which is like,
Yeah.
even Soul after the nerfs was still very good going into season 1. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Asuka is definitely a sob story. That character is cool, but he was definitely very belligerent. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it was all sunshine and rainbows. None of this revisionist history nonsense here. But you know, he was still cool. It was fun to pilot. He was not fun to watch, but you know that comes with the.
that's
comes
the
with
biggest
territory.
thing. Asuka, once they were really going, it was just like silly. Like it was, I don't think it was great optics, and that's why they had to shoot him a little bit. You know, they had to take a. It's just like a Yu-Gi-Oh ban list, man. They had to limit a couple of his cards, shuffle some things around, like, and now look at him, nowhere.
It is really funny to think about it actually in that capacity where things are rotating like in and out. Like I like the icicle rotated back in within the new release. Like I'm like, this is actually too funny.
Yeah, sorry guys. Red Black was the old meta. We're gonna be Asuka. He's trying to keep up with the meta, but you know, I think his deck building skills in this season could have used some work. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what characters wind up being on top in this game. Obviously, Pot was the big story last season for, people pointing at the poster board of reasons I dislike this season of Guilty Gear Strive. Number 1, Potemkin. Number 2, Gold Lewis. And those are like two of the most losingest characters in this patch, I think. Specifically, Gold Lewis got obliterated. I'm interested to see how like Pot does in the season. It's funny because I say Gold Lewis is obliterated. If you get hit by a counter hit Behemoth Typhoon, you are still the deadest person in the world. But like, just the YRC nerf specifically to Behemoth, the fact that Air Behemoth isn't a hard knockdown anymore is huge. That is like unbelievably large for the character. JD getting nerfed the way it did. And Pot also got a lot of slaps on the wrist, but I just think being able to YRC Garuda and there's like nothing you can do about it is going to be really significant.
Yeah, I mean, Pot is in a very interesting spot. So one of the things about Potemkin was that there were a lot of spots with really like minute like instances of counterplay, and only knowers really like knew about them, right? So if, for instance, you have 6K in the flick, if you had a fast enough invul on your 6B, you can actually 6B that gap. You can't do that at all anymore. That is guaranteed on every character in the game.
Well, speaking of, Melia is a character that people are actually kind of scared of going into this patch, which I feel like that happens every patch, by the way. Every single patch, everyone's like, this is it, man. It's Melia's time to shine. So we'll see if this one actually sticks. Avian, I'm a doubter. But like I said, Gold Lewis, one of the nerfingest characters in this patch.
Man. All I
Look at that!
Is that you saw the JD whip. I have not seen that move whip in so long, but now we are back.
Isn't that crazy? Oh, it's gonna feel. I think that what sucks is that's literally his whole neutral. He has like nothing else. He's got like 5H and like that, dude. He's got like nothing.
Yep, you have to unironically be so good to get hit on this character now. Like, it like obviously the offense is still absurd, right? There's no doubt about that. But even with that all being considered, like you got to get that hit at all.
But even then, the offense getting a little bit defanged with the YRC change is huge. Like, that is... Wow! What a swerve through the bomb! That was so smart from Lane.
Lane going crazy right now. So far saying, listen, we are showing off the winners and losers of this patch in spades. The visual patch notes continue. Lane going for a mix-up here, and this should easily be able to kill S-Tandem top to seal the deal, put the John Hancock on it.
Dude, hit him with the schlumpy, man? I can't believe it. Okay, hold on. Now hold on, everybody. Again, I hear you. I hear you all. Y'all are catching the hopium straight into your nozzle. You are just... Yeah, buddy, Millie is probably going to be top 5 in this patch. I hear you. But I don't know. We still got to see Avian. I need to see more test results on my desk for how this character's going to do.
It's like she can win a tournament. She can. That's right. You're seeing it here first. I got a sample size of 1 game. Cooked Gold Lewis. It's looking good. It's looking good.
Looking good. I'm not going to lie, man. It's looking up.
Got to see if this...
Millie stonks never been ironed.
Hope we can continue right now.
White Wild Assault, which again, one of the biggest nerfs. White Wild Assault no longer can be RC'd. It would have been relevant there, but the amount of times you would see people just throw it out and then RC to... You get that stupid Strive standoff that I've never been a huge fan of like, are you going to try to hit the button? What if I really delayed RC?
Yeah, it's like, oh.
And I no longer an option.
Why are we playing RPS on Blanc? I don't understand what's going on here.
Oh, that was disgusting!
What?
The Artemis not quite killing, but Kribby down to very low health here. Ow. Artemis, by the way, got very buffed in the last patch.
It cured a ground bouncing effect on hit now. So really curious to see what the new routes are looking like from Milia. Uh-oh.
Get down on the ground, officer.
Lewis. Oh, this
Wayne!
is so scary. Look
Wayne!
at Lewis. And that's one of the stealth changes. Now, to those who are unaware, the way that Risk works right now is that it no longer makes it so that the combo scales. It changes your defensive modifier, which, guess what, Bones? Guess what, chat? Actually affects the amount of chip you're taking as well.
That's insane. They just died, dog, in one bonk. I think it hit them. I could be wrong, but they were at like a 25% life at the end there and just died, dude.
Like, I mean, I feel like regardless of what Lane does here, I'm still just so dumbfounded by how they lost that round. I'm like I mean, yeah, she takes a 2-0 for her right now, but it's like, did you see that chip? It's like we are back to Season 2 Gold Lewis. Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, Guts Crush. I'll show you a Guts Crush, little boy. Where's your guts at? Oh, such a shame. My Behemoth Typhoon did 300 damage.
I think that literally did like 8 to 10% chip. That was absurd. It had to have done 10% chip.
That was so freaking funny.
Like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. If we could get a replay on that, I want to see. I feel like it was more, dude. I think I wasn't sure if they got hit or not because it was so much life that got domed off them there. That was insane. I think I'm a fan of the Risk change. We got to see how it plays out. I know people have been somewhat dooming about it, but I like that it makes getting hit by like a random 5P not kill you. I think that was really silly in some matchups when it happened.
Oh no, 100%. Oh wow, what side was that? What side did that hit on? Like, what's going on? There is like, we are playing Guilty Gear Strive Rainbow Edition in a game that already features some pretty nuts stuff.
Nice blocking the cross up, but it's the third overhead that gets you. Artemis, but the pressure extend, and the bad moon. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's always a third overhead. Uh-oh. Hold on. It's Kribby time!
Oh my.
Damn it!
Oh no!
Wasn't
able to get the conversion there. Has to find one more hit against Lane. This is Ash up there with the Mirage.
White Wild Assault does not catch nothing but the extension! And the OTG is enough, dude. It's so funny now that, like, because of Gold Lewis's overall kind of weaker pressure, it now means that if he's blocking for a long time and just gaining security levels, you have to be so scared of him just doing Behemoth, and like it just killing you after he's blocked for long enough.
Same side. I wish I could give
other
you
side.
a way to tell. I mean, Lane let us know there and landed on the other side. What in the hell was that? Lane, I need time. My eyes are getting a little crossed. What? Did you see this shimmy too? Kribby's having a hard time. I'm having a hard time. Lane is putting on the skates.
It's okay, Kribby. I've schlumpy manned myself too. There he goes. Yeah, Milia's looking cool. I gotta say, the Milia mixes too are looking a lot cooler than they used to. I actually think Milia's mix in Season 1 was super sauceless. It was just like put out disc, high-low, like 19 times. But Milia's like going all over the place now. She's got quite a few more like combo options with the Artemis. I think her mix looks a lot cooler like that.
Yeah, I'm like, these routes, those are OD. I'm watching, like I said, I'm watching her like hit the little shuffle where you know you're standing right on top of the character. You don't know whether you're going left or right. But Lane seems to have it all mapped out. She has been so...
Oh, the block on the YRC! Are you dead? Yeah, you're deader than dead.
Not
Man, they really... Gold Lewis is such an extreme character now. I don't think he's like top 5 anymore by any stretch, but like I think in terms of just he might kill you, man, the second he gets the ball rolling. Like I think that's really what his character archetype's turning into.
Yeah, he's almost turning into somewhat of like an ABBA type of character where you're supposed to, kind of struggle a little bit, get things, like you got to set things up a little bit. But once that table is set, once the last fork is put down, you are eating good.
Yeah, man. And especially, again, I think now that Gold Lewis is this more like explosive-y guy, the security level gauge is really, my eyes are glued to it because just if he ever gets an opening and he's been defending for a while, he has level 3 security. Like he's going to do a lot of behemoths.
Man, both of them scared to approach. Lane is so scared of what that Gold Lewis offense has turned into now. And Kirby is just trying to keep his head on straight with this dizzying mix-ups that Lane has been applying, taking her all the way to set point now.
Lane making the Millia dream work. They heard me doubting. They heard me dooming in the background that I don't think Millia is it. And now they're here to shut me down.
Look at that. That good old honest neutral being played right now between two characters who would be all over the place in the last iteration of the game.
The last hit of the lightning legs that gets you.
Whoa! Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is not too good.
Oh, a little bit of a scuffed combo there for Kribby. I think you definitely wanted to maintain the corner.
Oh.
No, that was disgusting. That could have been the world. And they get the extension. Not quite enough.
Man, that's what's going to be the way to seal the deal there for Kribby.
And look at Kribby, man. Basically no GD. They're relying a lot more on 2S as their like poke to go to.
No hit on the cross.
Nice backdash.
Ooh, that backdash was real woke there from Kirby as well. Great defensive sequence.
They really woke.
I mean, listen, that's a quick reaction. I mean, Kirby's a young man, and as am I, but I don't know if I got those like he does. So. Whoa!
Yeah, I'm geriatric. Whoa, insane.
Lane, make it stop. Oh my god.
Lane, sorry you had to do it to him. Lane is going to be taking it there with the big 3-1 over Kribby. Gold Lewis, again, looking like a little bit of a shell of his former self. In some ways, some of that was the new Millia stuff, but I'm not going to lie, that also just looked like last season Millia in a lot of ways. I think it's more just he has slightly less to fear when Gold Lewis makes her block than she used to, and I think that's like huge. And also the JD not shutting her down whenever she tries to air approach. It's also quite large.
Yeah, you don't got the Carpet of Doom coming at you from above. Now, also reduced to about 6 active frames. They really wanted to make a testament so that a lot of these moves that were really oppressive, like air to ground options, now only have, so like you said, they only have at that point like 6 active frames. They're there to be a nice jump in, but they aren't there to basically get the entire character's neutral structure done and done.
Lane, I screamed. Did you get hit? Like, because I could not tell if that just chipped you for suddenly 7 trillion damage or if you got hit and it just did like 60 damage, like straight. I could not tell. I was laughing so hard when that behemoth killed you.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally sitting here like, all right, what could possibly be happening?
Got hit. Yeah. That's what I thought. You were trying to gaslight me, Avi, and you were like, no, that was chip. I was
there was a lot of chip.
No
Wait.
way. There was a lot of chips. No, but they were genuinely at like 30% life, and they got hit by one behemoth at full risk and died. Just crumpled on the spot. That was, again, you want to talk about a guts crush. That's not, it reminds me of, this is ancient history. I don't know how many of you have played Persona 4 Arena, but in Persona, you only enter guts when a combo ends. So
Yes.
if a combo kills you before you can enter guts mode, you can just like dome somebody for like 50%. It reminds me a lot of that. Gonna be jumping into our next match here. Is gonna be Avarice Chibi Face going up against Razo.
Yep. On the 2 newest characters in the game. Lots to look at, lots to learn from both of these players.
Yeah, we'll see if Razo's had time to hit the lab a little bit between these matches, but right now they're getting their ass zoned. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I was like, listen, Avarice said you need to sit over there and stay there. Get out. Whoa, my God.
Wow, that was gross. The Robo-Kai setup. Ate that. Stinger.
Covering the explosion as well.
Okay. Yeah, 6H.
Run
Not
up,
going to get
bro.
much off
Ooh.
that. Other side low. Nothing for... Dude, the FD was knocking Lucy all over the place. You're going to gold burst, Razo? Okay, show me what you're messing with. That's a little bit of a drop, Razo. That's a little bit of a drop, Razo. Show me what you're going with. No!
No.
No, the match struggle!
Oh no, Aver is taking round number 1 there off of the drop.
That's the struggle, man. That's $8 for a pound of turkey. That's the type of struggle I'm with.
That's what I'm saying.
Hit by the low. A little bit of extension. That was weird. Avarice like didn't know what to do with that because there was like so much hit stun there. Okay, nice XP.
Oh no.
Oh, and the punish on the deflect shield. Whip. Okay. Give me it. No, the tap dust. Okay. That's so funny that they're going for tap dust there instead of the instant overhead. I wonder what the thought process is. Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Oh my goodness. They get on the ground.
Shoot this guy!
That's crazy too, because chip also probably would have been a factor there on that. I'm not too sure how much chip it does, but I don't know. Average was sitting at just about a pixel, so.
I wonder if Gunshot in general in this matchup might be good, because anytime Venom's doing like ball set or anything, it's like, I think it'll like hit the ball and then hit Venom, unless I'm mistaken.
No, I never actually thought about it like that. I never thought about the fact that they may interact with some of the moves that Venom wants to do, especially from full screen.
It does keep in mind it's a Rekka, right? Like she does like 1, 2, 3, or you could just do 1 shot or 2 shots. So like it's pretty flexible.
Whoa.
Wow. I do not know what the frame data on that was, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm like, I really wish I could provide insight on just how plus that was, but it was plus up to where Razo tried to mash and got cracked by that 5K. So, I mean, we've been seeing that a lot from Avarice, though. I mean, when you look back to not only this set, you look back to the previous set that we had going on. It ended up being a lot more of that particular super. On whiff, on hit, on block, on just about every scenario, it seems to be dumping a lot of stock into it.
Her step special is quite good. I think it's going to be very good for closing the gap like that. It's only -6 if you don't do the follow-up, and she has her 2 different follow-ups that you can do. Ooh, yeah, not enough time to fully charge whip there. Nice air scoop, Razo, locking down Avarice in the corner. Ow.
Looking real hack. That Cloud Strike beat.
Dude, Cloud Flare is down, dog. We get, the backdash on the dust. Really relying on that dust a whole lot as the overhead in this of choice. I think even without the state, just going for JH in those situations is probably pretty disastrous.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be pretty rough. I mean, I feel like that button, like, is one of those buttons where it's incredibly strong when the character first drops. Might fall off a little bit, not a ton, but you know, it's like once you kind of get some counterplay going to that, ends up showing its true colors a little bit.
Well, they air dash over 5K.
Whoa.
Razo looking a bit more comfortable with just doing their game plan is basically boiled down for the day one as, okay, Far Slash is a pretty long range button. I have a DP and I have 214K. This is the game plan. Immediate burst on that. Nice. Gets a little bit of the wall break here. Gonna get some meter for themselves. Razo in general has been very low on cash, I think, overall. Mad struggle. We're struggling, dog. I'm telling you, it's tough out there.
Rutherland, indeed. Ooh, that could have been a cheeky pickup there. Might not have been ready for that pool ball.
No, I'm getting stung. Help! Help! Oh, shit, that is the BRC off of the air dash there, going straight into the floor. Record time, Razo. Be able to put up a point on the board. I'm not gonna lie, Razo. We need to see more sauce on this Lucy. Right now, this Lucy's doing a lot of close slash and far slash. I'm gonna need to see more wacky stuff. You haven't done the hack and super once. Come on, can I get a drip of gravy on this Lucy? Let's go.
Yeah, I was like, I'm tired. We're getting tired of butter noodles up here in the booth. We want some. I don't know. Give me some Alfredo. Give me some meat sauce. Give me some. I need to eat.
Dude, when I was a kid, I would always just eat butter. I feel like it's a pretty common kid thing, but like I always thought like any other sauce on pasta was like vile. All I did was eat butter noodles. Made my mom so sad.
I'm like the opposite. I didn't even know that like people ate butter noodles until probably like maybe 5 years ago. I couldn't be bothered.
again, it's usually a kid thing, like, because you just think anything is kind of gross.
Oh.
Big Ascension. PRC here just to get better Oki. That, you know, we whip the 2K into throw. We absolutely do though, Savian.
Listen, the media, it's no problem. We don't care.
That's a nice 6P through the stinger. Watch out. Oh, what? That was the way to take the most damage from that possible. There's that JH, man. What do we got for Mix here? Oh, getting by the close slash, but didn't capitalize off the boost frames.
No.
Struggle the wrong way. Okay, so that's good to know. That struggle, if it crosses up, is still super punishable. Because it only gets hit with like the first thing. It's not like a plus.
Yeah, it will definitely present some problems if you are the Venom there, because you know you're going to be eating pretty much whatever combo your opponent can come up with. Like, that looked incredibly incredibly punishable.
Interesting, they're just going for the whiff 214K. I think they're just trying to make up combo routes on the fly. Yeah, I'm telling you! That's exactly what I was saying. I think you can just shoot his ass, dude.
Yeah, like,
that's what I'm saying, Razo. That's what I've been saying. Shoot his ass! Kill this guy! He's got a gun!
It reminds me of that scene from Indiana Jones, like my brother's doing the doing the tricks, and then all of a sudden, Lucifer's awesome, but it's like Indiana Jones sits there, is like, I could not be bothered. Let me just shoot you. It'll be so chill,
dude. You know what that was, right, Avian? That was the instant kill super.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was IK, right? Like, wait.
Now, to be clear, it only IKs raw if the super would have killed anyway. It just cost $50 extra to do the animation. But that was so funny that Raza was like, wait, I think gun might be good here. And they just shot like 40 times and then just did run up super. That was the game plan, folks. This is what we're dealing with here.
I think even better is not just like the response from Raza, like, oh, you know, I could just shoot her. Like, that would be like, that's probably exactly what I need to do. It's more so that Avarice was like, wait, like, she found it. What do I do? Like, I can't do anything anymore.
Oh, dang it. I think gun might be good. It is, you know what's funny? I think it might be good in the same way that high tiger shot is good in Street Fighter 6, where like, it's not like a great projectile, but against people trying to zone you, I think it's going to be really good.
Oh, no, for sure. It's like, you're going to be able to
5P.
let any of those stingers rock, let anything rock at all, it feels like. Punish. IB putting in the assist.
I love empty jump mids. They give me life. This girl's doing mids.
Yeah, it's like, how am I supposed to defend against all these mids? Like, I can't do anything.
Dude, I don't know what to do. Sorry, I tried to block low.
Oh, playing Tekken apparently.
Dude, I think Razo's really trying to find the part of this character that makes him feel comfortable.
I think so. Like, I think she's trying to like, I think she's literally using like, it's insane to say, but I think that Avarice is training mode right now. Like, I think that we're like trying to like, discover new routes.
The tap dust into the tap dust. Vile, disgusting. Not even slightly charged. Not going to be enough. I feel like Razo hasn't had any meter this whole set. Like, whenever I look at their gauge, they always have nothing. They just use it all instantly on RCs to try to, like, because I guess that's a great equalizer, right? When you're as comfortable with this game as, like, Razo is, you at least know that RCs can kind of get you over the finish line, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, like, as a system mechanic, I'm comfortable with that one. I know what to do. But, yeah, like I'm telling you, Razo, right now we're eating buttered noodles. I'm going to need to see some sauce on this Lucy. We got to be doing some of the hacky stuff. We got to be doing instant overhead JH. I need to see it on my desk by morning.
Yeah, I'm like, I need pictures of Hack Super immediately. Getting cut off from the Daily Bugle, but I do have to say that I am really curious to see the Hack Super. I saw some of the some like the buff slash like nerfs that it applies. Like, I mean, the no meter gain on getting hit is like insane when you think about how important that is in this game. I think I saw, like you said, you're talking about you get just a free counter hit off like pretty much anything. Like, there's so much creativity that you can do with something like that. It's like, I want to see it get implemented more.
You know what's important, that I don't know if you realize what makes that super sick, is that there's upload time on each of the debuffs. So the sequence in which you do them is important for how your combo is going to work out. So like I was labbing earlier, and like you can do a really easy Oki situation that basically applies like the take more damage and no meter debuff And then also in the middle of your combo, if you hit them during your Oki, your 2H will counter hit specifically, just because of how it gets uploaded and like you can stagger it out. Yeah, and she's so fast. I don't know if people really know that. If you've put your hands on Lucy, I don't know if like anyone else has her walk speed. Like Chip doesn't have like that insane of like a walk speed in comparison to like a lot of the. She is unbelievably quick, and her dash is super fast.
Yeah, I think that's what people were saying about Lucy. At least, not for Eva, but I think like for this current patch is that, you know, even though like, you know, her dash really quick, really fast, not the fastest in the game. There are a couple that are quicker, but the walk speed is like nuts. It's nuts compared to pretty much the entire cast.
It doesn't like line up with her animation. Like she is like sliding across the floor. It is like so fast. It's so funny. Yeah, and then that in conjunction with her, basically her stun dipper, right? Like her 214K, which just launches her across the screen at like Mach 8, and is like pretty safe on block. I think she has the making to be a pretty good character. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, she's going through the DLC special where people kind of try to make their assumptions much too quickly without fully realizing what the character is capable of. So I'm really curious to see if we've broken the bad DLC curse here with Lucy, and so far she looks like a really solid candidate.
We will see. We will see. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think like her having a DP is, I think, going to be really nice, man. A lot of DLC characters are like, I have crazy offense. Please don't hit me.
Yeah, it's like you put me in defense, it's going to be a world of hurt. I have no DP and no health.
Oh, God. Disastrous back throw. Nightmare back throw. It's still there. The pineapple's still there. Break the wall. Dude, what happened to this round for Tanak, man?
Yeah,
everything was looking Tanak.
I fear that Gold Lewis happened. Like, despite the fact that realistically Tanak has been winning pretty much every scenario, and as is expected with Ram, the life total is all tied up. Look at this, and Kribby takes the round to go with it.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, the explosiveness of Gold Lewis has not really been dialed down in terms of when he hits you. It's gonna hurt. Oh, Rock. Dude, Rock is so funny. Rock feels like a trap now, genuinely. Like,
I fear that we have fully fleshed out the robbery archetype right now.
yeah, right? I think Gold Lewis is kind of looking like an Abba and like a Slayer, right? Where it's like they can spend a lot of the round blocking and then suddenly you're dead.
Actually.
You're the 3 Danditos.
Like we said now, you truly can't count Kirby out of it just yet. Especially with the drop from Tanak. Wasn't ready to get the confirm, has to block one more mix-up, and now gets the tech.
Nice.
Yikes. All of a sudden, back in Tanak's hands, they're taking out the round.
JD not looking like it used to be.
Oh.
God, man. The slight delay on that, messed up. So messed up that he can still frame trap off that. Bro, it's so scary now, actually, that you're looking at it, and every bit of risk in there is like, if I get hit by a behemoth, it's gonna really hurt.
Yeah, like, you're sitting there like, this is gonna suck so bad. What a jab there by Tanak regardless, though. As I am not scared of Gold Lewis anymore until he gets those BTs on me. But that JD and that White Wild Assault, those are cake. Barbecue chicken.
True. Sword in the wall. Deflect shield. Get off. That deflect shield did a lot of work. I think Tanak really was not expecting that. But Kirby. Ooh, dude, and look at that. The YRC change. Kirby immediately just kind of, I think, autopiloting, jumping in, and Tanak ready for it.
Look at that about Tap Dust. Not sure if that was going to kill,
Kitty
but
Cat
this
Pounce.
sure is.
Kitty Cat Pounce going to lock it up. It's so funny. I think that now a lot of those strings where you would see rocks before, you're just going to see Pounce like the old days. Maybe even some Rekka? Bust out that old chestnut?
What was it, the Rekka, dash cancel Rekka? Maybe we might be seeing some of that go on as well. I mean, it was just so easy to do rock before. You did it meaty. Yep. You were like plus close to your 30s. It was nuts. There was no reason to do anything else. But now, Ram players got to get a little bit creative and dig deeper in that toolbox.
I know what you meant or what you said, but the way you said plus into your 30s, I'm so glad as a 30-plus-year-old man that I can still have plus frames, Avian. I'm very
It's like, listen,
appreciative
you
of
get
that.
Oki too. Everyone's got Oki.
Everyone gets it. Even if you're an accent core player, you can get Oki from Virtual.
Maybe just chilling in the corner. Gold Lewis in the corner. Almost as scary as if you're in the corner against Gold Lewis. One back throw is all it takes.
Yeah, we literally saw that in the first game. Oh, getting 5K'd.
Whoa.
Yeah. Big gap there. Tanak did not press, and the trade combo from Tanak. Get through the wall.
All I'm saying is it's looking like Kirby didn't read the notes. There's so many spots where you can jump out right now, but still is electing to fight at some of these spots that only would have been conducive to fighting all around.
Well, you know what's funny is like it's been a day. Like it takes a second to really digest all of these character changes, especially when they're not the character you're playing. And like I think usually people look inward first, right? They try to figure out what the heck is different about their character, which Gold Lewis is a lot to consider. So I'm not surprised that they're not immediately aware of all the different places to try to escape.
Oh yeah, I mean those changes got to settle into your brain, regardless of how they look, or regardless of if you visually see them. It's gonna take a lot for you to adjust your gameplay.
Bonk bonk.
Oh, good tech there by Kirby.
The BRC gonna let them get a big old combo here with the old windshield wipers. Okay, Kribby though. We're back to neutral, which I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Neutral's been a struggle. Oh!
Yeah, this has been pretty rough.
Hold on. The neutral is over. No longer playing the neutral. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, they're dead!
They had so much hit stun off that counter hit close slash. The JK let them keep it going. That was so tight.
Nah, it's not even like they really nerfed Gold Lewis all that much. It's more so they took points out of some branches of the skill tree and put them right on into the O. Whoa, what a backdash there by Kirby. Gonna get rewarded by staying in the corner against the NAC. Something tricky there.
The big reason for the record chat is asking, and I think it's an interesting question, the reason you don't see Calvados a lot of times when people break the wall, you actually need both swords to do Calvados, which is like a restriction that people don't really think about. But if Ram is missing a sword because she did like an extended pressure sequence, she actually just can't do it.
Yeah, so as of right now, Ram would be unable to do Calvados if she had the meter. Doesn't need it though. 2K is gonna be all that she needs. 2-0 right
Gold
now.
Lewis like, you see Gold Lewis like slide out of frame there. He's like lying on the ground. He was like, "I'm sorry, you're right. You won." And just
I just watched it back on like playback. I didn't even notice that.
yeah. It was super funny. It's just the way that the animation works. Yeah, it was a change at some point, I believe, because I think before Calvados did call the swords like back to her instantly.
Yeah.
Unless I'm horrendously mistaken, but yeah, it requires both swords. Yeah. Also, something to consider that Tanak is accurately pointing out here, who's actively playing for the record, so I take their word for it.
Yeah, literally right now.
Multi hitting moves build more resources for your opponent. Specifically, it builds a crap ton of burst. So because it's like builds each hit. So you'll see like if they don't have a lot of burst, they really want to do like single hit choices. But Kribby here is gonna be going with the Kyle, dude. What's up, Gold Lewis? You slimmed down, man. You look great.
I was gonna say, I know Kevin is popping off. Knowing that the Kai's on the screen right now.
Who did get a huge quality of life change. So one of the big changes in this patch, Kai now, if you have shock state and he hits you, the shock state will not go away during the combo. That's one of my favorite combo routes, by the way. Just whiffing the direct layer is so funny. But it's something significant because it kind of makes it like a DLC status effect, where as long as you have it, if he hits you, it's going to be really bad. It does not go away. Kai can no longer like miss a confirm because of it.
I still think it's wall. I mean, stun never. Everyone always. I never forget how fast it is, but some people definitely do. I will say though, is that it is very interesting to see that it does not go away on a hit anymore I'm really curious to see how the routing is going to change once you get to those level 3, level 4 scenarios with the shock state. Or 2 or 3, excuse me.
Wow, great tech on that, actually. Jeez, from Tanak. That was good awareness. I feel like when you're fighting a Kai specifically, your hand has to be over the throw button, dude. They're addicted to it.
Oh, yeah.
Ribby unable to really get a reasonable opening here.
Oh, ugh. Hey, we're actually seeing some footsies here. All right, Cribby. Punches as
That
well.
was a huge opening. Wow, able to block that in time, and we get the funny close slash and the JD route break at a wall. You are in shock state, kid.
Oh, no, not going to be able to kill it here. Tanak has absolutely no meter.
That was a fabulous block by Tanak, man. They were like, oh no, I'm standing. I sure hope you don't stun dipper and cat. And they're like instant, like frame 1 block the stun dipper on reaction. That was actually like a high level bait. That was so funny.
Man, I mean, it's not going to be enough, though. Kirby pulling out the true king and Kai Kisuke. Right now, taking game number 1. So far, looking incredibly solid, actually. I didn't even know he had this character in his arsenal, but yeah, you learn something new every day.
Wasn't good? Yeah. I mean, Kai is like it's so funny, right? I don't think Kai has literally ever performed on a big stage in this game, ever, like at a top 8 level. But like, in terms of locals like TNS and stuff, there's always been a couple people out there who've always made Kai work. Like, he's never seen bad. He just doesn't have what it takes, I feel like, a lot of times to make it through like an Evo bracket, you know?
Yeah, like it always comes down to like, this character is good, but the characters that are at the top will always end up stat checking him. It happened with Soul. It honestly happens with Soul right now. I still think Soul's better than this character. Happened with like Leo and Johnny and Pot. So it's like, even though this character has the makings to be something special, there's always someone who just always edges it out over him.
Yeah, I like Leo specifically. I think Leo in a lot of ways is like Kai with a beard. Like, he has like a similar-ish game plan in terms of like, I have a good DP and like I get Oki off of a lot of my like mid-screen belligerent moves, and I have a better fireball than you, idiot. Like you said, I think stat check is an appropriate word.
It's the knack. Going ahead, closing out that round. It is set point. Kirby trying to make it happen on this Kai. Tanak trying to shut it down.
Ooh. Hit on one of those 6 glorious active frames there, I see.
Oh, yeah. Like, that's not, but you literally have the meter in the air. And Nitro meeting us here on Twitch TV. FlyQuest coming through with a fat raid. Hope everyone's doing well.
How's everyone doing? What are we thinking about this patch? Are we thinking yay or nay, chat? What are we thinking? I like a lot of the system changes, I think. Rocks.
Yeah, W patch so far, I mean. Ooh, bodies Leo, don't let them know. What I will say is that in terms of grades, I gave this one a B to a B+. I think that some characters got
for an
away with
Arxis
murder.
patch, man.
Yeah. And this is like an objective B too. It's not just an Arxis B. An Arxis B, I mean, who knows what nonsense is happening there. All I know that's happened is that Tanak is going to go ahead and take the set here. 3-1, advancing on in the loser side. Ribby, it's been real, but it's time to say goodbye.
Ribby, thank you very much for gaming. Representing the Gold Lewis, the most shot man of all time. Gold Lewis found in a back alley. I think it might be close to being gold over, bros. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. That 2D probably would have whipped their last patch. Yeah, I was noticing a lot. The 2D change again. I really enjoy the quality of life changes in this patch. I think the changes to the like in ways that didn't make characters like insane, but like Ram having a slightly bigger 2D is great, man. Like for Ram players, like I don't even like Ram, but like I think it's cool that she's like that. I think it's cool that Kai has longer shock state when you get hit so that he just weird shit doesn't drop, because like other characters just don't have those problems. But I think we're gonna have to ruminate on this patch a little bit, so let's take 5 minutes to contemplate the void and think about this patch's implications, folks. I know a lot of you just got here, but we'll be back in 5 minutes with more Guilty Gear Strive action. Don't go nowhere.
best.
GGs.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's
Okay,
hear
no,
it.
you're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GGs.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls, after that, nothing else.
One of the best things about Evo is the fact that you get to meet up with so many different people who never go to any tournament. And they come from so many different places in the world to come to Evo. And sometimes they just really come to meet their favorite players. So every tournament just feels like its own new thing.
If you were around back then, you had an understanding of just how special this genre is, right? Like those moments, you mentioned the Evo Moment 37. There's so many of those that happen multiple times a year at Evo. If people just got their eyes on this thing, this specific FGC thing that we have, our little niche corner of the internet, like they would love it just as much. They just had to become aware of it.
It's very refreshing having a whole team and a whole scene and all my friends behind me. Like I would not be able to even be at this Evo without their help. So huge props to them, huge shout outs to them.
You know, I love my fans, and when they root me on, it makes me want to try even harder. And then they're like, we all believe in you. I'm like, okay, I have to do it for you now.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Hi guys, it's Basil, and welcome to my setup. This is where I draw, game, and submit job applications. This is the NZXT Player 2 AMD edition, powered by AMD's Ryzen. Is it Ryzen or Risen? Risen? Powered by AMD's Ryzen 5 9600X and Ryzen 7 9700X. Two of the best choices for gamers thinking about leveling up their gameplay. Look at this gameplay. It's insanely smooth, no stutters, only frames. This PC isn't just for games, it powers up every single detail of my artwork too. I can bounce between projects, games, and streams. If you're building your dream setup, start with NZXT and AMD. Grab yours today with the link in my bio.
What is up, gamers? It is Strive patch day, and for the first time in many an Arxis patch, I am not crying in a gutter somewhere. I am Solid Bones, joined here by Avian. We've been watching some good old matches so far. I've been seeing a lot of changes that have come in this patch, and next up we're going to be seeing kind of a classic matchup. Honestly, two of the oldest characters to do it, two characters that have just kind of been around on the whole lifespan of this game. We've got Anji going up against Gio. How are you feeling about that, Avian?
Feeling good. I feel like it is really funny because we aren't really seeing a lot of the insanity from the patches that you would come to expect, at least on these two characters, right? Like, you have classified on Geo, you basically have a combo stability change, so it's less of a like buff or nerf and more of a just, hey, like your damage is going to remain consistent even off of some of these pokes. Then you have Macmans, who got a pretty like solid, I would say like equalizing patch for them, right? So you have the fish change, which bumped it down to having 13 less frames of advantage, but you also got the change on the 2H is now +6 on block, which is nuts. But we haven't really seen too much of either, right? Like, yeah, people are still kind of stun locked by the fish, and then Macwins isn't really going for those 2Hs pretty much ever, might not have a lot of pressure around it. So overall, this match is gonna kind of be a lot of the same old. But when the players are as good as they are, same old still becomes a treat to watch.
Well, you know what's funny is 2H is super slow, like super duper slow. Especially they slowed it down now that they've made it so plus. So I wonder if it's just difficult to jam in there. I think it's like 28 frames startup or something. It's like a lot. It has like overhead levels of startup. I think it's very much taking the place of some moves like Hoof Stomp and like Kai 6K. It's got that similar sort of niche to it. I just think it's gonna be the launch. Oh, it's Sin Kisuke, a character who got shot in both knees.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought, last time I saw Sin, he was in an alley behind a Waffle House. Glad to see he can make it today because this character has gotten a laundry list of nerfs. So very excited to see.
And just at a system level.
Yes, like
dude,
not only as a character but also in terms of his system mechanics as well. Like the Wild Assault is worse. Risk doesn't benefit him as much. Like he's in a world of pain. And Classified show that off in a poetic fashion with a 60% combo from Giovanna.
And you're dead, by the way. But two of the biggest changes also for him, no longer naturally gets combos off of Hoof Stomp or Elk Hunt, right? Like, that's huge, man. That was like his whole thing.
I'm like, all right.
Dude, I agree. Okay, chat. Can you press 1 if you agree with that many Go2Ds? I'm with that, actually. That's the whole neutral.
All right, let's see.
And that's dead. Just like that, man. Classified. Ripping through the Sin. 2-0.
Yeah, I'm like, that was just... I'm not gonna lie, Mac. We gotta put this away, man. That was rough. That was pretty bad. So let's go back to Anji. Kind of take a breather, get some water, because
we're sticking with it.
Okay.
Maybe they hate fighting Classified Geo. That does happen a lot in this game at like a higher level of play. People just loathe fighting certain people's characters, right? They really just start holding it out with the new characters that they can try to stick with. But MacMen's here once again in the corner, getting dumpstered a little bit. 6P still good.
Whoa, and there it is. It's starting. It's happening.
It's happening. The nerfs.
I love it so much. Just tears of joy flowing down my face. I don't gotta
Look
worry
at my
about
boy
that.
suffer.
So beautiful.
Full Shrek mode. It's gonna really lessen the amount of damage that they take there, yeah. I would have done a lot more previously. Look at that. Staying alive. Got $100. Throw. OTG. Not enough. Did they try to throw? I think they did. No, they didn't. But RC here, gonna keep them safe. MacMen still got a guess for game.
Especially
frames.
I mean, Mac has got a DP. So far,
No way, the throw!
Oh! Counter hit.
I can't. I wonder what they tried. Did 6P get donked there? Was the jump in low enough? Maybe.
I'm like, what the heck?
Nice conversion there. Awkward height. 2K, 6P into super, my beloved. MacMen's now bleeding out, Classified. With all the initiative in the world, gonna be gaining so much meter, man. You know, it's something that nobody talks about, but the Geo meter buff really kind of saved that last round, you know? It's such a mechanic that almost no one discusses Avian, but that really kept her alive.
Yeah, no, it's like it kept her in the fight. Kept Classified in the set as well, because I mean, look at that. That's 2-0. I don't even think he's broken a sweat. Like, he could be playing on like a VTech controller right now, man. By all we know, because it's like so far we have seen absolutely nothing from Mac. And
no, they're sticking with the Sin. All right,
this is crazy. I
believe in
gotta
you.
investigate this for match fixing or something, because it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
I have a live footage of Classified's hands here. They are indeed playing on an N64 controller. They are, you know, on one hand, you got to give it to them. It's a gated stick, you know? It's a hexagon gate stick.
I don't know. Like, that would be the only thing to actually save this, because so far, I mean...
VRC forward.
No,
deflect shield gets thrown. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad.
Uh-oh. RDP coming out.
Okay, hold on. Maybe Sin's not so old and beat up anyway. Wait, hold on. Maybe he is. DRC grow stuff? Yeah, the Fuzzy Wuzzy. I hate that, man.
Okay, there. Going for the throw. I like that, going for the burst safe routing as well. Wants to guarantee that he gets this round and does so.
Dude, that was the grossest. That was like burst safe in 19 different ways. It's like burst there at your own peril.
Oh no, far slash. You don't get it. You don't get the crazy pickups off that anymore.
Driver. But the life has not mattered, man. Regardless of what amount of health Classified had, or as early of a lead as MacMens can get, whenever Classified's offense is just turned on, the 2Ds get blown up for once. Can you believe that? No!
Bro, whipping, trying to go for the BRC overhead.
Ooh. No shot. No shot. Classified comes back from that drop.
Oh my gosh, that 5H is definitely the party starter that you would want sliding into those DMs. Too bad.
My DMs are full. You can't DM me. I don't have the premium version. That is going to be a throw. Classified is going to take it 3-0 over MacMens in this winner's semis. Blowing him up a little bit, man.
Clean sweep. Locking up that sweep. Locking up a good chunk of that change because it is now in the top 3 for Classified. We'll be taking home at least a third place finish, third place prize money, but obviously hoping for more. So far, has been playing incredibly well.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. This is going to be Happy Chaos into Milia from Jack and Lane. Obviously, Lane had a very strong showing in their first match of this FlyQuest. I'm really interested to see how this turns out. Also, man, I got to say, it's been 5 years of this game, just about, I think, right? Or something like that. I still hate Geo's round win noise. Nobody talks about it enough, but that's stupid. It sounds like I'm drinking a milkshake. It's like a kind of noise. Like, why is that the noise that she makes? Why does this happen? Why are we doing this?
Honestly, well, I mean, Class hopes that he keeps winning. I hope he keeps winning too, because I don't think I've ever noticed it. Ever. It's like,
dude, now that you mentally are thinking about it, you're gonna notice it and you're gonna go, why the hell does she make that noise? It is such a weird noise. It's literally what it sounds like.
I'm so scared. I don't want my perception of that end screen to be tarnished. Because like I look at it and that noise has been bothering me since the game came out. What?
I'm telling you, it's a noise the dog makes. It's not her. It's like the dog like coming out of like her, because it's kind of like a weird spirit dog. Yeah. And it literally makes it. It sounds like she's hawking a loogie. It's a weird noise. It's like, what is this, man? I'm telling you, when we see Classified on stream, I'm gonna be like, keep your ears open. If they win it, you're gonna go, Bones, you ruined this game for me for life.
What the hell? Because I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, and Roll Rachel was like, yeah, like it's bothering you too. I'm like, wait, am I crazy? Like, is it me? Maybe I'm the problem.
It's just one of those things where, like, one day I was playing it and I'm like, because I used to play a lot of Geo, and I'm just like, what the hell is that? It's like I thought it was a stage noise, and then I was like, oh no, it's a noise. Why is she making that noise? It's so weird.
Like,
but
wait a minute.
More importantly, it's gonna be Jack Lane making look the Millia new stuff looking very strong. Obviously, Millia's always kind of had the capacity to run people over. That hasn't been her problem. The problem has just been her consistency in neutral and her ability to not instantly crumple when somebody pressures her, right? So we'll see here what this matchup looks like. I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we kind of get the two sides of patch day 1 here in terms of Lane and Jack. We get a Lane, who's going to be the player who wants to go for a lot of those flips, wants to try to utilize as much of the new patch nodes as possible, versus Jack who's like, listen, I'm going to take care of business. I am going to take care of, I'm just going to do what I need to do. No need for any of that funny business. No Crusader wall combos. We're just going to get the job done. And so far, he's doing a great job at it.
I actually love how that neutral was working out for Jack. They were running so much that when Artemis like clipped them in the back, or not Artemis, the Rose, it didn't like do enough. It wasn't like Lane couldn't capitalize on it. So their strategy, I think, is just to run, and if Lane is in the air, just keep running. just keep going. Wow! That was disgusting.
That was absurd. Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting a block high, and neither was Lane.
Ooh, empty jump low in neutral is diabolical, actually.
Whoa.
You should feel bad for this. Big clash.
What was that clash? Oh my god.
Yeah, Artemis and 6P clashing. Jack gets the better of it. Putting you through the wall. Wow, close slash did not reach there. That's surprising.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought close slash might have been able to reach. Jack with the good blocks. Now Lane is facing the dilemma where she is finding someone who knows what the character does in and out. A student of the game, this Jack.
Bonked on the head. Yeah, Jack really playing around. I think that's something that Happy Chaos throw just killed, dog. I think that's something that Happy Chaos also kind of gives Jack the liberty to do that Gold Lewis was not earlier for Kribby, right? Like, they are able to run forward, and then if Millie is in the air, have counterplay. Like, they have things that they're doing. So we saw a bunch of things represented. We saw Just Keep Running. We saw 6S, and we saw 6P, we saw JK, and then there at the end we saw 6S RC jump into air throw. So like they're really representing a lot of options that just keep Lane on the ground in neutral, which obviously is what Happy Chaos would greatly prefer, right?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that you love to say about Jack is that he is one who is really willing to establish every single one of his options early, just so that as you go on in subsequent rounds and subsequent games, you have to look out for like 4 or 5 different scenarios off of any touch.
Yeah. Dude, the 6S is cracking me up, man. He doesn't go anywhere. That is the messed up thing, man. The FD on that, and he just goes straight back into your face, and you're dead. Messed up, dog. Back to the lab again.
All right, Jack so far has been putting on a dominating performance. One of the things you can notice about his neutral game plan, though, is a lot more reluctant to press 2S, especially in a matchup like this. Those 8 frames do a world of difference.
Yeah, we're pretty much not seeing it at all from Jack in neutral.
Something that you would never expect from an HC player. Like, you tell an HC player from 3 years ago that they are going to never press 2S neutral, they would laugh you out of the room.
Well, it's 6S and 2S getting hit. Again, those are big hits to Chaos. I know people are still saying he's probably top 1 because the game is kind of like balanced out a little bit. And in a more balanced game, I think Chaos is just very strong. But like 6S and 2S getting hit is very fundamental to his neutral. Like that's basically all he did.
Yeah. You gotta see it. What type of moves that Jack can apply. Try to go for something.
That was
cheeky
good
there
trigger
on the
discipline.
defensive.
It was good trigger discipline from Jack there on the deflect shield to put the gun away. Like immediately they were like, okay.
What?
Nice.
What? Okay, OTG route as well. Making sure that he's guaranteeing the kill. You know something? I don't think I've ever seen that route. Like, at least as an ender.
Jack has a lot of tricks in the bag of trips, man. Jack kind of goes crazy. Like, they're like, I always said this, that, like, you know, I'm not the biggest Happy Chaos enjoyer on the planet. I'm not going to lie. I know, controversial statement, but I'm always like, Jack's all right. Jack can play the character. Because, like, he's such a weird, expressive dude with him.
It's like, the way I describe Jack to people is, he is like the perfect storm of just cutting out all the BS that he possibly can and making sure that he just does the stuff that gets the job done, but also maintaining some of that flair that's missing from a lot of the really, really solid characters in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Stuck in the corner now. Lane trying to fight out, but I think something that's been very frustrating in this matchup is, like, obviously, like I've said earlier, Millie is quite bad on defense, and Jack can kind of force Millie to be on defense, right? Like, which is like a single gunshot in neutral. It's kind of like, it's my turn now. We're like exactly like this, right? And now Millia's got to block in situations that she really, in some other matchups, like characters just don't have options to force her into defense like that.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Jack so far has been putting Delta S. Gonna see if that's gonna continue. What was that 6P? A little bit of that Guilty Gear jank that we know and love. Oh no.
So we instant
Jack forgot to look at the palm of his hand for the message that he wrote to himself, saying, "Don't use 2S. Don't do it. It's tempting.
Don't
it's right there on the controller. It's practically blinking, but you can't use
but
that
you're fighting."
move." And Lane was able to take advantage of it. The one time that he slipped up.
Dude, he's been fighting muscle memory for that for 3 years, right? Like, that's a lot of happy chaos, you gotta forget. Lot of meter on the side of lane. And Jack, what a quick RC from Jack. Do we burst here? Yeah, we do. Man, you remember when you couldn't burst happy chaos at all? What a fun time that was.
That was definitely crazy. I was like, dude, there's no way that it's like surely it changes somewhere. Like I'm allowed to burst him somewhere, and he literally just never allowed it.
You know what I think is actually like critical to Jack's game plan here? By the way, no bullets. This is actually great for lane. Press your advantage. It's now or never.
This is definitely Lane's round to win, is what I would say. However, one more chance. Immediately taken away with the bullet, and Jack takes it 3-0. But a clean sweep. But as you were saying, Bones, about what would be nice.
What?
I mean, as you started a statement, but the Jack decided to clean up with the sweep.
Oh,
there.
you're right. I so forgot. I got mind crushed because I'm pretty sure they won that round with an RNG shot. I could be wrong, but I think they just ripped it and it freaking hit him and killed him. And that's exactly how Jack knocked Nitro out of Evo. Yes. And it's like, this has got to stop, man.
Oh, we're so back. Happy Chaos is top 1. Nothing changes. Nothing changes.
So whatever I was saying before that, I'm sorry. That RNG shot completely deleted it from my brain. Anyway, next up is going to be on our loser side. It's going to be MacMens into NAC. So theoretically, this should be Anji into Ram. But I mean, MacMens represented Sin in a beautiful way that we can all appreciate. They got 3-0'd. They got exploded. We will see if they continue to represent Sin and continue to get exploded, or if they're maybe go back to the Anji. We don't know.
We never will until we boot up the game. I mean, however, had lane.
Will we ever boot up the game? I'm scared now, Avian. You've got me worried.
I know. It's like if conditionals are very, very terrifying. Got lane, got to be going down.
Where is it? There it is!
Losers game
Thank God the game is here. Whew. Sorry, I was scared there for a second. So we've got Anji Mito on the screen going up against Rambo. There's Guilty Gear, thank God.
Yeah, it's like finally got some Strive on the screen. Ready to get things moving. I feel like
so they are just sticking with the Anji. Maybe they also just hate Sin into Ram. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still very confused as to where the Sin pick came from. Maybe wanted to just give it a shot for a set, so I have a set to lose right now. Now is gonna be reeling from the loss there. Gonna be starting on the loser side of the bracket as well.
Mm-hmm. You know, Fish is still pretty plus if it hits.
Fish on not hit. Still a very good option. Only the on block
dead.
Changing, meaning that it isn't completely out of the question to be used.
Thank God. Think of the Fish community, man. If Fish got patched out like that, outrage.
Beautiful stuff.
Ow. Yeah. Been donked on the head by Anji. Okay, hold on. MacMens. MacMens is going on a tear. This is the MacMens Anji that we expected. That deflect shield was so weird. Just catching the butterfly is like, wait, what happens now?
What's going on here?
What's going on here? That's going to be a point on the board for MacMens. That's what's going on, AV.
Wow, that was quick. Oh my God. Whoa. Yeah. I was even, I figured, I'm like, all right, it's Anji. I mean, Ram is kind of lacking in the health department. Anji kind of hits like a Mac truck the moment that he lands a counter hit, but it still is a bit shocking that the rounds went that quickly. It just kind of shows the comfortability that Mac has on this Anji that he doesn't quite have on his Sin, at least not yet.
I mean, Anji's a character who got a lot of love in the last few years of patches. This patch may be the first time we've really seen Anji get like hit in the knees a little bit, but even then it was kind of a slap on the wrist, all things considered. Anji still has some of the highest, off of random strays will carry you all the way to the corner and wall break you, right? And that is such a fundamental strength of the character.
Yep. Get out there. The rock is hidden. MacMen's still conditioned to block instead of pressing any buttons. I mean, Tanaka's getting away with murder right now.
They're getting away with it? We gotta stop them.
Yeah, well, we need to call 911.
Hello, FlyQuest? You heard of this MacMen's guy? We gotta do something about him, man.
We need to get some mashes on the board. I want to see some 2Ps. I want to see some 2Ps into 6Hs from Mac. But also, I want to see a NAC put something on the board. It is looking real brutal for Tanak. MacMens has been running away with every single round here.
Yeah, I think Anji has always been a little bit of a pain in the ass for Ram, just because obviously like his basic neutral options neutralize a lot of what she wants to do. And him having a ton of health is also annoying because it gives Ram has to hit him a lot more than she does a lot of the rest of the cast. But here, Tanak playing it quite well. Rackman's once again in the corner. Good tag. But the 6H as a stagger. Gonna explode. Rackman's are trying to get out there. Quick perfect. There you go, Avian. They gave you what you wanted.
Yeah, there we go. Like we finally got some offense on the board for Tanak. We'll shut off the ram pressure. Not ever going to be bad, I feel like, regardless of these nerfs. Look at this. The game already looks so much more patient. It looks so much more like tempo focused than it did in Days of Null.
Ooh. Big whiff on that Rekka there. Macamens could have whiff punished, but they were a little bit slow on the button. Ooh, tap dust, but the sword not going to be able to cover properly. Now here we go. Huge corner carry. Block on the super. Oh my god, this is going to do a ton of damage. Not going to kill. Do you break the wall here? No, just taking the butterfly Oki. I agree. We agree. Ow.
Might have tried to 6B, might have tried to do some sort of anti-air option. Only gets rewarded with a corner scenario against the NAC. Great defense, though. That was 100 meter to try to get the party started.
And the party has been started, but the party is not yet concluding. And that is indeed the end of the party. Everyone get out. My mom said no one here. Past midnight, that is going to be a point on the board for Macmans.
Ooh, Mac getting hooked by the changes there. I mean, you saw him trying to confirm it with the 2H. Sorry, brother, that doesn't work anymore. That has been reduced to, as he said, like that hoof stop type of utility. Means you're going to get some of the same pickups that you would get with the 2H into the Fujin. Got to just throw out a little bit. It seems like he doesn't even need it because he has been putting the pedal to the metal so far. It has been acceleration only. We are absolutely no break so far for Mac.
Dude, that the 2H change is so funny. I don't think a lot of other moves have ever been hit with that egregious of a startup change. Like, that is like, that move's now got stank to it. That is now a smash attack in terms of like how slow it is. Regular old butterfly pressure. Good backdash out from Tanak. Tanak showing that they're quite familiar with this character. And there's that 2H.
Yep, we're seeing it come out there. Oh, so plus.
It's so funny. You saw like the whole screen shake and like hit stop from it. It's such a different move now.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't even feel like we're looking at like even the same type of button anymore. Like, it feels like it should be a command normal.
Dude, I really think Nagiha is like a top 5 special move in terms of like combo fodder. Like, Nagiha is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Nagiha is very, very, very good. It acts as like a pseudo lariat now. Not even pseudo, it just acts as a lariat right now. Gives you great confirms. It does well as to setting up some of that mix-up that we have come to see from Fujin. It's like it has so much utility, and I feel like just because of the landscape of how moves are in this game, it gets so underrated.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. Well, I don't know if it's underrated. It's just underrated because I feel like you don't see Anji in a lot of like huge major top 8s, but like I feel like at especially a mid-level in this game, like get Nagiha out of here, man. There ain't nobody trying to see that thing.
For sure.
Walking it out. Here's Macman stuck in the corner. Nice 2P to stop the pressure.
Uh-oh, burst coming out here from Mac this time.
Hold on, you're swordless in Burbank, bro. And that's going to be a tap dust on the party start. Taking him all the way to the corner. Any hit here will wall snap. Mac with a pixel. Just trying to lock him down. What a shimmy!
Ooh. Oh, no, the IB is what allowed that to even happen. As you can see, barely getting pushed out of the range of the throw allows Mac to get the 2P punish and seal the deal.
Man, yeah, and I'm telling you, dog, like, I brought it up earlier, but one of the biggest problems with fighting Anji still is, like, he gets a Dark Souls health boss bar when he's, like, down to, like, a few pixels. Like, his guts are unreal. So it just makes him so annoying to kill at the end. You know what the solution to that is? Play Gold Lewis, crank his risk to max, and hit him with one Behemoth Typhoon. That'll do it. That'll blow straight past his guts.
I mean, Apparently, it reminds me of it reminds me of like Mitsuru Super in Shadow. It's like you just charge up the heel kick, do like 20%, combo still not over, so you know it's still gonna rock. I mean, that's the type of stuff that we've been seeing from Gold Lewis recently. Like, it's just so nuts.
Yeah, dude, it's that match earlier was so funny. That's gonna be like my clip of the night. Even Lane was laughing their butt off. And speaking of Lane, it's gonna be Lane here going up against Razo on the loser side. Shockingly, Razo likely still gonna be sticking with the Lucy. If I had to guess, Lane gonna be with the Millie. We got two fast Gorals going up against each other here. I don't know how this is gonna work out for Razo. And again, I don't know if Razo would like switch to Slayer if push came to shove, if they're about to get knocked out. I don't know, because like their Lucy, again, it's been a day. Ain't nobody gonna be showing up with like a super hard-boiled Lucy. This is gonna be day one Lucy stuff. But just trying to control a character like Emilia, who can kind of kill you off of those like one guess situations, I think is gonna be quite hard.
It's gonna be battle of the speedsters so far. Lucy deceptively fast, and Milia fast by design. Like look at that. That is nuts. What is that walk speed?
Man, those far slashes really keeping Lane on the ground, and we get the fully charged whip. It's going to be a glitch state for Lane. Ooh, dude, in hit stun for 7 million years. So funny. Go to hit stun jail. Wow, what a frame trap from Razo. Looking all Razo so far. Lane probably not going to elect to burst here, breaking the wall.
Like that.
We have Oki. What's it going to be? Wow, just JH into dust to close it out. Hold on. Razo's cooking. Let her cook.
It's like, and that's kind of the beauty of when a character is so fresh, either for you or for the game, is literally each match, each like hour in training mode, the character just gets exponentially so much better.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. This match has kind of been that Lucy has a JH and a far slash. Let's see what happens. Going into the whiff there. Gets the side swap. Wow, what IPs from Razo, dog.
Defensive sequence was nonsense. Bones, you see that, gets the IB, gets the 2P as well, and then gets rewarded for that defensive effort.
Wow, the 2K pickup there into super. Hold on. Hold on. Razo's looking pretty good, I gotta say. Stick him to the wall. Get him out of here. This is, again, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a little bit of butter macaroni Lucy. There is no special zany stuff going on here. We're not using the hack super. We're not using a whole lot of the fun states, but butter macaroni is also a very effective way to get through a bracket, I gotta tell you.
I'm seeing a little bit of Parmesan cheese on there. I don't know if that's the reflection of the butter off the noodle. I'm seeing a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavor. I mean, like you said, it's not going to be anything super crazy like the characters that we have been seeing for literal years. But, you know, it's like for day one, when you put it in that context, it's looking pretty good.
Pretty good. I mean, in terms of mastery of the Guilty Gear system mechanics, it's hard to find people who know it better than Razo.
100%.
Oh, on defense. But remember, Lucy has a very good DP, especially in a context like this, where characters trying to cross you up and stuff.
I'm sorry, my fault.
What happened?
No, I was like, I just like under my breath, definitely just said quote, what the hell? Because I was like, Milia is doing all sorts of like twists and turns, which I feel like I fight against a lot of Milia all the time. But, like, I mean, I haven't been seeing some of these setups yet, so they got to lock in.
No, for sure. Wow, big brave back throw. I wonder what it was Lane went for there. Man, the pull effect on that slash is really good. It pretty much always pulls him in range of the H just for like an extended sequence. Ooh, bit of a whiff. Okay, now we suck him in.
Yeah. On the other side.
Nice blocks. Get away from me, he says. Ooh, it does
no, bar
total
slash.
whiff.
Get punished. Get the tandem top. Goes for the super to get out of dodge, and it's gonna be successful.
How fast is that super?
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that was incredibly quick.
Come on, is that information
Not sure
on
about
Dust
the
Loop
invul
yet?
on it either, but
We'll learn together, you and me, Avian.
oh yeah. Whoa, that's the bounce effect. Look at that, really aiding the offense that Milia is able to put up.
We don't know yet on Dust Loop. I'm not sure what the startup of that move is. That seems very fast to beat a 2K like that.
Whoa. 5K of the gods coming through. With the
Ooh,
assist.
dude, privilege from Lucy, because the YRC does push you so far out, but Lucy here can just kind of do 2S to keep the pressure going, and that is going to be a great block on that burst from lane. Gonna tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, Lucy, I feel like, is able to do with YRC what everyone presumed Happy Cows was gonna be able to do, where you could just kind of, like do YRC and then you could kind of instantly follow up after that, right? It's like that's what we're seeing right now from Razo. It's like, all right, we're gonna do YRC, and I already know that I can still maintain my turn. Like that's nuts.
Pretty nuts. I think also characters like Axel will appreciate that quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, get away from me, and then you can just do like 2S.
Yeah.
Nice scoop.
Low slash daggers, the classic. Some things never change.
Expensive wall break, but we take those. Ooh, funny state. Wow, and then the cross up and the RC back, man. That move looks a little plug and play, but hold on, lane's still alive. Razo is going to elect to burst just to avoid this round slipping out of control. I agree.
Got the punish indicator there. Not too sure what lane tried to do. It looked like it was a 2K, but getting ever so slightly outranged there is lane.
Hard to beat a DLC 2K.
Oh yeah, I mean that's been the tale that we have been viewing ever since the beginning of this game's history getting DLC.
Who's the most DLC 2K? Is it still Testament?
I would say it's Testament.
Right. I think it's hard to beat.
I was gonna say, like, I think it's kind of hard to tell, but Testament's still very good.
The big wire break. Man, Lucy's backdash is so quick. Ooh, and that is gonna be a you know,
cold there with the super.
Consider if Razo simply had like 80 more meter, that would have instantly killed them.
Huh? It's like would have instantly killed if she had like the 100 bar. It would have done like the whole like IK.
It just does. I mean, that's literally what happened earlier when Razo did just run up super. The funny thing is, a super is that in a raw state, like in a no scaling thing, it cannot instant kill before the regular super kills anyway. So it's literally just insult to injury.
Yeah, like what are we even doing here? Like the IK, like what? Like it wouldn't even done anything. Like,
very funny. Now Lucy's a choom. She's all right.
Getting some flashbacks to the Astral Finish system. Seeing Blaze Blue.
My brain just always goes to H and K. Oh. Ooh, I wonder if she can combo off that. That caused a bit of a ground bounce. That's the air throw on the glitch state. I wonder what you get off that. Because she gets a regular combo off her throw. She goes. Yeah, I got hit by that too. I'm not gonna lie.
Lane going around town, trying to pick up that hit. Spends the burst for it, but it's chill.
Man, that what is the hitbox on the Sparta kick, man? That is such a funny normal.
Yeah, like, that move is so ridiculous. Like what?
That hit in the front. Hilarious.
That hit like the tip of my knee. Like, are you serious?
Ow. No, the close slash is still a pretty good anti-air, man, in the context of other close slashes in this game. Yeah, welcome back, Grand Boot. You've been gone for so long, we've missed you. Zapdos extend. Should we get the live wire here? No, just going for the... Wow, what an extension, actually. That was sick.
Yeah, that was fire.
It's a 2K pickup after the slash follow-up to the 214K. Dive kick. Dude, the dive kick there, I think definitely just short-circuited Lane's brain a little bit. They were like, sorry, what did you just...
Yeah, I mean, it short-circuited my brain too. I was like, what is even happening? Like, what is this? Yeah. Lane trying to put a stop sign to some of this, these DLC shenanigans. Razo not afraid to run a red light, though. Whoa. R slash backdash, R slash.
Oh, big back throw here. Lane, no burst on deck. Being able to get the wall break. Fully charged whip. Bunch of damage on deck. Got the glitch state. What are we going to do with it? Yeah, you got to be careful of getting tagged by any of these like JSs. They will put you in hit stun. It reminds me of like damn it, what fighting game am I thinking of where you get counter hit out of the air? Oh, that's a block on that burst. You are smoked, kid. Get him out of here. I'm thinking of old Melty Blood, where if you got like counter hit while you were in the air, you just go like, and you just parabola arc hard knockdown the entire, like all the way up and to the ground. You are just so dead if you ever get counter hit out of the air. It's so funny. I don't think any fighting game I've seen since has a more devastating like air counter hit.
I love Melty because I mean one of the things that they actually kept it in TL where air counter hits just like are absurd. Like there's a route that I do in that game where if I hit confirm by doing dash IAD and then I finish with my pickup. Like it's like what is that?
It's seriously, you're like plus 150. Like it is unbelievable how plus you are. Off of a 5A for the record. Like you just 5A them when they jump and they explode.
I gotta say, I really do appreciate Lane because one of the things that I gotta say about my fellow 2-hit close slash bros is they are never implementing the burst OS. They are just so okay with eating the burst on a hit where you literally don't need to. And Lane finally showing off, hey, you know what? Maybe some of us got some tech, maybe some of us got some sauce.
Maybe some of us are sick, actually. If you think
exactly.
About it. And Razo here down to their last little heart. They get this round, which this round is looking all lane. Razo is going to have to really make a big comeback here. Oh, caught in the toes, and you're to blame. Oh my god, gets the burst. Razo has a... Yeah, no shot. That was going to be a hell of a comeback if Razo could do it. Lane is going to be moving on with the fresh new season Milia over Razo, who stuck with Lucy the whole time, even taking the L while piling the Lucy. I wonder what Razo's current thoughts are on Lucy. I mean, again, it's very right now, it's undercooked in terms of like, character's been out for a day, so like, hold on, we got to learn some grimy setups and things like that, see how it goes, but it seems like Lucy's got pretty solid neutral, right, in terms of just hitting far slash, and that seeming like a pretty darn good option. Is it 214K?
Yeah, it's like I mean overall, like it feels like the combo theory is like slowly but surely getting pieced together for Razo. Just in regards to some of the pickups off of like like counter hit anti-airs off of some of the non-traditional hits like that wouldn't be things like close slash. Yeah, just overall able to get her pickups and doesn't really matter at the end of the day because I mean Lane just played so well. She played so outstanding, especially in that last game. Shows off and then was rewarded by advancing on to the top 4 of the bracket actually.
Absolutely. And we are going to be looking at the top 4 of the bracket in just a little bit here, folks. We're going to be taking one last 5-minute break, so we'll be back in 5. Don't go nowhere.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GGs.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
One of the best things about Evo is the fact that you get to meet up with so many different people who never go to any tournament. And they come from so many different places in the world to come to Evo, and sometimes they just really come to meet their favorite players. So every tournament just feels like its own new thing.
If you were around back then, you had an understanding of just how special this genre is, right? Like those moments, you mentioned the Evo Moment 37. There's so many of those that happen multiple times a year at Evo. If people just got their eyes on this thing, this specific FGC thing that we have, our little niche corner of the internet, like they would love it just as much. They just had to become aware of it.
It's very refreshing having a whole team and a whole scene and all my friends behind me. Like I would not be able to even be at this Evo without their help. So huge props to them, huge shout outs to them.
You know, I love my fans, and when they root me on, it makes me want to try even harder. And then they're like, we all believe in you. I'm like, okay, I have to do it for you now.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Hi guys, it's Basil, and welcome to my setup. This is where I draw, game, and submit job applications. This is the NCXT Player 2 AMD edition, powered by AMD's Ryzen. Is it Ryzen or Risen? Risen? Powered by AMD's Ryzen 5 9600X and Ryzen 7 9700X. Two of the best choices for gamers thinking about leveling up their gameplay. Look at this gameplay. It's insanely smooth, no stutters, only frames. This PC isn't just for games, it powers up every single detail of my artwork too. I can bounce between projects, games, and streams. If you're building your dream setup, start with NZXT and AMD. Grab yours today with the link in my bio.
Hey there, did you miss us? We sure missed you. But one thing that we're not going to be missing is this top 4 action. The FlyQuest Fight Series, Avian and Bones are going to be bringing you through the action. Got potentially 5, but guaranteed 4 more matches to divvy up this prize money and get the glory of the best player on the current patch. Guaranteed. No need to fact check. We have all the evidence right here on twitch.tv/FlyQuest. Let's take a look at the bracket. Bones, go ahead and take us through.
On the winner's side, unsurprisingly, we've got Classified on the Giovanni going up against Jack, Happy Chaos. Both characters looking pretty solid. Happy Chaos obviously took a little bit of hit to the character, but seems to be benefiting from the system mechanics. Meanwhile, on the loser side, we've got Lane and MacMens. That is going to be Milia and Anji more than likely. MacMens did bust out the Sin just to get 3-0'd and knocked into losers, so unclear if we'll see him again.
Yeah, honestly, I think that after the Project Sin, we kind of got to put it away for the rest of the bracket if we want to do anything. I think that he kind of acknowledges that because we already saw in losers the Anji come right back out, but that we are getting very ahead of ourselves. Got Classified, we are Jack, 2 titans of, I was gonna say, you know, the online gear scene, but at this point the offline gear scene as well, as both of these players are possessors of some Arc World Tour points.
And, you know, in terms of character power, too, Geo has long been stated to be at least able to fight Happy Chaos on a lot of even footing just because of her ability to get in on his face faster than he can shoot and, like, start beating the crap out of him. So I don't think it's a matchup that Classified will feel too uncomfortable with, outside of the fact that you're fighting Happy Chaos. I'm sorry to tell you, I didn't know if you knew that. So, like, obviously, Jack is A, nasty with it, B, is piloting just a nasty-ass character. So we will see what Classified is able to bring to muster here against Jack. I don't really know what the record of these two is lifetime. I don't know if Classified has stripped a couple games off Jack. I'm really unclear.
I believe that Class has beaten Jack before, at least in
I'm sure they've beaten
TNF
each other
things.
before, like, in history, right? It's hard to say over aggregate.
Yeah. I think at this point they do go about even. I would have to fact check that. There are ways to do that. Don't have in front of me right now. Only have in front of me right now. This is ass beating that Jack has delivered Classified. This should be a perfect, and it sure is. The game's announcer confirming it. Jack off to an incredible start.
Well, that hurt. 2K! Can you guys believe 2K survived the patch?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh! Huge counter hit there. Yeah, Jack force used burst. Dude, forget that clone in particular, man. Ooh, far slash. Gonna be able to get the big 6H conversion. Is this close enough to wall break?
It should be.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Is. Get so much momentum.
Yeah, coast to coast. No block on that YRC. Ooh, wow. BRC backdash to go through the gunshot for Jack trying to extend. That shows a lot of character knowledge and also just specifically Jack knowledge from Classified, that would be very likely what they're going for there. Big 2K2D. All right, Jack got Classified in the corner, getting some shots off. Classified gonna be able to get a lot of bursts out of this sequence, though, is the one silver lining, which I'm not gonna lie, that's a cope-ass silver lining, but it's something, man.
And I mean, that's the one thing you gotta always balance out with the wall slump setups, is that you gotta be like, all right, am I willing to give away all this burst?
Wow!
And it comes in play there. Now Class has the gold burst on deck. The reward's gonna get quickly taken away by Jack, though. Deus Ex Machina to take him through. This might just still depending on the guts.
Nope.
Not quite. Still needs one more touch.
I'm telling you, man, Geo is in Shrek mode. She can't die. She's invincible.
Whoa.
Oh my god, you landed a hit! Kind of horrifying here for Jack, but now this is looking like a wrap, more than likely. Now this is old Happy Chaos. Going back to the old me. Wait, hold on, the old me's not so good anymore.
Oh no, it's like significantly nerfed. Now feeling the effects of it. This might be
no!
dead. No! Super!
That was totally a misinput, I think. Oh my god! Dude, that is the second game that we've seen from Classified where the 100-meter buff saved their ass, Avian. Kept them totally in that game.
I was gonna say, I was like, literally, if that 100-meter durability wasn't in this game, then Class would have been a done deal. It would have been 1-0 Jack. We would have probably been watching him get zoned right now, but instead, he gets to take the first game and set the tone for this set, saying, I'm not scared of anything you're going to throw at me. I'll always find my way through.
Because of that gold burst, even though it was gold burst, immediately get hit by Jack. Classified still won. That's so funny.
Ooh, air
nice scoop from Classified. Okay, tap dust, finds connection. Yeah, Jack getting pressure into the corner here.
Real good for Class. No burst, might not even need it though. It'll be real hard for Jack to get something started, I say, as he landed 2P on Happy Chaos. How could I ever get fooled?
Yeah, big conversion here from Jack, but that doesn't do that much damage to Classified overall, and Classified still's got Gonzo meter, right? Yeah, BRC forcing their way in, and that's excellent counterplay against Happy Chaos, because, like, he's got the gun out, he can't block, and you kind of BRC past the reticle, and he's just kind of like, well.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that one. Like, well, all right. Trying to get a punish going there with the 2D no cigar. Jack said, I want to turn. Mom said, it's my turn. Play the
Give
game.
me the cigar. Mom said I could smoke the cigar, and I'm going to smoke it backwards, damn it. That's just the way I roll. Blasting him through the wall. But, you know, a lot of these games, Classified has been kind of getting their ass laid out a little bit early, but then they made a big comeback. Is that fast enough? It is. Wow, that did so much damage.
Yeah, I don't know what to say though.
Who's frames?
Oh.
Cross up.
It wasn't
Jack still got 50 bucks.
Another chance.
You got to be a little bit scared here. Just because Jack has 50 meter to PRC exactly like that and get a nasty whiff on it. But it's not going to be able to kill here. Gonna have to go for one more. But they've got a lot of bullets. They got a lot of bullets. Make this happen! What a Nash! From Classified. You're nasty.
Oh, might have actually caught the landing recovery there. I mean, Jack just trying to stay alive in these sets. Classified has been able to bring it back every single time, it feels like.
Blast, blast, blast. Ooh, the gun flip. Dude, gun flip is such a silly move, isn't it?
It's like it's so crazy to think about the fact that that is probably one of his better. It's probably one of his worst specials overall. You know, pre-clone nerf still has so much utility.
Yeah. You know, his plus on block move that puts him into stance, probably his worst move.
It's nuts because I mean you're competing with focus super and steady aim, and then you know at this point when we were having this last tournament, it was when clone was broken. So like you're competing with those like 3 moves, those 4 moves, and curse. It's like you can't even compare them. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Tied up here is 1-1. But, I mean, this has been very back and forth. But I gotta say, Jack is a little bit of a jerk to fight in a first of 3 because Jack will adapt fast, and it's really difficult to keep up with him. Like, he very much starts to sniff out what it is he's doing that's getting him a little bit blown up by your counterplay. And, like, ultimately, Happy Chaos is, like, a flexible enough character that he can just kind of start doing totally different stuff. Like, he's like, okay, so you're killing me because I'm just kind of having my gun out in neutral. Great. So I'm just going to only use gun when you don't have 50 meter and you're in block stun. Is that cool with you? Like,
yeah. Like, yeah, I hope that's chill, you know. Just making some renovations around the place.
Nice success, yeah. You can see kind of rushing down Classified a little bit more, doing a little bit more of the melee Happy Chaos build.
Oh, wants no part of having fun. Look at that. Nowhere to go. Uses less. So uses less resources, uses less health, and now acts as a pseudo corner as well.
Yeah, dude, the Crusader wall goes crazy. When are they going to add cubes to this game is really my question. Did you see that platforming Classified did? They did dash forward 5k, kill the clone, jump canceled it to get away from the curse ball. This guy's playing Mario.
Getting ready for Silk Song. He said, I want the platform in my life.
So funny. Okay. Oh, dude, it's the 14th low that gets you, Jack. 2-1 over Classified. This is looking like Jack Prima de Forma.
Man, I mean, Classified looks like he had it under control, especially that last round, going into the next game from there. It looked like he was good. And all of a sudden, Jack is like, all right, like, fun's over. Yeah, I was trying to, like, you know, like, give you the benefit of the doubt here and there, but now I'm just going to kick your ass. So I'm very curious to see if this is going to continue, or if Classified now has the download that he needs, has successfully torrented what he needs in order to try to take this game.
Is it cool with you if I successfully, can I boot up some LimeWire to find some counterplay for you? Is that alright?
Yeah, I got a VPN, bro, I promise.
Dude, I let you know, my modem is a 5K modem, dude. I'm telling you. This thing, we can get her done. We can download some Weird Al music videos on this one.
Oh! That is what Flash seems to be doing right now. Had a really funny exchange there with the clone. Now with this hit confirmed.
I see. I had so much difficulty making heads or tails of it that I like didn't even know what to say.
Yeah, I was like, all right, let me try to navigate our way through this one. However, Classified not able to kill the first time, picks it up there with the cross up. Incredible stuff so far offensively and defensively here in game 4.
loving the dash forward momentum 5Ks, because before they were a little more reliant on spiral arrow, that now they're just going like, okay, I'm the spiral arrow, it's me. And that's a much better answer to Jack trying to react to spiral arrow, because you can't really react to dash 5K, it's like too fast.
Jack is just
stuck in the doghouse,
pretty
dude.
much anything.
Ooh,
This is a man who does not want to get hit by.
Wait,
by
listen,
5'8".
listen, Avian, listen to the sound effect. Listen to the sound effect.
I'm listening.
Damn it!
They skipped it. They skipped it. No.
I can't believe you've done this. Oh, it's not real to you. Avian, for the record, y'all, you know that horrifying noise that Geo makes in her win outro? Avian doesn't know what I'm talking about. He doesn't know the Hawk Tua noise. Like, it's so bad.
I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. Like, I mean, I've been hearing so much about it. I go to here and there's nothing. No one's home. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Tied up 2-2. He's Jar Jack and Classified. Again, Classified still relying a lot on that dash 5K. Yeah, the slurp.
Now,
exactly. You don't talk
about. And
about.
now Geo Phoenix knows what you're talking about, and I'm just left in the dark. This is nuts.
It's not something you really notice unless you play a lot of the character or someone points it out to you. Ooh, that should be Gucci, I think. Yeah, a lot of damage.
Believe me, if there's someone who wants to hear Geo's win slurp right now, it's definitely Classified. You would be sitting there in grand finals of this tournament trying to take home 200 bones. Like, I mean, that's a good deal if all you have to deal with is some weird noise.
Just imagining like Strive grand finals at Evo and like Sajam's just like, and you know who wants to hear the win slurp? It's gonna be Classified. The whole crowd at Evo in the arena is just going, win slurp, win slurp,
win slurp, win slurp.
But unfortunately, the win slurp might be getting locked away here. Jack has a very large head start. Classified though has made a couple of Ganassi comebacks happen. Whiff on that 2K kind of horrifying.
Window there for Jack.
Yeah, that pressure from Jack was kind of scuffed. TBH.
Yeah, that was really bad, actually. I think he just wants to the new changes. I respect it. I respect it.
Owie. And that is going to be that. Ooh. No win slurp for the Evo crowd this year. And that is going to be 3-2 for Jack. Jack is going to be big chilling in the grand finals, where they're used to being in the driver's seat. Man, I got to tell you, man, during the heyday of Happy Chaos, every tournament I commentated online, grand finals was always a Happy Chaos mirror, and I was gonna do it, man. I was just going to defenestrate. Like, that was, those were tough times. But, you know, one Happy Chaos in grands, I can take that. I can live with. But they are going to be dropping down to the loser side of the bracket. Meanwhile, we got a loser semis to play here to find out who it is who is fighting in losers finals. It's going to be Lane on Milia going up against MacMen's reportedly on Anji, but could be Sin. I don't know if they feel like getting exploded again.
Yeah, they feel like losing. You know, dinner might be ready. Might need to go pick up their food from wherever. They're like, all right, I'm just gonna throw. I'm gonna pick some Sin. It'll be a good time. And then Lane, like, just Milia only. Just says all in on Milia, and so far it has paid off dividends. I mean, guaranteed 4th place right here. Trying to go for that top 3 finish. Trying to play against some Classified as well. Should be a banger of a set.
Dude, it's so funny because, like, back then, it's like, hey, you guys remember Panda? Rest in peace. Like, God rest their soul. They had like a weekly Strive tournament, and I commentated it all the time. And top 8 was so frequently like 3 Kais and 3 Happy Chaoses. And it's like, I can't do this, man. Like, it was so ass to commentate that era of Strive. But here we go, folks. Gonna be loser semis. Milia and Anji.
We got all types of character diversity right now. Look at that. We have two different characters on the screen. That's already a hot start compared to those bamboo battle days.
Dude, that was it was tough out there, man. It's so funny how the landscape of the game has changed over the time. Wow, that Nagiha traded from that far. That's crazy.
Oh no. Okay. That's good in the link there with
like
the
how
2H.
Smash 4 commentators felt commentating Bayonetta. Hey, at least our game wasn't 20 minutes long a match, to be fair.
That
was mercifully short.
That is something I did want to... I've always wanted to ask, like, a Smash player about. It's like, yo, like, y'all do realize that 8 minutes is crazy, no? Like, that's like a long timer.
Dude, I mean, that's why you hear Smash commentators out of context. It's one of two things, I think. Sorry, this is not me, like, making fun of or glazing Smash commentators or anything, but at, like, lower levels of commentary, it's either extremely dull, and that's when you get the whole meme of, like, nice back air, or that's when you just get completely unhinged commentary, which I think is preferable. Because, like, bro, ain't no way you're actually yapping about that match for as long as it's going on. There's shrimply no way.
Yeah, you gotta talk about something else. Gotta keep people entertained. Like, it's definitely very mentally hard.
Sometimes the back air is nice. I'm with you.
But you never know.
No, yeah, that's actually when commentary is difficult. Like, this is not a hot take if you commentate, but I think to other people it might sound like it's a hot take. It's not hard to commentate. By the way, that is going to be a fast one for Lane. It is not difficult to commentate great matches. It's really hard to commentate long, boring pools matches. That's when it's like, all right, I'm getting paid to do this. Like, that's when you really gotta be like on. That's when it's really hard. It's not difficult when it's like good.
It supports my favorite pastime of just, you know, just kind of like chirping about nonsense. Like, I look back at my Evo sets from this weekend, and I was just like, what was I even talking about, man? We're talking about like glasses and like food and like all this stuff. All like people are fighting for their life, like, you know, trying to get Chipotle cards. It's crazy stuff.
Again, like, if we're talking Evo pools, even then it tends to be like pretty elevated. But I'm talking like, if you are commentating combo breaker round 1 matches in a tournament, it can get pretty tough. Like, it can genuinely, and like, I love, for the record, just so for the context, right, I ran beginner tournaments for Strive for like 3.5 years. So like, I've commentated low level matches for most of my career, and I love doing it. I love when people are learning the game and I get super stoked about it. But like, let's be real, everybody in chat, a lot of you don't give a shit. You don't want to see little Timmy trying to learn how to play Milia. Like, you really, that's just not a thing you want to do today. So like, it's really difficult to spin it to being entertaining for chat in those situations. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
But I think we have a little bit of a pause here, waiting for Lane and MacMins to get their stuff in order. Maybe MacMins will switch to Sin. We don't know.
Yep.
We're doing a connection test. Ooh. We've got the lore here. All right. So we do have the FlyQuest scuba divers. They're going down. They're checking the quality of the undersea cable that goes across, like, you know, the Atlantic Ocean. They got to make sure it's looking good. So once we get the thumbs up from the fly, could you imagine scuba diving all the way down there? That's probably pretty far. How far underwater
how much
is that?
oxygen would you need? I feel like that you need like an absurd amount.
Hold on. Undersea cable. How deep? Let's find out. How deep? Apparently it's about, look, it's only like 26,000 feet deep, which, like, you know, you can do that.
That's chill.
I think more so than the oxygen you would need, how the hell is your body gonna handle that much pressure change? I think you're just gonna turn into a hamburger.
Yeah, it's like, they're just gonna like turn you into like one of those like cubes from WALL-E. You know, it's just gonna like put you into the, like, this compact like this compact thing, because like that's all you can do when, like, because the way I never even like thought about it is, it's like, yeah, there's like a mile's worth of water that's like on top of you. That's a lot of water. You know,
dude, you ever, like, if you just dive like 8 feet deep into a pool or something, you feel it. Like, you feel it in your chest, like the pressure coming in. And it's like, dude, imagine being 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet deep. Like, you really, that's why they have to wear like the like compression gear to kind of like keep their organs from exploding. Scuba diving's scary. I wouldn't do it. I love swimming, but like, I'm too scared. I don't like putting my hands in the fate of equipment is the thing. I get scared about that kind of thing.
That is definitely true. I've done it on occasion. I mean, one of the things about me, I love water sports. So like, yeah, we're talking about going like 30, 40, 50 feet deep. I've actually free dived to like some of those like, my record I think was 30, like I was like 31, like something like that. So it's like, you know, I've gone down to those depths, and it is very hard, like in terms of like, you kind of like, you feel like your head, you're like, dang, like I'm really under here right now. Am I a jet ski enjoyer? I have done it before. It was fun. It was very fun, but I haven't done it more than once. I was like, dude, like it's too expensive. It's too expensive. But you do. It's super fun.
True story, the one physical activity I did is I went longboarding when I was a kid and I instantly broke my wrist. And then I swore an oath to never do a physical activity ever again. I said I will simply play video games. We're back into our match, folks. The undersea cable, we got the thumbs up from the scuba divers. It's looking good. It's going to be Lane versus Macmen's. Lane up a game.
Here we go. Yep. Trying to make sure everything's A-okay. You know, I always wonder. I wonder if it's the loser. How often the loser calls connections in. I feel like it's got to be upwards of like 85% of the time.
No, I mean, honestly, like, you know, we're all gamers. Like, both of you feel like crap when the connection's bad, right? Like, even if you scum a game off somebody, you feel pretty bad if it was, like, truly just a wonk connection the whole time.
Oh, you definitely feel bad about it, man. I mean, hey, wins a win.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we take those.
I'm not looking to give horses in the mouth now. I haven't started doing that yet.
J2 does that. He commentates Umamuse tournaments. I see how you got the confusion, though.
Looks horses in the mouth all the time. Lots of
J2 gets on there and he's like, "Hey, nice horse mouth." That's my J2 impression. Looking good.
Lots of them gifts to side games, like many a band.
Lane taking that first one. Lane looking very comfortable in this matchup, I think, overall.
Connection be damned. Lane is cooking right now. Hooked up in the first
nice
game
6P
so far.
with the fans. That was great. The 6P into Fujin to fans to kind of keep the pressure going. That was very smart. That throw did a grip, man. It's always astonishing how much damage melee it takes from this.
Yeah, that's like not insignificant. That's like you get a couple of those and you're like, whoa, like where did my health go? Mac taking good advantage of that there. Now has the burst advantage, has the rounds all tied up. This is looking like it's Mac's games to lose so far.
Ooh, wow, I can't believe that 6P whiff from that capo. That's like definitely a privilege like some characters like Testament don't have to worry about. Like Testament 6P would have never whiffed there, right? Like not in a million years. Big momentum here for Mac, but that is a huge anti-air from Lane. Mac not bursting yet, holding on to it. Good block on the mid.
No.
Ooh. I wonder what they tried.
Oh, might have jumped, might have done something. Oh no, pickup not quite there. Doesn't need it. We have got Rin to clean up the job. Now sit here at 1-1.
Yeah, I wonder, because they could have theoretically blocked that fiche, right? And actually been plus. Can you imagine that? A reality where you can block a fiche? That's crazy.
Block the fish or plus, it's chill. It's like, whoa.
Well, this is a different reality. This is a different level. Also, it just occurred to me, were they playing the Cyberpunk song in that last match? Does that get you explode? Like, is CD Projekt Red gonna show up to my apartment and beat my ass? Like,
you know what? It's in the game. It is. That song is technically video game music now. Like it is free.
It just always reminds me of like the BB tag days where when somebody did the Ruby Super, everyone had to like sprint into the room and be like, no, like you weren't allowed to do it because it changed it to the, and like Ruby's lawyers are out to kill you at all times. So like you really couldn't do it. They hated you actively as a person.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. It's like, I mean, it is technically video game music, so it should be safe to use somehow.
I don't know.
We'll see very shortly is what it's looking like.
It's just hard to say. I don't know, man. If you play like an Undertale song on stream, freaking the police show up and they're just like, "Sorry, sir, have you been listening to Asgore's theme lately?" Like, problem.
Mac is fighting back. Goes for the burst.
Wow, that was a big bait on that, man. Huge anti-air. Lane. Hanging out.
That's like usually not the move you want to be whiffing. It has such a large hurt box and the guard crush properties as well. It's not really designed to whiff, so Lane is able to take advantage of that.
You know, I wish more moves were designed not to whiff. That would be great.
Yeah,
I hate whiffing. Don't you guys hate when you whiff? Like, damn, that shouldn't happen.
It's like like, even the game is telling you, Bones. It's like you're supposed to be hitting this move. I don't know what's going on.
It always reminds me of Arcana Heart 3 homing dive kicks, where it's like that's not designed to whiff.
Yeah, it's not possible. What's going on?
Oh, that's huge. That's gonna break the wall. This is, dude. Look at freaking Lane's health.
Oh my gosh.
You're right. I'm so sorry for pressing a button. I greatly apologize.
How could I?
The Capos have really been saving Lane's butt, dude.
Ooh,
Nice block from Macmans. Hold on, Macmans is in the Matrix?
Wait.
Macmans is beginning to believe. Macmans!
The pill has been taking every line of code visible to Macmans right now. So good on defense, not only with the blocks, but with the matches as well.
Macmans, you must do it for the people of Zion. 5K.
Yeah.
It's a good to get the burst out early. Now Macmans can build up offensive momentum like they're doing right now. This can stack up real quick for Lane, pushing him all the way to the other corner. Wow, 6P stuffed by the Capo.
2P putting in that work. Oh, that's plus. Be careful, Lane.
Lane, be careful!
Oh, good blocks! And Mac once again, the IB. So rewarding. I was going to say you already knows it's going to kill, but drops it will. Mac able to find the last hit and does. What a game from Mac. That was crazy.
Dude, yeah, I can't believe Mac blocked that. I wonder if Mac is just... Because I think the correct decision is you just pick a direction, right? You're going to get hit if you're trying to switch blocks rapidly when Millie is visually doing stuff. So I think it's just like, you will be in the front. And like, you just hold it. Just don't even worry about it, man. Because like, the second you're trying to switch back and forth, that's when Millie really clobbers you. So I wonder if they're doing that. I mean, they could just be cracked. They could just be reacting, but that's difficult.
They definitely could. I mean, the way I'm thinking about it is that Mac is IBing all of these. So you might actually be switch blocking because you still need to get it within the last.
You're so smart and better than me. Oh my god, yeah, he is. That's crazy.
You might actually be hitting a really hard fuzzy window, in which that would be infinitely more impressive than the soul reads that we have been presumed to believe. But regardless, both very impressive. Mac has been doing an incredible job.
Dumb mechanical question that I'm not sure about. Is there like an IB lockout window? Like, what if you just
There is. So
there is?
So for IB lockout to happen, you have to... You can go from back to forward to back, and then that will prevent the lockout from happening. But if you go from back to neutral to back, you'll get locked out for the entire duration of like the move. So you have to be able to move. Yeah, you have to be able to press forward in between your pressure. It just makes there's a bit more commitment, and that you aren't able to just go and fish for IBs over and over again, but just flicking back.
I haven't really thought about that. So interesting. Butterfly gonna go a little bit wide there. I'm surprised they didn't go for the throw. Agiha Connect, dude. Lane on their last legs.
Yep. Last leg for not only this set, for the entire tournament as well. Can't do anything with that red wild assault once again. Bones that muscle memory coming back to bite some of our players.
Pat's literally just came out. It's going to be biting. You know what else is biting? Macmans is going to take that perfect there over Lane. 3-1, dog. That is impressive. And they're going to be moving on here to fight the gamer on our losers side of the bracket in order to have the right fight Jack.
And somehow, I don't know exactly how he was able to do it, but he did it without the Sin. Who would have guessed that the Anji would have been able to get it done? Incredible managerial decision from Mac there. Able to close out that set, doing it with a character that no one thought he would be able to do it with.
I appreciate Avian having absolutely no faith in Macman's Sin, just not believing it.
I've told him
it's funny. And it's like doubly funny because now it's like very nerfed Sin, like very hit Sin.
It's like, all right, time to retire it for good. Like, oh lord,
hang him up, dude.
It's so sad. You know, you mentioned like not doing physical activity because it's like the bane of my existence has been watching like 40-year-old men play tackle football on TikTok, and it's like that's exactly what the Macmen's like Sin is reminding me of, bro. Like at some point the cleats got to get laced up. Like I'm tired of watching you try to go out there, you're gonna tear an ACL, you're gonna pull a hamstring, you keep on thinking you got it, dude. You haven't for 20 years. Like, what's going on?
That's so freaking funny. You know, I gotta say though, for Evo, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but like I people who track their steps who work Evo, I walked like 20-ish, 30-ish miles over the course of Evo when I was there. The year before, I walked 50 miles in a weekend. That was about my limit. That was pushing me. That was biological breakdown. But you know what else is biological breakdown? Classified. Going up against MacMens here in our losers finals. This is going to be theoretically some Geo on G, unless MacMens is really trying to prove you wrong here, Avi. And they're going like,
No, Sin's still my goat. I remember the old Exert days in the old country where Sin really had it.
but
That has to be it, because it's like I don't understand why he would try and go back to this character. Like Anji's just the juice now. It's so fun.
yeah, I mean, Anji's been good. Anji Geo, interesting matchup. I mean, like, ultimately, I think Geo does hate Fujin just a little bit, right? She tends to be a little committed to her options, and then getting spun on kind of makes her sad slightly. Like, if you spin through some of her moves, she's really miserable about it. Like, her stuff is kind of, like, bad on whiff in general. And, like, if you can force a whiff situation, she's pretty miserable. But, I mean, Classified is probably like the strongest Geo running around right now. Like there's not a lot of them anymore. Nitro played mostly Leo from what I saw at Evo. Like so Classified really one of the penultimate champions of this character at least.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, even when Nitro was still in commission, like, I mean, just in terms of like skill at Giovanna, like just as the character in a vacuum scenario, like it was very close depending on who could be considered the best Geo. Like, it still ended up going to Night. Oh wow.
Is that a flag on the field? What are we doing here? Uh-oh. MacMen's potato internet? Hard to tell.
Huh.
We're gonna let the players figure it out here.
Yeah.
We're gonna
they got it. They got it.
We're gonna have to do rock, paper, scissors instead? I'm down for that. Cue it up.
I'm kind of down with that. It sounds like fun.
Let's do the coin flip. Call it. Boot up Accent Core. Boot it up right now. That game's rollback is crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we can run some Accent Core in the meantime.
Maybe there's Strive copies like in the microwave. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the McDonald's Wi-Fi is going down. It's hard to say.
I don't know what they got going on in Mac's neck of the woods, but so far it's looking bleak.
We'll see, man. I mean, this is, yeah, Mac had to do a speed test the match before this one. I mean, it happens, dog, and it's like, it's hard not to blame the players. I remember in Street Fighter 5 times, there was a player named Metro. He was like the best Vega. And Metro just had a bad relationship with the CFN, and like it wasn't their fault. Like CFN just hated Metro for some reason, but like it always made it seem like Metro was like this asshole because like they would show up and then like random connections issues would happen. But like he had like really good internet, like he'd always do the speed test and he'd always be like way over what he needed. But CFN just like hated him for some reason. He was just smited by Capcom.
That's really funny. I didn't even know that was going down. So he's just like
that.
So he would be fine. Like his internet would be very, very sustainable, wired, good speeds, all that. But then the moment that it comes down to the nitty gritty, like, all right, you got to connect to the actual servers. That's your final challenge. That's where
that's what caused the whole problem. Where one CPT online event. IDOM entered, even though IDOM probably shouldn't have, because IDOM was already qualified for CPT, and everyone went, IDOM, why have you entered in this bracket? IDOM beat a whole bunch of people, and it was like, well, what's the problem? And IDOM beat a whole bunch of people going through the bracket, went to fight Metro M, and DQ'd himself. He was like, you got it, man. And so he kind of cratered this whole bracket, because he, like, killed a ton of people on his way there, and then just ducked out. So it was, like, super, like, bizarre. That was, man... You guys remember, like, quarantine Street Fighter 5 and we just had to cope with that netcode? That was rough, dog. Tough times.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I was like, right as the pandemic was hitting and, like, you know, you were like, all right, we have, like, we basically got, like, some toilet paper and string and we got to hold together the FGC. Like, it's like, it was probably a rough time all around, is all I got to say. Like, oh my gosh.
It's funny now because online tournaments are so legitimate. Like, people generally... The problems may not be resolved, Avian, is the vibe that I'm getting here.
Yes. Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh no. That's Uh-oh. It's looking like
okay.
classified.
Straight over the radio here. Classified is unfortunately going to get shot out of a cannon into the sun for tonight's bracket. They are going to be getting the big third. They're going to be getting DQ'd. Macmens is going to be moving on to fight Jack in grand finals is what that means, everybody. So Giovanna, sure they could do it. You know, it happens, man. I'm not sure what's going on with Classified's internet, but like I said, sometimes you're just smited by Zeus. John Arxes broke into their room and threw their computer into a lake. That's tough, buddy. I'm sorry to hear. You're playing on a Commodore 64? That's rough, man. I know how times are.
Yeah, it's like, listen, I understand tariffs are hitting. Can't really get PC hardware like that anymore, but we gotta step it up, man, because it's so tragic. However, as you mentioned, means that Macmens is going to be seeing a grand finals appearance against Jack. Both these players have been cooking. We will continue to see them cook for a while, especially now that the game has a second wind, a literal second wind with 2.0 coming up.
That's crazy.
Then,
I still can't believe they're doing that. I thought this game was like it.
Nope. Man, like, listen, y'all need Revelator. I mean, but to be fair, we got a lot of announcements at EVO. We got obviously got the 2.0. We got 2XKO. Like, a lot of news for that, including the open beta. By the way, y'all might want to check out FlyQuest in the near future for that one. Could be seeing some pretty cool stuff.
Indeed.
And then now, finally, of course. Oh, I didn't say that. I don't know who said that.
Yeah. What'd you say?
No.
You saying FlyQuest is doing something crazy?
I just said y'all might need to look out on their accounts for when 2XKO comes out. There might be some nuts for you, for me, for anybody. But regardless, we gotta
might have to look into
first,
that.
taking it one day, one interaction at a time here with these two.
Sure. Shout out to FlyQuest, always putting on these great events for the gamers. We got Jack and Macmens in grand finals. This is an online code classic.
Oh my gosh, the
I
punish
hate that,
on the sticks. He as well. Such a cerebral play. I mean, people always talk about the HD. They talk about, this character is brain dead. This character plays himself. But when you have that type of character with a player like Jack, you get some magic to happen.
Dude, that the BRC down is so brutal, man. It's something Jack's been doing since like day one that I've seen him on this character, and it's just so mean. Like, the disjointedness of the JS there from Chaos just makes that so much meaner than it is on other characters.
I mean, there's one way to tell a student of Jonathan Tene's coaching, and it's their suddenly increased usage of BRC. Like, if there's one guy who has really pioneered like how that mechanic has been used, at least in North America, it's definitely been him.
One dog. Jonathan Tene is a dog. Sorry, I gotta correct you on that. Whenever I see him like in like his face, I'm like, that's so weird, because all I can ever see him as is like a dog avatar.
It's the dog.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's just, I just expect him to be his Twitter picture, just walking around. Like,
we get Jonathan Tene to the stream setup, like Lily comes up, like hitbox in paw, ready to game. Like,
I will not be convinced that there's another solution. So Jack gonna be able to take that first round. Macman's backing off. The nice thing about Anji in this matchup is you do have a lot of chances, right? Like, Happy Chaos does have to hit you a considerable amount in comparison to other characters. The fish. Nice, that's half a does. I don't think you're dead here. Am I wrong?
It's gonna be big damage. I'm not sure about the kill, and it's looking like the uncertainty is gonna pay off.
What a block and punish from Jack, dude. Look at the pixel of life in the burst.
Oh, the food.
Draw, Pilgrim.
Up.
Draw. Wow, that 6H actually swoosed him under the water balloon. That's crazy, dog. Ow, I've been meatied. Help.
Yeah, Doc, I was, I was playing Guilty the other day and I got meaty. I don't know what to do about it.
Wow. Blocks, clones
so
behind you.
Oh, no.
The Crusader wall.
That is
this
not
is good.
Where you want to be.
Jack's got a headache. What a butterfly. Jack immediately jumping out. Swinging into that butterfly. Wow, what a conversion. Other side. Jack's got all the meter in France, dude. BRC. Every time there's a DRC, man, all I hear is a bark.
Oh, what a read! That was not a reaction in the slightest. Jack just said, I know what you are, I know what you want to do, and I know exactly how I'm going to punish it. First game going at Jack, now only 2 games away from winning the reunion episode of FlyQuest The Fight Series 4 Guilty Gear Strive.
Do you know who you are? That's crazy, dude.
The lake told Jack exactly what option Macman wanted to go for.
He told him straight up. Called him on the phone. It was John Arxis, actually. Got him on the phone, and he was just like, "Hello, this is John Arxis. This is what your opponent's gonna do, Jack. Do with it what you will. The Happy Chaos agenda must go forward as planned."
Yes. I mean, they, at least with the way they're patching this game, they think Happy Chaos players are like God's gift of fighting games, bro. They're like, how do they keep winning? They're so skilled. How do they do this?
Again, I really do appreciate, like, I don't think the character, like, in the beginning of this character's lifespan, genuinely, like, one of the stupidest fighting game characters I've ever seen. But largely has been humanized somewhat. I think still has some very silly stuff, but not nearly as egregious as he once was. That's exactly what we were talking about, right? The YRC kind of being a buff for Happy Chaos, because now other people can't capitalize on that as well, but Happy Chaos can just shoot you.
Oh man,
big 2S.
Showing that 2S still works. It is still indeed in the character's kit.
I thought they patched it out.
It's like, that's what they were telling me on Twitter. I looked at twitter.com, saw the move was removed from Guilty Gear Strive, and I just saw it right there.
Yeah, they actually just, so fun fact now is Happy Chaos, if you can't press down anymore, that's actually how they patched him. It's a pretty aggressive patch.
But that's how they adjusted it.
Yeah. You know, random thought. Do any of you know that in Fist of the North Star, Rao has the funniest bug on him on the history of fighting games, where it takes him 8 frames to switch blocks? So, like, if you like hit Rao with an overhead and then try to hit him with a low, it might be unblockable for him because it just takes him 8 frames to switch for some reason. It genuinely one of the funniest things ever. Macman's getting blown through the wall twice now. Pixel of life.
Oh my goodness.
Ow.
Oh my goodness gracious, Jack, lay off him, please.
Rao can't backdash, right? He can. I will now act for you Rao's backdash. Are you ready? That is Rao's backdash. It's invul, but he doesn't move. He just stands there and kind of moves slightly. He's hilarious. He's like theoretically a really good character, but he has really high execution. But he has just the funniest downsides. And here we go. Gonna be Happy Chaos, and it's gonna be Anji. Potentially the last one. Nazi and the Sin Avian. Can you believe that?
Yes. I think that Mac kind of realized that he likes money and likes placements. So he decided to go with the Anji to close this out. However, Jack is dismantling pretty much any approach that Mac is going to try to take.
Just like that image of like Joe from KOF with like the would you take $2, but it's just Sin and it's like would you take $200 at FlyQuest or $0?
Would you rather have a $100 or $200 question I'm gonna ask right now?
Yeah, deadass. Macmen's though definitely not out of this yet. Dude, chunky damage here on Jack, huge.
Oh, this is not gonna be able to kill. I was gonna say should be really close. More plus frames there with the needles. Jack living on his last life. However, if I were to be Jack, that's exactly what I would want to see.
No way!
XP whipping. The clip is empty. Oh, what do we do?
Oh, the YRC, get him out! The double jump back in is crazy, dude. This clone, he's got no life.
He was so woke. He was able to fight out of blocking. He's from Nagi. No way. Jack.
It's a couple.
Jack, please.
Cross through. Oh my god, Macbeth is gonna get burst in a second. Jack, what are you doing about it? Gets hit by it.
That's the burst. All right. Oh my god! Yo, Jack, what a comeback on literal pixel. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back, Brawl Toadstool Jump. So happy you're with us. That was insane, dude.
What? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Just listen. PB, you have his PayPal. Like, just give it to him now, bro. What is that? What was that?
Okay, chat, I need you to think about your phrasing because saying he's fucking him in the chat does not have the implication that I think you wish for it to. I could be wrong, but on the other hand, Jack putting in some work right now. Macman's getting put through the wall.
I mean, he is. I mean, I'm not gonna say that's incorrect.
What? Oh god, Pixel on Macmans. Macmans, are you him?
Uh-oh.
Tough to say. Oh, then not the DNF wall flexing him on him, dude. Oh my god, Jack gotta take it 3-0 with that insane comeback. Oh, what a nerd. I'm gonna tell him that in person next time I see him. That comeback was crazy, dude. I'm telling y'all, Jack's got the pass. He's allowed to play Happy Chaos. Everyone else, you really gotta prove yourself. But Jack, I just have so much fun watching Jack's Chaos, dude.
Nah. What? I'm like, I'm speechless as someone who watched it. If I was in Mac's shoes right now, I wouldn't know what to do. Like, that was absurd. That was absurd.
I only administer the Happy Chaos pass, to be clear. Any other pass is out of my hands. That is the only pass I'm legally allowed to give. But yeah, Jack's defense, Jack has just been such an impressive character throughout the lifespan of this game. But that is going to be the first tournament at FlyQuest for the Guilty Gear Strive after this patch, man. Can we real quick, can we see the standings for tonight? Because we had a lot of gamers we got to shout out here, how they did. The money that they won, we've got Jack, we've got Macmans classified in big third, then followed by Lane, followed by Tanak, Razzo, and then Avarice and Kribby. Man, I got to say, those Kribby sets really made me go Gold Lewis stonks looking down, man.
Yeah, no, it's definitely pretty bad. However, we have a winner's path to get through. Saw classified, going on a warpath, didn't lose a game until he got to the winners finals. Couldn't really hold it up with the internet issues. Ended up with Mac in grands, and Jack just dismantled that incredibly quickly. Only losing 3 games total in the entirety of the matches that he's played so far. Like, this is just absurd.
Very, very well done from good old Jack. So that is going to be it for the East Coast side of the bracket, folks. As a reminder, the West Coast bracket takes place right after this. That's going to be hopping on in just a little bit. And as a reminder as well, keep an eye on the FlyQuest socials, if you don't, for what they're doing with 2XKO. They have a lot of big machinations that I am not privy to, but they just told me, Bones, get on the mic. Tell them it's going to be big. So we will see what that entails as it go on. Shout outs again to NZXT and Olipop helping make this all possible with the FlyQuest gamers. And that is going to be it for the East Coast side. Y'all have a great time watching the West Coast.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GGs.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls, after that, nothing else.
One of the best things about Evo is the fact that you get to meet up with so many different people who never go to any tournament. And they come from so many different places in the world to come to Evo. And sometimes they just really come to meet their favorite players. So every tournament just feels like its own new thing.
If you were around back then, you had an understanding of just how special this genre is, right? Like those moments, you mentioned the Evo moment 37. There's so many of those that happen multiple times a year at Evo. If people just got their eyes on this thing, this specific FGC thing that we have, our little niche corner of the internet, like they would love it just as much. They just had to become aware of it.
It's very refreshing having a whole team and a whole scene and all my friends behind me. Like I would not be able to even be at this Evo without their help. So huge props to them, huge shout out to them.
You know, I love my fans, and when they root me on, it makes me want to try even harder. And then they're like, we all believe in you. I'm like, okay, I have to do it for you now.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Hi guys, it's Basil, and welcome to my setup. This is where I draw, game, and submit job applications. This is the NZXT Player 2 AMD edition, powered by AMD's Ryzen. Is it Ryzen or Risen? Ryzen? Powered by AMD's Ryzen 5 9600X and Ryzen 7 9700X. Two of the best choices for gamers thinking about leveling up their gameplay. Look at this gameplay. It's insanely smooth, no stutters, only frames. This PC isn't just for games, it powers up every single detail of my artwork too. I can bounce between projects, games, and streams. If you're building your dream setup, start with NZXT and AMD. Grab yours today with the link in my bio.
Being a fly fighter, it just means the world to me, you know, because they perfectly dialed in and who they signed. I'm just happy to be able to represent a game within like a group just so high level.
I mean, it means a lot, just because like it's cool to see a team like this supporting the FGC as heavily as they do. So it feels a little bit closer to home, you know, like there's a lot of orgs that kind of like, you're supporting everything, but like let's dabble a little bit in fighting games. But it feels like someone's treating my home very well, you know?
I think the team is very cool. They treat you very well, and I already qualified for EWC, so now I just want to try to win it. Some teams put pressure to perform well, but I feel like my time being here, I've not really felt pressured by anyone. I feel like that's a very important thing to have from a team.
Welcome everybody. FlyQuest Fight Series East Coast already in the books, and you know, listen, you have to have your two favorite West Coast based casters to handle the West Coast side of the bracket. Proxy here, J2 on the other side. My man, what's going on?
What's good, what's poppin', gamers? We're back here for some strive. It is funny the amount of people who guess like where I'm from, you know, incorrectly with all the good intentions in the world. They're like, oh, J2, you're on TNS, so you're from Tampa, right? I'm like, not quite, different part of the East Coast. Or some folks entirely, you know, especially when I go over to West Coast events, folks are like, oh, J2, you're like NorCal, right? It's, you know, just a quick flight over. I'm like, dog, I am from the opposite side of the United States. But speaking of that opposite side, of course, we have our West Coast top 8 ladder for you guys who just got to see the conclusion of the East Coast side. But coming in, of course, everybody in the winner's side out of that ladder side is Danny Elmaza versus the Jimmy246. After that, we got ICDS versus MJ Kurase, Jonathan Tene versus Chankla Tomica 22, and Simfukai versus Yada.
Definitely some big matchups, some big players to watch out for potentially here. The two I want to highlight the most, honestly and truly, Danny Elmaza piloting what could be the strongest version of Kai this game has ever seen. It's actually unbelievable. This is a character that somehow every patch gets a little bit better, and this patch they finally just ripped the band-aid off. Hard knockdown, stun state still applied when you're actually making connections. Kai the best he's ever been currently, and then looking down a little bit lower, we may have had the return. Zodom 1 might be a farce these days. Jonathan Tene, I'm not sure if he's going to be rocking it because there is a lot of new stuff you have to implement to see the strength of the character, but Zato is also looking maybe not as strong as he's ever been in totality, but looking significantly more playable. Playable is the thing here, because there was a portion of time where Zato was just like not selectable on the character select screen, right? Like it was pretty bad.
You know, he has seen some dark days. You guys, I'm sure, have seen the Guilty Gear meme where it's like, how far along are we in any Guilty Gear installment's life cycle? Like, oh, Sol and Kai are good, and Eddie and Zato are good. This is like pretty early on, right? And then Sol and Kai stay good, Eddie becomes bad again. It's like, okay, we're getting a little bit later, and then Sol and Kai, you know, get bad, and so do Zato and Eddie. It's like we're coming up on the dark days. But that being said, right, a lot of folks thinking, okay, Strive kind of coming up towards the end of its life cycle, like maybe we'll have a few more patches and this will end up being one of those last passes. And then recently at EVO, getting that announcement that we got 2.0 on the way. But before we get there, of course, it's our day 1 bracket. No Lucy to be seen just yet. We do have our first match with Danny and Jimmy246 pulling up here. It's a father-son duo.
Yeah, straight away getting into it here, and you can already see, as we said, Kai Kisuke, like we mentioned, a character that is a massive winner in the current situation of the patch. Definitely been looking very, very strong. As you can see off the start, Danny's playstyle working out beautifully, gets the JS, goes straight into RTL, a wall break, and a big advantage for Danny Elmaza, starting early.
Exactly, that immediate card, just to get a little bit more meter. Not that you needed it with that positive bonus. We pull up with a tap dust confirmed, but this wall break still isn't going to be enough. Jimmy just looking for any opportunity to strike back. You got full calories, 50 meter, but how are we going to survive when Stun Dipper is lethal?
Yeah, and Stun Dipper being more consistent as well. As we said, this is a character that is just monstrously benefited here. As you can see, trying to go for the jump in, uses the double jump in, ends up getting a counter hit on the cross stub. A nice little shake and bake as he gets the full confirm and forces the burst.
There we go. Yeah, Jimmy again struggling to find any of these big meaningful hits, and now when we finally do, you still had to make your way through burst. One less resource to worry about here, but you know, all of these caloric specials coming out from Sin, right, just gets so much less reward in this patch. So even with the DP, Danny has you up against the wall, putting you in one touch.
Situation coming up, went for the dash up there, was looking for a more aggressive angle, and once again it's a bit too far off, gets the hit and shows off a little bit of new routing. It kills early, so you don't actually get to see the fruits of the labor there, but getting the hit like that, being able to go into the DP a little bit earlier, being able to, you know, manage things a bit more freely. Kisuke, like I said, looking much better here, but like you saw on the other side, Sin, as far as things go for him, not the brightest days for him. Definitely got a slap on the wrist. He's
yeah, exactly.
He's been better.
Yeah, so many of these tricky tools, like either in neutral or in some of his offensive sequences as well. You know, we think of Elk Hunt, right? We're seeing more consistent Stun Dipper, which is funny, right? We're thinking, oh, old man in your old age, your tools are only going to get worse with time. Stun Dipper getting more consistent, right? Because of that first hit now launching. But now, Sin's equivalent requiring meter in the mid screen, if I'm not mistaken, to get those conversions that we know him for. So coast to coast, corner to corners, we're not going to see a ton of those from Jimmy without that RC.
Still a nice thing though, being able to use that DP, one of the best reversals in the game with the 2 hits there. Has to block the jump, and unfortunately no anti-air coming through as Danny continues to bully here, and you can see in those pressure strings is able to leave a little bit more of gaps. Risk gauge going down a little bit slower, leaves you a little bit more room to, you know, finesse a little harder, shimmy a little bit more. As he BRCs into what is that?
Okay, he heard you say shimmy. He's like, Proxy, I got you. But his son was also on the Augs. Now finally pulling up with a clean hit off the Tyrant barrel for Jimmy, tying up the life leader, at least getting close.
With over nice block on the overhead. Stomp to the low. Just goes for the jump forward raw. Crazy situation comes up. I think Jimmy was kind of stunned seeing the simplicity of the decision from Danny there. Just up forward. Good and clean. That was some Street Fighter jumps, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He's just waiting for it. None of this, silly, funny FD flicker. He's just taken to the skies. Now, finally, off the Elcon, we have you up against the corner. DP to try and escape and fight back out, but big block in the gold burst. That's one more resource down.
Oh, and 2 counter hits in a row. Danny trying to be aggressive on the defensive situations. You can see there, it continues to work for him. He's about 100 for 100 on DP so far. Once again, throwing off that more consistent Stun Dipper here as we get to the corner and gets the meaty 5K. A dropped combo ends up being a blessing there for a reset.
Yeah, there were a couple drop opportunities there, right? That JH that we thought was going to land, but a little too shallow, but off of a couple resets and one more throw. Danny with the second game on the board.
Yeah, Danny playing safe and solid. I think that's one of the nicest things about Kai is a lot of his changes, I don't think it really changed his core game plan. So I think that for the most part, for some characters, you know, Zato obviously got some big changes with Float and the new move. Some other characters got some big things to potentially have to shake things up for them. I feel like the Kai players are just they're playing the same Kai, they just put a different engine in it. Like, it's so nice to not have to retune your whole game plan, right?
Yeah, it's not, swapping out the car for the rental. You just tuned up, you got some maintenance, and now that quality of life, that consistency is just so much nicer for running away with the already strong fundamentals that we see from Danny. But as I'm saying that, he's down to 50% with no burst, right? So you got a decent while to try and make up this life lead, and blocking out the YRC is the perfect way to do it.
Oh, gets into the DP route as well. Massive chunk of damage here with the stun state applied one more time. Comes away, TK Fireball. There's been a lot of Danny whiffing at mid-range, and Jimmy just hesitating a little bit. And as Sin Kisuke, when you're playing the young gun himself, there can't be hesitation in those moments. You have to be, respectfully, you have to be ready to mash on those.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're up to set point. Danny, I think especially early on in those first couple games, has been doing such a good job of counter-hitting, frame trapping, just trying to keep Jimmy honest on defense. So now we're being a little bit more unsure about some of our mashes, but we are able to get the positive bonus here off of that mash out.
But so far in this round, been looking much better with it, but it might be a little too late here. Stuck in the Fireball game as we go for the flip kick. But once again, hesitation into the very late throw attempt. Danny should have enough to get through this here. RTL's going to be close. No, it's the Fireball instead.
Yeah, I saw that shock state. I saw the DP launch. I really thought it was going to be lethal, but we send it with that RTL. It's okay. We got 100 meter for it.
Oh, and the 6P, the people's elbow going straight in for the direct. Claire is able to get the stop and take the kill. Danny looking beautiful in that ending situation there. That's one thing you always have to remember. It's very tempting to go for reversals when you see Kai stick that leg out. And while it is active for roughly 756 frames, like the most active 5K in the history of the universe, it is so safe in moments like that, especially off hard knockdowns. You can go like 5K, like 5K dash 5K off of like throw, or even on like a screen switch situation like that. Going for the dash 5K, a lot of the times it's just an incredibly safe meaty. It's like Kai's version of the safe jab that a lot of the characters do, right?
Exactly. It's so tricky, right? Some of these moves that are like so functionally similar to common fighting game terms, like, oh, it's a safe jab, but he's kicking you, right? So it feels wrong to call it a safe jab. Like Lancelot has a fireball, but he's throwing a shard of ice. So I'm like, oh, like I know it doesn't match what's on the screen, but you understand the function. And when it took away that 100 meter, we were like, all right, we're big chilling. But it takes us immediately to our next set, ICDS versus MJ Curase.
I'm really interested to see how MJ does, because Johnny, in my opinion, is the biggest loser of this patch. Like, this is a character, this is the Evo winner, has so much upside for himself. Air deal kind of getting annihilated. A lot of things about him really going to the wayside here. I'm very interested to see how the Johnny players kind of adjust to that, going from a character probably in the conversation for top 5, if not higher, to... you know, they didn't take him out back and shoot him or anything, but it's not looking super good for the man who supposedly never loses.
Exactly. It's so much more sluggish, and even there, right, off of the counter hit far slash of mashing out of the corner, so many situations, like, you know, in the previous patch, we would see corner to corners so much better on the setups, but just ended up going for the misfinder because some of these pickups looking a little bit less consistent, you know, now that we're in this new patch, but gets caught out by the 6K. MJ Curase believes in the round.
Ooh, had a situation to maybe go for the air-to-air there. Unfortunately, Capel gets the stop, double dash, but can't quite close the full distance air deal, but is able to use the RC to get through on it. Oh, adjusting to our changes there, using the meter in a very effective place.
MJ Curase was like, all right, I gotta push the agenda. I can't be gapping even on my nerfed character. They're gonna do it again. I gotta make the round look a little close, but once again, ICDS off to a strong start.
Okay, cutting through, beautiful situation. Opportunity here to set up the disc. Instead, it's just going to be the run up 2S attempt. It's not going to work out, though.
Ooh. Yeah, clean pickup off of the Capel. We got all the meter in the world for this. Send it with the Winger. No, instead it's the Pizza Cutter. I wonder if Winger actually would have killed there. Ooh. Speaking of the wings, we take to the sky with the Artemis behind the back for the perfect.
Not working out well with the continued harassment with the JHs here. Deal to try and get something going, but again, the use of Capel is so monstrous. Saving that air dash, saving that double jump for extra opportunities here. It's so hard to track down as MJ continues to have to deal with this defensive onslaught.
So much shown off of every one of these H-Disc knockdowns. We went for the bad mood, now putting MJ on one-touch territory behind the back, but that JK just barely didn't pick up. Could have been able to RC, but ICDS didn't want to spend. Now we're eating the what's my name. One more super for MJ.
We cut through, but it's not enough to break the wall, but honestly, maybe a blessing. We've been doing such a good job of being evasive and neutral, and now we're locked in the corner. 100 meter, and YRC goes way wide.
Right, 50 meter, and this burst down the drain, but we still have 50 more meter to try and fight back with an ICDS. Takes game number 1.
Yeah, beautiful use of the hair card there. Just being able to threaten the low in a situation where we have just been abusing the quick instant air dashes and that jump heavy again and again. So being able to invest into that low, being able to go for the double overhead potentially afterwards, a lot of upside in that situation. I like how we're structuring we're getting a lot of looks by earning them with our movement. I really like the choices we're making when we do actually get them locked down.
Yeah, we even saw, I think, towards the end of that second round, right, where ICDS was trying to bring the set back, or the game back into his favor. We were being so tricky with all the aerial mobility, such that, you know, MJ was just throwing out 6Ps and far slashes, anything to try and scramble and get ICDS back down to the ground, and lost burst for it.
I mean, that's the Milia way of life, right? The mix is the secondary objective. The first is just being difficult to deal with, difficult to catch. Never interacting until it's an opportunity for you to land something clean is key when it comes to the Milia gameplay, but unfortunately here, you're not going to get to see any of the keys to victory on that side. MJ finding a clean conversion will leave us down to just a pixel of life, and that pixel's gone.
We're talking about this character getting a little bit slower, right? Both on the forward and the backdash. When you got positive bonus to slow things down with the RC, movement speed be damned. We are able to make our way with that round number 1.
He break the wall. Positive bonus is just going to back out a little bit. A smart decision is looking for a big opportunity with the 6K. Surprised we were willing to whiff in that situation, especially with no meter.
Oh my god, another tricky wall bounce off of the Artemis too. Okay, clean pickup here. Hair car, close slash, and with the wall splat, that is it to tie things up with a perfect.
Over's not going to help too much here. Artemis and neutral will be going for it a bit more often, but 2K 2D forces the burst.
Jump over didn't quite work, but the crossover does, but still running up right in MJ Kurise's face does not let you get away with the deep dash. That 2K 2D immediately stopping the momentum. Should have the 50-meter advantage in just a second. Do we spend it on the throw RC? No, it's just one more deal.
Oi, and the quick overhead straight into the super one more time. Joker's trick is not enough, but an opportunity to close this out. Deflect shield, actually very well placed.
So was that last misfire, just threatening the overhead. We were looking for the chip damage scenario, right? But still had to guess between that high and the low as we faded back away. So MJ Kurise, rise it up.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have the muscle memory for it yet, but we did actually get to see a little bit of the Artemis change in that round too. You know, using the Artemis foul, sticking the chicken leg out, being able to get some connections and potentially more opportunities when you do find it. It'll take a minute for people to get it down, right?
Yeah, exactly. Still getting used to, what is this? This is still day 1, right? Patch just dropped like, what, 3 a.m. last night our time, so we still have a decent amount of time to rework that muscle memory into the brains, but once again, that 6B to bust out of the corner.
K2D finds this mark once again. That was, oh my god, the delay jump over. This character's evil, bro.
Is that Really trying to be the sleeper pick no longer. Once again, we got the dash up 6H to catch the backdash from MJ Kurise. It's 4 frames slower. It is an eternity longer. An easy catch here off of the read for ICDS.
Oi. Anti-air is beautiful, forces the burst. Reversal timing, though. The misfire actually completely blows it up. And again, in response, both of them a little aggressive. Kind of ridiculous, a little bit of a bar fight in the mid-range.
Exactly, the immediate scrambles coming out. MJ with such a big health lead here and so much on the tension gauge as well. We're just going to go for a deal off this throw, and it's an easy kill. No burst to worry about here on ICDS's side.
That's like the saving grace for Johnny, right? It doesn't matter. When we're in the corner, that little dash speed nerf, that's not going to matter too much here. I'm already here, bro.
Exactly. Distance you go doesn't matter when you're already up against the wall. But speaking of, blocks the overhead, doesn't get reaction checked by the 6K. A little chicken block action, but still caught out here by the disc.
Instant block on the 6K. Beautiful defense. Match up with the close slash here. Goes for the double jump. A unique timing on the mix-up there. Yeah. Bad Moon actually gets pushed away by the gold burst, though.
Ooh. God, and the retreating movement off of the Artemis as well. Tries to go for a really aggressive anti-air off the double dash 6K. Instead gets Artemis fouled once again with the fadeaway and the pickup off the anti-air 5P. Oh, just barely not enough. The Artemis whiffed, but it doesn't matter when you got the godlike JS. But a second game on the board.
I really like a lot of the mix-ups and a lot of the timings that ICDS is actually kind of like initiating them, but I hope that we can go for something that's a little bit snappier. In moments like that, MJ is the type of player who has the reaction time to where if you go for something that's a little too floaty, you super jump and let it rock a little too long, MJ's going to have the reactions there. That round was almost lost off of one bad jump that lasted a little too long and a massive 6B in response. So I love the timings we're going for. Just got to speed it up a little bit.
Exactly. That first game, we were seeing ourselves, down but not out on anti-air attempts, but I think MJ Kurise has, tuned his blinders a little bit better to try and snipe ICDS out of the sky.
Okay. Kind of sick routing, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, right? That's that change to the S-disc, right? So it pushes you back a little bit less horizontally on hit, so we just get, some more cool routes as a combo tool. Whoa. Is this reach? Oh, brother, it's worse than not reaching.
Mentally prepping to jump out my window. I was going out the second floor window. I was going to do a lap around the rear. Dude, that's absolutely ridiculous. If that had connected, in the end, Capel still finds the mark, but a little too far on the 2D. Whoa. And off a massive trade, MJ, the awareness.
slash behind the back. Doesn't matter off the deflect shield because we still have dash 6K. And not only that, That's My Name snipes you out of the sky off of the knockdown, and ICDS goes straight through the glass.
Oh, an opportunity to even up the games here. Game 5. A must-win situation for MJ here as we sweep the legs.
We did out off the misfinder, but still going to rebuy our turn with the dash.
Start with the overdrive as well. Gonna do one more time. My favorite consonant as we set it up one more time with positive bonus. Straight in again with the low. It's been so many tricky overheads here. Finally, we're cashing in with just the 2K 2D and MJ showing off the Johnny Grappler style once again, finding the throw into the corner.
Grabbed you by the collar, the coat goes back down into the asphalt, and we are going into game number 5. We've seen a good amount of perfects already just in these first 2 sets, so it shows you how back and forth it's been, especially as we're trying to, like you said, reestablish our muscle memory. But, we're already seeing some of these new conversions, these new routings, off of some of these changes that, especially if you're not playing the character, you're like, oh, what do I actually get off of this, right? Now we're seeing so much more corner carry, off these tandem top conversions, rerouting around certain situations where otherwise we could have gone quite a bit farther on Johnny. But let's see it, game number 5.
An opportunity to prove that Johnny's not quite gone yet. 2K 2D finds the mark though as ICDS is able to get the quick open up, wins the positional war in the beginning, but it's going to lose out to the JK.
Yeah. ID back JK, right? Normally you're looking for the JS as far as aerial dominance in terms of length, but just going for a quick button to try and stuff that out, but also tried to bait out the burst, right? So now that's why ICDS gets to hold on to that resource, and not only that, fight back after the scramble.
Yeah. A little bit of routing once again with the S top. Gets the connection, winning out in the footsies here. Not something I was expecting to say on the side of the Milia, but sometimes you gotta find that poke. You're feeling yourself in neutral.
Sometimes it's so easy to get lost in, how good her aerial mobility is that when you forget about the dash speed, just pulling up with 5K, 2K, so many tricky ways to check you from so far across the screen.
Oh, oh my god! Moving pretty aggressively here. Double dash, but once again, that move speed. They gave my boy cinder blocks on his feet.
That's what I'm saying, man. He can barely move. He can still pick them up with the 6K, but nothing to be found as ICDS staying a little bit more grounded now. All right, never mind. He did double air dash Cavell. I take it all back about being grounded. Ooh, I thought that was behind the back. Still walks it out here for MJ Kirase.
Triple dash, but once again, just isn't able to get there. Capel finds the mark. Heavy disc gets the hit again, and there's no time for the burst to return. Oh no, and you're gonna hit him with no way in the game 5? Come on.
Your ass does not have a 2-2 input, man. You can't even plausible deniability. I was buffering for the maximum damage ender upon the wall break because I didn't have enough time for my real super. I know what you are, dog. All right, ICDS moving on to winners semis here, staying alive in the winner's side as he sends our homie MJ Kirase down into the loser's side.
Definitely cool to see Milia, getting some shine. Definitely a character that I feel like has, for life of game, pretty good. I think Milia has had some of the most interesting and most volatile takes from people in terms of where she lands on certain patches, but it feels like she's in a pretty comfortable, definitely good enough to win in the moment. We'll see how much better she's gotten this patch, but I think with a lot of the things around her that she's very afraid of moving down, and her being able to survive the patch a little bit and even come away with a couple new tools, we might be moving a little more towards the Milia era, which I wouldn't be upset about.
Yeah, we'll see, right? We're already seeing, the S-Disc, the Artemis already giving us a little bit more leeway, a little bit more room to, be super tricky with some of these conversions. So, slowly but surely the year of the Milia might be around the corner. And again, we still have Strive 2.0 on the horizon, so there are, I'm sure, still more changes in the works over at Arc System Works. So we'll see how those end up. Maybe these are, a little bit of a tease, a little bit of some flavors of what's going to be happening next in the direction of which characters I think are going to shake out as particularly strong or weak. But again, like you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Proxy, a character that we have been, kind of taking for granted in a lot of ways. Outside of, you know, very specific regions with character specialists, Zato, this character we barely get to see. So we'll see if Jonathan Tene actually ends up pulling out the Zato. Of course, has, you know, a bunch of other characters already at the ready, you know, from these previous patches where Zato just wasn't doing it. But with the new Zabubu, I'm very excited to see if he busted out in the winner's side. Like, at least you still have that chance if you're like, let me show the Zato for the one time and then just see if it works out. Worst case, like, I'll lock back in on losers.
Listen, I hate Zabubu, but it's true. Listen, that little Kirby floating around beside him, it's such a powerful tool, such a way to reset. And also, being able to be in action to cancel other actions while keeping Eddie active and not consuming bar. So having that be an action that doesn't consume meter for the character is also massive. So we'll see if it works out. This is a matchup that truly, I have not seen yet. So I got the pen and paper out. It's Unica versus the Zato.
Yeah, this is like first time seeing this matchup for a lot of folks, right? Unica not really getting too much in this match. It felt like more so just like bug fixes more than anything. Yeah. But there we go, Zato with the invite hell straight into the Sword Super. We get hard knockdown. We're refreshed on the Eddie gauge. Topica, you're fighting for your life. All right, my bad.
Oh, listen, it doesn't matter how many new things are added to the game. It doesn't matter how many tools or shiny weapons we give them. Tap dust is still all you need. Honestly and truly, it's really the Lord's answer to these moments. But with a clean connection here, opportunity to potentially run some mix now, but the YRC pushes us way out again.
Let's escape. Try and find a way out with a double jump, but Jonathan Tene just waiting on the side to bait out the burst. Shankla Atomica. I mean, if the burst would have worked, right, you're putting Zato in that one-touch situation up against the corner, so I understand. Tene with the patience, now stuck between a rock and an Eddie place with the Pierce.
I know we're pretty far past it, but I do want to specifically note, because it was a very interesting, is that YRC from Zato put Unica exactly at the edge of Pierce 1. So that actually might be a really interesting interaction for the later stages, depending on how often we see it. But don't blink, don't worry too much about it. It's going to be the Amorphous taking a bite out of crime and getting out of the round there. Listen, we can theory craft about YRC all we want. Jonathan Tene says scoreboard. 1-0.
It's a speed run. It's a speed eat. Jonathan Tene starting up the mukbang here. He's tired of all this Metafy coaching. He's like, all right, I'm taking my content opportunities somewhere else. It's real mukbang hours. But game number 2, right? Let's see if Shankla Atomica is going to be able to, you know, navigate a little bit better. It's one of the big things about, like, a character that has generally been like moved away from for such a long time is we forget kind of like these you know, basic or layer 1 kind of options, whether it's, oh, I know it but my muscle memory just doesn't have it, or I've forgotten it entirely, right? So here we go, 6H to break the wall immediately.
Yeah, and also, unless you've been playing against some of the like sparse Zato players around that still play the character, like Ed Netty and a couple other players that were playing it during the dark days, we'll say, the metagame has probably progressed a hefty amount considering the type of character that Zato is. So the Zato players are coming to the table with a lot of stuff you probably haven't seen yet.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not
if
even
you're
just
running
the
into
new
a
stuff.
Zato player, they know the matchup better than you. Like, it is just like a fact of life.
YRC,
okay, YRC
out once again, though.
Yeah, takes out Eddie. So we're just looking for the beans from downtown, but let's give you the opportunity to build that gauge right back up. Stalling out with the float to find an opportunity to summon. There we go, that Drunkard Shade just to go right past the laser, finds the summon on Eddie.
And that is seeming, now that I'm watching Jonathan play neutral a little bit from these like farther ranges, like outside of 2S range, it feels like a pose, Drunkard into a pose, feels like a massive wall for Unica to get over. As you can see right there, even there, he is able to go for the frog and completely lock it down. And with no Eddie gauge, is still able to completely harass things out with the standing S.
Oh my god, just waited out off the frog, let the second hit do the job and baits the burst. Shankla Atomica so worse for wear. Yes, you have a YRC, yes, you have a DP, but how are you going to leverage it with Tene? He's across the other side of the screen, man. Zato doesn't even have to worry about it. He's like, let me do it again.
Oh, went for the run-up with the pose, though. Gets to throw a huge opportunity. Okay, huge opportunity here to maybe come back, but unfortunately a drop combo.
Nah, bro, you can't do teabag into drop combo. You can't be doing this. I'll see you in game number 3, bro. I've already lost hope. Oh, Zabubu does not find its mark. Okay, laser from downtown.
Okay.
2.
Whoa! Hell of a solid. You're twice in a row, completely stuffing all of these air approach attempts.
I wonder if we could have gotten just a little bit more. Now no cancels on normals on the blocked Red Wild Assault, but no challenge coming out from Jonathan Tene. DP might have been lethal, so just waited for his turn. But speaking of DP, Chanklatamica proves me wrong post teabag to tie up the rounds.
Hey, listen, DP is lethal. You're 100% right. Traded with the frog, though. Round of applause. Nice block. That was such a slick little piece of set play there from Jonathan Tene, baiting out the DP, but unfortunately now caught with no Eddie.
Yeah, waiting things out on the other side. That Eddie Gauge recharge. Of course, we've shown a lot of Drunkard Shade, right? Yeah, has the new projectile invulnerability, so much trickier to try and challenge some of those summons, but Far Slash does the job.
Oh, quick little delay, but once again, these reversals have been absolutely monstrous here. And again, Drunkard in the oppose, but the frog actually does manage to get shot out of the skies.
Oh no, but Eddie Gauge once again back up, able to stall out with that float. JP waiting out the burst, but of course you gotta spend it eventually. Jonathan Tene up 2-0.
And that right there is one of the places where you can find out a lot about how much somebody knows about playing against Zato, because Zato, in a situation where he is in a game-winning combo, you are already getting hit by Eddie and he has enough gauge there. The burst points are extremely tight, if not non-existent, because Zato can just down back for pretty much the entirety of that combo. So that really is like where you start like pen to paper getting tested on Zato knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. How used to this situation are you after so long? But 2 games up here. I mean, the DPs have been working out to try and challenge some of these Zato summons, but especially the floats afterward, right? Jonathan Tene has been doing a good job of stalling things out and bringing it right back, but IADJH. All right, that's 1 burst down.
Oh, and the drill actually beats that clean. It'll work out as we try this. Secure it one more time. A good jump in, but a little too far on the JH. Opportunity is DP'd again. The 2S, put your hands away, bro.
Ooh. Up with the hands right back. It's JP with the multi-hits. Once again, locking Chanklatamica down in this corner.
Ooh, that might have been an opportunity where you wanted the burst. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with a tough situation. Has 100 meter. Plenty of resources to potentially deal with this.
It's Pierce. It's 2P. It's finally the float, but finds the YRC opportunity not only to stop the pressure, but to stop Eddie. So off the screen for a little bit, we take the opportunity to take our space, but now it's 100 meter for Jonathan Tene to try and bust out.
Too far on the YRC. The timing was good, but the spacing is not there. Unica, one of the greatest strengths of the character, were able to swing from too damn far away from a melee character.
We're talking about Eddie just keeping that burst safe presence so, effectively in the corner, but like you said, right, just able to hold on strong, respect that YRC distance, and still get a pickup at 50%. Already down for Chanklatamica. We got baited on the DP, you just did it again?
Oh, bro, though.
Oh my god, the
DP,
3 in a row?
You had to know. Listen, if you give me the opportunity, 4 in a row, come on! If you give me a chance, if I have the space to breathe, you already know it's coming.
In my heart, I thought he was going to go for 5, but ran out of fingers to count on and running out of a little bit of life here, too. Big burst advantage for Jonathan Tene as Chanklatamica tries to keep you at bay. Good 5H to stop out the frog.
And the spacing, too, to actually bait the frog stands just far enough away from oppose where Jonathan feels like he needs to make a move, but off the drills, able to find the frog cleanly this time.
Here we go. Saw this so much earlier in the set, right? Drunkard Shade, we send it with the frog leap to punish on that block beam. Evened up in the HP. Woo! Ooh.
That was just an anti-air. That one counts.
Yeah, that one is chill. It's not a wake-up DP. You didn't put your life and soul on it, but this one... All right, a little bit of heart, a little bit more intention. Still mashing after the blocked Orange Wild Assault.
They're not even close to you! Hold on!
Bro, don't do it again. Oh my god, the second hit. Are you kidding me, man? I was like, oh, this is going to be such a big whiff on the DP. Jonathan Tene moving on, but he's just moving on to game number 4. That second hit, the laser beam straight out of the sky. Float cannot save you. Game number 4.
This is, you cannot argue with results, and the DPs are landing, whether it's anti-airs, reversals, or anything in between. Zato is just not finding... I mean, we're having opportunities when it's like a proper knockdown where Tene's getting to run set play, because you know his set play is tight enough for it. But when it comes to neutral, it comes to block strings, things are getting a little messy. You can even see, he did 6B oppose there. That was an oppose for a DP.
Exactly. Right, 2 beams, 3 beams, make it 4, but Eddie's back up. You gotta watch the Drunkard Shade into the Frog Summon. We saw it last game, and we'll see it again. Jonathan Tene says, all right, you're enjoying your options a little bit too much. Swap things up.
Oh, and that is the weakness of Unica. While she does have massive normals, easy to whip punish in a lot of these ranges. You even got it on the cross up there. Quick little anti-air.
Okay, Double Frog running low on the Eddie gauge, but it's fine. We still... Oh, we tried to go for the command grab, even though we had so much for the Sword Super.
Oh no, and as much as the good vibes have been rolling, the DP and the block string not advised. A quick little open up from Jonathan Tene, and it's set point now.
6B action, but if it whips, let's go for the DP. You're flying so high in the sky, right at that super jump range, so instead just looking for a little bit higher of an anti-air. JP to put you back in the corner.
Oh, set up the sandwich beautifully and is able to go in for the laser, but invite hell at that distance ends up working out, but you already know what's set in full screen. I don't have to tell you.
He's chilling. All right, one more DP for the one time.
Ooh!
Wonder if we might have been able to find lethal there, but either way, the BRC JK, right, knew you had enough time for the full conversion off of that slowdown. Oh no, break the law, but didn't end up on the other side looking for a cross-up, but 5H breaks that glass, one touch apiece.
And 2S straight away, forces the burst here, looks for the laser, but it's much too far. DP's the attempt at the run-up. Jonathan Tene looks to do it safely with the invite hell, but there's no thing as safety in a situation like this.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a scary situation to send out the laser, but then I looked at the Eddie gauge. We didn't have him up, so that's no Drunkard Shade. It's no call out on the Frog to find a full confirm. So you had to be immediately ready with the float to try and find that punish.
See, this is... Hold DP again to stop the Eddie. It's going to at least stifle a little bit of the damage there, but with Morphus coming through again, it's more than 50% life now. Unica in a huge heap of trouble, and the DP that has so faithfully served us Maven, but just betrayed us in the end of this set.
All right, just looking for the command grab Ender instead, just looking for a little bit more meter, but instead, all right, doesn't find a full kill off of the DP punish here for Chanklatamica.
Oh, Wes Pierce gets into it with the Frog. Nearly a heartbreaking situation there from Tene. Almost got caught out by the system mechanic changes on that YRC connection, but in the end is able to save himself and take the victory.
Yeah, it was a scary little situation. If I saw it correctly, I thought I saw Zato 2S hit and then going into Frog, but the Frog didn't actually combo, but we mashed out the DP in between. Yes. I mean, Chanklatamica just had it dialed in. He was like, if it's worked 7 times, I'm gonna send it an 8th. And to be fair, it was like outside of the meme actually catching out so many situations where Jonathan Tene was going for these high floats, and it was like, okay, your 2H is not actually gonna reach. Maybe some of your, jump normals are either a little bit too slow or a little bit too horizontal to actually, safely or non-committally, challenge the space. So why not just go for the DP? And it did work more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, especially with a character that has like that multi-hit and potentially can have some unfamiliarity. Also, it has a pretty massive hitbox here, so depending on how far away you are, it can put you in some awkward spaces. It's one of those characters where Unica is still kind of settling in a little bit. I think most people understand the game plan, they understand the character, and they kind of know what they're looking at. But having full-on muscle memory and having like your flow chart in mind for her maybe isn't there if you haven't played against the character a lot. If maybe in this new ranked mode you'll be able to see her a little bit more often. Thank God we have ranked J2. Oh, I'm so good. I hate the tower, bro. Can I say it? I hate the tower. I'm so glad we got the ranked mode.
Now that it's no longer going to be, where we have to spend all of our days and hours, we can say, yeah, I was not a fan of Tower either. Also, the fact that in Ranked, you can't choose, you can choose your matchups, and you get the Wi-Fi indicator. It's so good. But while I'm singing the praises of Ranked 1, of course, we're heading into our next match. Lucy over here in top 8, coming out from Yada, who I feel like just learns these new characters so quickly, whether it was the Slayer, whether it was, all of these other DLCs, and still able to, survive so early on. But Simfukai, right, this is a master of Testament. Getting caught out by counter hit 6H.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out, though. I think that Yada is a really, really good player at being able to learn a lot of these different things. Like you said, the Slayer definitely the character I know them for the most, but the Lucy here is kind of cooking the pressure. Actually looks amazing as we get to pull in one more time, and lands and goes for the charge. Is using that much more aggressively than I originally envisioned it to be used.
Dog, you lost me. Like, 5 interactions ago, I was already confused, but I'm looking for a little something crazy here. Yada maybe looking for a DP, but all is to get punished for over 50% of your life. Still, that's another... Oh, all right. The first one, not great. The third, not the best, but, you know, 1 for 3. Well, that's still a failing grade. I gotta be real.
33%. Listen, we still got time to raise our average, though. Opportunity on the dash up here, and delays a big amount, is already starting to catch in on the amount of DPs we've gone for. But Simfukai kind of gives away pressure in that moment.
Yeah. But you still have such a big life lead. Same for the meter, but gets caught up in the 2 SS follow-up. We see the startup of the whip, so just go for the EXE Beast.
Yeah, taking a bite out of crime, definitely the best way to deal with situations like that. We go for the dash up, and is able to get a quick dash afterwards as well. The combo doesn't work out. Still, I'm liking the ideas here.
Yeah, decent charge on the Grave Reaper as well, so still able to find the anti-air. All right.
Oh no, and you can see Testament feels like they have to spend burst there. Listen, it's Stain State versus Stain State, but cooler.
Exactly. Stain State, but glitch on the monitor, just still trying to duck under all of these shots. So much full screen pressure, you didn't have any time, or you didn't feel any comfort in setting up some of those Grave Reapers, but AD back. 2K finds the knockdown.
Oh no, and the gun actually super effective at that type of range. Has to go for the block there, but an interesting interaction to see. Going for the gunshot. If Simfukai tries to Arbiter sign there, we have time to reaction backdash and start some type of approach. Didn't get a punish, obviously, but definitely an interaction to look out for. You have a lot of time to move there.
Yeah, I was surprised too, to be honest. Like, we see the suppressing fire, and we're like, oh, this looks like a slow move. This feels like a slow move, right? But, you know, off of that startup, the in-game name is No Lab Lucy, and yet the reactions that we're seeing off of some of these, like, odd and strange situations feels as though, I don't know, if it's No Lab, you're definitely learning a lot from those ranked sets.
Well, like I said, it's been we're 22 hours deep, and I'm definitely impressed with what we've seen so far. Some of the extended combos are definitely dropping here, but again, that's just some unfamiliarity. It's something that will come with time.
Exactly. Ooh, okay, I like the IVs on the Grave Reapers, not trying to lose any distance on that second hit. And the back cross up off of the Rekka series, and then we fade away into the far S. Now we got the quick hack set. Oh, but a drop on the 2H.
Oh, and couldn't quite get an opportunity to abuse that hack. There was trying to get that extra risk gauge, which I do think is probably one of the strongest choices, if not the strongest. I think that risk gauge crank is going to be so strong.
Still up Strovia once again.
Is that what the twins are called? Nostrovia?
I believe so. It's like a, you know, I feel like a lot of people just call them the Succubi.
I full stop don't know the names. I was like, oh, okay.
I'm sure a lot of people, when they saw Leo's changes, they were like, I have no idea what this means. I don't know what the hell Eisensturm is. You're talking about Brynhilder.
Yeah.
You're talking about all these super moves. But once again, Nostrovia back on the screen, at least to apply that Stain State. So even when we get bursted to the full screen, we're able to keep that pressure. So many straight hits off the far slashes. And finally, J8 does the job.
Oh, and that's such an unfortunate situation for Yada to find themselves in. It goes for the burst. Nostrovia still keeps them locked down. Afterwards, actually gets an opportunity for potential offense, and when their DP clashes, instead of being able to potentially go for something a little more aggressive, has to go into the down back, cancels with the FD, which a lot of the times is good, but against a Testament, when you already have Stain State on you, kind of just resets the situation again and makes you have to watch the movie a second time. And I'm just tired of the reruns.
Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, looping through back and forth. Even though you have, you know, 2S, you have Forest to try and contest at those ranges, like, Testament is just so much better once you're at that awkward situation. You're like, oh, is it going to be another reset into Grave Reaper to set the Succubi up on the screen? Are they going to go for Stain State? And now, the tempo just so much in Superguy's favor. We were seeing from that game number 1, Yada being so tricky with the movement, but now, looks like the tempo very much in your favor as you've figured out what you want to look for, these preemptive 2Ks.
Lucy's gun super is at the exact same height as the bird when there's no succubus on the screen. What in the duck hunt was that interaction? She just shoots.
That's what I'm saying. She said goodbye. I'm out of here. I'm not trying to hold Stain State only to get stayed immediately after Yuki takes another round.
Ooh, okay. And up with the upper fireball, 6P. Listen, always been great. Nerf from top 1 to top 1 in one patch. Then Quicken with the teleport too. Doesn't cash in on that as often as some other testaments. But when Simplikai does it, there's a lot of meaning behind it. And generally will find a massive opportunity like this.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're threatening the TP, right? Do we want to be in Lucy's face? Maybe not particularly, right? Because, of course, we have the risk of being caught out by that, I was going to call it force function, the DP, right? But so many situations where it just ends up putting you at this range that's so good for Testament's optimal, spacing. So 2-1 now for Yuki.
I respect that, too. Got a pixel of life left. I'm holding the dash macro.
Yeah.
Get aggressive.
I'm sending it, whatever. I won't be afraid.
Listen, if it hits, I'm a genius. It's one of those ones, right? You a lot of the times you can't put yourself in a position to have to be answering questions when you're that low on life. So I definitely respect it. That is the correct play for sure.
Exactly. As a little refresher for those of you guys seeing the quick hack menu, you're like, what the hell does everything do? From top to bottom, it's damage over time, restore health on hit, counter hit, more risk on block, less tension gauge for your opponent, or a little, visual mix-up as Lucy becomes a little bit harder to detect.
Dude, I think that visual mix-up thing, depending on how good it gets, depending on how often it kind of flickers out, it might actually be stick. Imagine walking tap dust when you don't get to see the orange flash. We live in a world.
Right, actually.
Listen, I'm just society's going to change if we start to use that. You know what I'm saying? If we have timings for it,
that would be sick. If you just get used to the flicker in any way to, really make the mix a little bit more tricky. Yeah, tries to go for a 2H, but it's one of those anti-air 2Hs. It's not going to pick up off the 2S. And now Yuki brings it around right back. Set point.
Triple Arbiter sign makes things a bit messy there as we actually do get it applied here. But, whip punish from that range. Well, unfortunate as we're continuing to lose out on the zoning here. It seems like if Testament gets tempo, then Yada doesn't really have anything. But if Yada's able to answer or kind of like preempt with the gun, it doesn't seem too bad here. So definitely a battle of tempos from like this long range situation it seems.
Okay, falling out after the TP, just waited out after the OTG Grave Reaper. This is a rough spot for Yada, even with the burst, even with the YRC available. Caught out by the low, and you're guessing on the burst timing for your life. Sent down into the loser's side. Yuki takes the set 3-1.
Another beautiful set of situations there. Testament taking the victory. Definitely one of the strongest Testament players we get to see, luckily, here in North America. I was going to say, it's really like, it's Simfukai and like Fubuki, and we get, we're kind of spoiled too because they have really different playstyles. So between those two, like, master Testament players, we get to see a pretty sick spread.
Yeah, it's very cool seeing the both of them because like I've had the privilege, the joy of seeing them as they get matched up in the mirror, which usually is in the loser side of top 8, which breaks my heart a little bit. But just seeing, you brought it up kind of during the set as well, where Simfukai is a little bit less likely to cash out on some of these TPs, instead just looking for the threat of it, of, keeping that mental stack of your opponent thinking, oh, are they going to pull up for throw, or are they going to try and go for these close range plus frames, or are they just going to try and refresh the Succubi with the Reaper, with the Stain State, and gradually push me over to the other side.
Yeah, and that's hopefully something we'll get to see a little bit more of as we get a bit farther in. It's going to be Simfukai facing off against Jonathan Tene in just a little bit, but for now, we're going to move to Chocolatomica facing off against Yata in the losers side of the affair. So definitely excited to get to see how that turns out. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe production has informed us that I believe MJ is actually going to have to DQ, which is super unfortunate. Definitely a player that we've loved to get to watch. And also showing up that Johnny still able to fight. It is noticeably slower, but it felt like the character still, we exist. We're selectable.
Exactly. A lot of us were looking through the patch notes, and it was very easy to kind of, paint him as this biggest loser of the patch, which I still think is true, right? Yeah. When we saw that patch that really, propelled him to this conversation of top 5, top 3, top 1, one of the biggest things was just being able to, schmoove in so many different ways. And seeing forward dash and back dash being the first lines in this patch notes, we were like, Without even reading the description, like I know they're not going to make it any faster, but how much worse are they really going to make it, right? So unfortunately, with MJ having to DQ, we don't get to see any more of the Johnny, but still making it into the top 8 in the first place, showing that okay, still got a decent amount of sauce. Maybe some of these mid-screen conversions don't quite give us the card throw sets that we're used to looking for, so there's a little bit less 50-50 shenanigans off of any stray hit, but still looking pretty strong, even if a little bit weaker than we're used to.
Yeah, definitely agreed, and clearly still has the sauce, like you said, because was able to make it into the top 8 through this ladder format. Because you have to remember, in FlyQuest Fight Series, it is a ladder format cutting into a top 8 here. So if you want to play some extra matches, especially on a day like today, on a day when it's the new patch, these are the weeks when it's most important to enter tournaments like this one. Get some extra matches, get to run a ton of different sets, potentially make that top 8 cut too. Is the best way to practice when it comes to these new patches.
Yeah, exactly. You're just getting so many games in, not only pulling up and seeing, okay, what are people ready for as far as these tournament sets, but also on the off chance that you run into a matchup and all of a sudden it is turned on its head from one small patch note here, one small buff or nerf here, that really just changes the dynamic that you're so used to, or a particular aspect of the character that you're used to exploiting, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, I can't mash there anymore. Like, oh, I can mash there now because for example, like, oh, you run into Ram, you block Rock, and you're like, wait, why are they down backing? What's going on? This is so weird. Aren't they plus? And then you look at the patch notes, you're like, aren't those minus? What's going on, man? And then you're kicking yourself for it. But experiencing it in the actual game, seeing how things have shaped up as people are getting used to these new patch changes. As a lot of folks are kind of coming back to the game with all these changes as well, like you said, the best time to really drill it into that muscle memory.
Yeah, especially with this patch being probably one of the biggest shakeups we've had in the life of the game so far. A lot of characters changing a ton. Unfortunately, there's still some characters that I'm in the air about. I'm not sure how they're going to have reacted and how they're going to handle their changes. I haven't really, because obviously we talked about it, like Kai, big winner. Venom, hopefully we'll get to see a little more of Venom, a huge winner. GC Yoshi Rejoice, Bedman looking pretty good. A lot of big changes for a lot of characters here, but we're not out for judgment yet. It's too soon.
Exactly.
I love making the too soon judgment call though. I'm not gonna lie. It feels good.
You gotta stake your opinion in stone, right? That's the most fun way to do it. Why not? But all right, Yada, hot off of a 1-3, is now immediately playing back here in the loser side up against Atomica. So we got some Lucy versus Kai action. I guess. No, I was gonna say we have Sun Dipper on the side of Lucy, but no, we just have that Rekka series to check you.
Oh, DP timing's working out once again. Atomica. It doesn't matter which part of the family we're playing. That is definitely a part of the game plan here. But the gunshots beating out TKS Fireball. Another nice little piece of matchup knowledge.
Right. All right, fade away off of the RC. Trying to see if we can bait out a DP of our own on Atomica's side. But it's getting just pulled back out off of the Oki. We got the quick hack. But I wonder if we're able to kill. No.
And not quite. Going for the hack there is definitely a little unfortunate, and another little piece of knowledge. Today I learned, even in BRC slowdown, if she's already committed to DP, it'll catch her backdash. It's kind of sick.
Interesting. That's actually pretty sick, yeah. Yada ready for it. The full charge there. The whip. Oh, but unfortunately not able to find you with the low sweep, and not able to find the conversion into the gun, so you're just stuck in the animation shooting at the wall.
That was a new character ass string too. Went for the hit, found the big conversion, goes for the pull in, pulls the gun. That's just getting your wire crossed a little bit.
Yeah, you just go for the wrong special. You're like, all right, you got me. My bad.
But then though, 2B not gonna work. Ooh!
Wait, look at the damage over time though, just ticking away. Now we're at a throw lethal range. It's like night difference, bro. Oh no, and speaking of, we were baited by the HP. We wanted that throw so bad, but ended up getting baited by a Fujark.
Oh no, was a little slow on that one. And Yada with a quick reaction, be able to get the quick low block. Dash up on the 5K, but it's not going to work out twice in a row, actually.
Ooh. Fade away, able to find the JH on the way back down. Atomica trying to go for the good player mix, right? Bait out the reaction to the tap dust and then flash purple into the low, but Yada just one step ahead. 2 layers too quick, and all of these quick hacks too. We're seeing a lot of, a lot of the sequences I think ended up being okay. We'll either go for counter hit starter, or especially a lot of the increased risk, but especially towards the end of the rounds, right? We're seeing a lot of the contagion, the attacks dealing damage over time, just trying to put you in those lethal situations where throw is also going to be lethal, especially because we're building up some of those a little bit extra risk, so just putting you in awkward little spots.
Yeah, situationally, I think that Contagion can be really, really strong. And like you said, I'm really glad we're seeing it in those later stages for sure. Chipping things away. That's one of the biggest things you can do in this game, is that you're trying to manipulate your opponent's health to be like exactly one throw's worth of damage away in the later stage. As you can see, doubling up a bit here on the hacks. Finds the connection with the counter hits and the risk. The Contagion continues to tick too. That is a ton of damage off the life total here.
Yeah, holy, 3 contagions in a row, just trying to look for one more way to seal out the health bar. Burst down, because Yada does not want to lose another easy round. Wait it out, okay.
Whoa! Go for charge, looking for the cancel there too, pushing him back out. Oh no, and here it is, the hard knockdown, heavy fireball.
Shock state be damned. Reapply with the Sacred Edge.
Absolutely, max distance is able to...
a little low.
That's big. I mean, at that range, especially, you kind of know the flip kick is coming. Definitely just a good reaction from Yada.
Exactly. I did hover just waiting. Ooh, IBFD just pushing Czechoslovakia all the way to the corner. It's a DP's huge dispatch. I think Yada going from... I don't know if they were on Slayer anytime recently, but I know they were on it for a while. So maybe going back to a character with a DP, now all of a sudden he's like, all right, I gotta reuse my power.
Yeah, I'm activated. I was gonna say, I've been missing it for so long.
I need it back, and I need that throw. Pull up here, a second game on the board here for Yada, just running away with the Lucy.
Yeah, this is words I never thought I would say to Chonklotomica. Maybe a little more DP on those defensive situations. I feel like we've been getting away with a lot of shimmy and a lot of throw. I'm not kidding. This is not a troll. Actually, we've been going for the throw pretty often, especially when we have the that extra state applied, and going for these weird like shimmy backdashes, like, and then re-engaging. Let it rip on them. Find out what Yada's got for it. We're gonna switch to the Unica. We're gonna see if we can do it. Maybe with this on the other side.
Me, the intellectual INFJ. Some more DP, perhaps.
Yeah, you know.
Curious. I've already calculated the course of the run.
Just like
more
that.
DP, perhaps, my lord.
Listen, especially if your opponent's playing a character where they don't necessarily have everything labbed out to the fullest. This is the.
Why are we playing FPS, bro? This is Fortnite. It's this third-person shooter. What's going on?
This fully is Halo. This is just the Magnum versus the Spartan Laser. This is.
Wait, you're actually so right. If we had a battle rifle, it would be so over. But we're just staying, keeping it a little interesting here with the quick hacks. Ooh, the counter hit. Yeah, we had the algorithm malfunction. Stops you off of the laser. Look at the damage just ticking away from the ignite.
Legs get exposed, and so does the burst. A quick little open up there, and Chonklotomica looking so much better now that we're back to the Unica.
Exactly. One of many stun dippers in the game. You got to show it with the low laser follow-up. Swiping at the skies. It's a huge GP, but still able to find another in the recovery. Yada trying to be a little greedy with the punish.
You can see even there is whipping the fireball on the unempowered fireball to have empowered DP on deck. That's actually so sick.
Wait, are you able to red laser even after you've been hit by the triple shot? What? That's crazy, dog. You're losing the fireball war, but Yada winning the spacing war, I say, as we get DP'd back out to full screen. Oh, brother.
Shows up for himself, and of course, with the high movement speed of Lucy there, is able to close the distance and get the punish, but drops the combo again. But it's not gonna matter. Chonklotomica commits for the millionth time. The DP comes through and it whips.
Maybe trying to be a little bit tricky with some delay close slashes, right? We were being mindful of the burst, but when Yada realized, it was a little bit too late. Already fell back down to the ground. Grounded here in the corner. Chonklotomica looking for the air stalls. Gets counter hit for your troubles off that landing recovery.
Oh, we planted the seed of DP, and now we reap the benefits, brothers. Goes for the dash up throw this time on wake up.
All right, there we go. Stops the Rekka series immediately with that DP. I like the awareness from Chonklotomica, but there we go. Look for a counter hit and crank that damage over time.
Okay. He's just down to just a bit of health. Resources for both players now. Instant air dash back actually beautifully avoids that. Super in response from Yada. It's going to be completely blocked.
Oh, but just a little bit too far for Sundiffer to actually find the confirm. Just chicken blocks right into the gun. Send it. All right, fade away. I like the double air stall now, but doing a good job of looking for the trip guards on Yana's side. Baits on the DP, the down back into 2S. It's 3-0 for our resident Lucy main, the No Lab Lucy, moving on to the next round of losers.
Full stop. Chocolate Atomica should have played Unica the whole time. I really like how aggressive they are. Listen, a lot of the times people feel a lot of pressure, right? You know, you're in a tournament and it's one of those times where you're like, oh, like I gotta do well, I gotta play my best, I really want to see myself place high. It's Chocolate Atomica playing it like it's a video game. Listen, worst case, if I lose, I'll just go back to respawn. Everything's going to be fine. Playing aggressive, playing loose and fast. I really like the decision making a lot. And that's hopefully a player I get to see more because I really appreciated that, the aggressive angles with the Unica.
You know, PvP is a suggestion. After picking up some equestrian-themed, mobile games recently, I've realized that enjoying video games is so specific to the individual, right? Yep. You know, sometimes you wanna win over everyone. You want to have the best win record. You want to have the fastest horse, whatever. Some folks just want to see how far they can get with a specific game plan, a specific kind of style. And I mean, hey, making it into the top 8 over here once again on the day 1 patch of FlyQuest Fight Series for Strive, still a pretty solid achievement. And you've also made your way into the double digits on the DP counter, so that's got to count for something.
Absolutely. To be able to use that many DPs and live to tell the tale is something of its own. So definitely the Step of Legends, Chocolate Atomica, huge shout outs. It was a pleasure to get to see you play. And hopefully we get to see you a little more often in these as we move now to the winner's side. We're going to see a little more Kai again. It's going to be Danny back up to bat. I see DS, who was kind of deadly on the Milia in that first set, going to be showing off their stuff.
Hell yeah. So we got some awesome sets in the winner's side for you guys once we're back, but we're going to go to a quick 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere right after this. Of course, like Proxy said, we got Danny versus ICDS. See you in a sec.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
One of the best things about Evo is the fact that you get to meet up with so many different people who never go to any tournament. And they come from so many different places in the world to come to Evo. And sometimes they just really come to meet their favorite players. So every tournament just feels like its own new thing.
If you were around back then, you had an understanding of just how special this genre is, right? Like those moments, you mentioned the Evo moment 37. There's so many of those that happen multiple times a year at Evo. If people just got their eyes on this thing, this specific FGC thing that we have, our little niche corner of the internet, like they would love it just as much. They just had to become aware of it.
It's very refreshing having a whole team and a whole scene and all my friends behind me. Like I would not be able to even be at this Evo without their help. So huge props to them, huge shout outs to them.
You know, I love my fans, and when they root me on, it makes me want to try even harder. And then they're like, we all believe in you. I'm like, okay, I have to do it for you now.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Hi guys, it's Basil, and welcome to my setup. This is where I draw, game, and submit job applications. This is the NZXT Player 2 AMD edition, powered by AMD's Ryzen. Is it Ryzen or Ryzen? Ryzen? Powered by AMD's Ryzen 5 9600X and Ryzen 7 9700X. Two of the best choices for gamers thinking about leveling up their gameplay. Look at this gameplay. It's insanely smooth, no stutters, only frames. This PC isn't just for games, it powers up every single detail of my artwork too. I can bounce between projects, games, and streams. If you're building your dream setup, start with NZXT and AMD. Grab yours today with the link in my bio.
Being a fly fighter, it just means the world to me, you know, because they perfectly dialed in who they signed. I'm just happy to be able to represent a game within like a group just so high level.
I mean, it means a lot, just because like it's cool to see a team like this supporting the FGC as heavily as they do. So it feels a little bit closer to home, you know, like there's a lot of orgs that kind of like, you're supporting everything, but like let's dabble a little bit in fighting games. But it feels like someone's treating my home very well, you know?
I think the team is very cool. They treat you very well, and I already qualified for EWC, so now I just want to try to win it. Some teams put pressure to perform well, but I feel like my time being here, I've not really felt pressured by anyone. I feel like that's a very important thing to have from a team.
Alright gamers, trade deal. You receive more Guilty Gear Strive action here for the West Coast ladder, top 8 over at FlyQuest Fight Series, and we receive your undivided attention. You know, it could be a little bit divided, but I'm sure you guys are not going to want to look away from this next match. Up next, we're going to be having Danny El Maza versus ICDS in our winners semifinals.
Absolutely. And taking a look at the rest of our matches that we've had here so far, Danny has been looking very clean coming into this one, with ICDS having kind of a sweat against MJ, who unfortunately ended up having to DQ, but it's going to move us, like you said, winner's side. On the other side of winners, we're going to get to see another matchup that we don't get to see very often, at least in the current state of the game here. It's going to be Jonathan Tene back on the Zato. Zato 1 no longer facing off against Simfukai, one of the nastiest testaments on the planet. Winner side is looking crazy.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that ends up going, right? Because, you know, Zato versus Testament, of course, we have the Grave Reaper as this big challenge of, oh, okay, is Zato going to be safe to actually set out Eddie? Yes, we have, you know, Drunkard Shade with some more of this projectile invulnerability. We have Frog to try and, you know, go over it, but then that's when we start showing a little bit more, you know, H Grave Reaper. That's when we start sending out the Stain State, right? The Crow to maybe catch that approach as well. It's going to be a lot of back and forth between the summons and so much screen pollution, so I'm excited to see that, but of course, we're going to make it a little, you know, I was going to say it'll be a little simpler of a matchup before with the Kai. That being said, you have the onus of trying to bring Milia back down to earth when we have all the air mobility in the world, Capel, Fastball, and of course we have some of the best dash speed in the game as well. So how is Danny going to be able to navigate against ICDS, who, you know, showed the absolute breadth of movement in that winner's quarter set?
Yeah, I think depending on what types of heights they attack from, Danny will have some very, very good answers, but we'll see. No Barnes looking relatively grounded here, trying to just jump when needed. Definitely a little bit scary. Obviously, very good DPs as well as an amazing 60 from Kai. I almost said Danny from Kai.
Yeah, right? Okay, when you've played this character for as many hours as he has, the character and the player are one, but here we go, finally able to get a burst opportunity from ICDS. Just waits it out one more frame, the DP straight through the disc.
Oh, and the 5K into the 5S. Beautiful situations. We get the pickup, break the walls. Shock state applied. Danny completely dominating the later stages of that one. ICDS found that one knockdown and just never, car kind of stalled out, never really got it back in gear.
Yeah, exactly. After getting DP'd out of the disc, you were like, wait, this Danny guy is crazy. He's got no fear. Not afraid of the gimmicks, so how can I condition a man who's so brave? The 6K, a clean block, and a DP through the plus frames too.
Love the jump out, though, holding up pretty aggressively, making offensive choices on defense is the best thing you can do here. S-disc combo actually dropping out, unfortunately, as we try to get the jump over. Danny looked like he tried to tech. Good air-to-air from ICDS.
Yeah, I was actually expecting as well, right, that we were going to get a little bit more off of that S-disc, maybe at least a positive bonus for ICDS, but with no break of the glass, we're up against the other side of the wall here. ICDS just looking for a safe PRC, and Capel behind the back, the charge and the blue wide assault finds us just enough to break the wall.
Oh my god, the guaranteed shatter damage makes it work out. If we had spent Wild Assault and not gotten the kill, that would have been a massive loss for us here, but that half burst ends up paying off beautifully. We get the offense started again.
Go. Clean pickup off of the Mirage Haircart. Stuck in the corner once again, but really unafraid to show these DPs even when we're already down 50%. He saw the chat, he was like, alright, we gotta get that counter moving.
Let's say, cats count them like we're counting, we're doing count outs at a wrestling show. I like this. Dash up with 5K though. It's not quite gonna work out. And the RC with the JS on the way down. Another beautiful choice, stifling the movement as well. The jump scare from two characters away.
Yeah, the fast RC overhead really just started the momentum. Well, I guess the wall break in particular started the momentum, right? Yeah. But that was, you know, 20, 30 seconds of Danny, you know, either getting pushed back into the corner or trying to dash his way to, you know, avoid the tricky air movement we saw from ICDS, and then getting these stray hits, these stray escapes from those offensive sequences with a well-timed DP. But it seemed like, you know, it just was pedal to the metal at the end of that last round where it was, oh, okay, this is finally the offensive sequence that I need with enough meter to keep you locked down and not be trading blows back and forth.
I just saw that Danny's name is We Are So Back. This guy is... He said, first of all, I'd like to thank Daisuke.
And everybody over there on the Arc System Works team, like, thanks so much for making my dream come true.
Oh my god. Heavy disc into the dash up. This time, flashes the FD there. Showing off a little bit more of the new combo routes there as Artemis pops out just enough out of the corner for us to be able to get a little bit meatier of a confirm, a bit more damage.
Yeah, Flash FD is evil, right? Sometimes if you're, you know, trying to look for the cross up there, you're just looking for any movement on the screen. So just that big green bubble can, you know, end up baiting you out. Make it so much trickier to, you know, believe in your own reactions, but able to block the same side. That's YRC to escape here for Danny.
Oh, and another one of those little, you know, just noting these for my head a little bit later. Oh, the new YRC puts you exactly at the tip at 5H. I'm starting to see the vision here with some of these pushbacks.
Exactly. Now it's an entirely different situation to lab, both on your character and against some others as far as their options. You're not at that point-blank range, and now looking for the throw bait doesn't end up working out, but we fall straight into the JH throw.
Max resources still on his side. Delays a little bit and ends up winning out on the trade. That's one thing for Millia. Millia is never winning normal versus normal trades. She can't go band for band on the ground like that. It has to be some kind of weird air-to-ground trade.
Speaking of taking to the air to go over that forward slash, but an awkward little trade brings us right back down to earth.
In for the knockdown, heavy disc. Double dash! Somehow Danny is able to chill, just content with the down back there as we land and looks for the 6B, but Compel is another great reaction to the options from Danny.
I'm just impressed he blocked the whiff JS into low, man. I got hit like 5 seconds ago, but Danny able to turn the tides. Waiting for that 50 to come back up here, just slowly staggering out.
Okay, Lush Shaker with nothing else. Bunch of meter on both sides. 2K, 2D. Fakes the hair car, but it floats a little too high, so not too much of a mix there. Good tech.
Yeah, there we go. Just go for the jump forward to try and bait out that burst. But again, ICDS just ready to delay it a little bit longer and find that opportunity to try and stay alive. Chip damage, once again a factor as we're looking for the IAD back JS. Any way to swipe at the skies, but we swipe at the toes for game number 2.
DP's a bad moon and then just commits to the stun dipper. Danny is an evil guy. You know, when you watch him play, the types of choices he makes, man, he is... Oh, dude. He is such a nightmare to play against. This guy's, like, his decision-making is so quick and he's so good at... He's really good at making you feel like you need to scramble and then stifling your scramble immediately. He's insane at it.
Exactly. So for some folks, right, maybe like the intermediate or like higher level players, you can kind of see them, you know, shifting gears, right? Oh, I'm going from more passive to a little bit more aggressive, but there's always that little bit of shooting up time, a little bit of that acceleration. But like you said, right, Danny is able to go from 0 to 100 and then bring it right back down to 0 to try and stop you, and you're trying to, you know, meet him at his own game. But ICDS, a clean jump in now, putting Danny on, you know, one touch.
RC, backdash in response, resets the neutral completely here. The air dash to avoid the stun was so sick. It was a terrifying situation after the drop. And a quick little RC and a quick little 2K is able to remedy a quick little band-aid for that one.
Yeah, maybe catching out an extended hurt box, and that's why the far H didn't actually end up reaching. But it's okay, we got PRC 2K, a little low check action here. Put you back up against the wall, but a drop on 2K.
Timing on the jump in once again. That's ridiculous here. Less than half-life for Danny now. And just full sends the jump over. No tricks, no nothing. Just straight heat. I respect it.
Yeah, and I mean, when we've shown double air dash, you know, double jump into air dash so many times, right? You get the opportunity to be a little bit more tricky with these direct and straightforward approaches. Oh, brother.
No, and finally, hand in the cookie jar there for Danny. Tries to rip the DP. It's not going to work out. ICDS able to completely bait that with the shimmy and finally get on the board here. The potential march back on a 3.
Come on, man. Why are we putting my 4-frame whip cancelable disjoint on the screen, man? We're talking about DPs, man. We're not talking about broken light mashes.
I'm so sick of that normal. I'm so sick of that normal.
Bro. Yeah, this J2 5P is a little crazy, man. We gotta get that checked out in V 2.0. Walk it back out. Back to the DP shenanigans you guys are here for.
Double the timing, dude. Close slash always been. Listen, if there's one thing that's always been solid about Millia in every single version of the character, every single version of the game, that close slash so good. The multi-hit, getting the anti-air, dealing with a lot of the situation, and after the instant block, they're able to get into the Lush Shaker, but unfortunately can't find a touch for it.
Ooh. Okay, able to find that micro dash far as just a little bit of a delay to try and catch out the startup from Danny trying to send out his own bar slash, but here we go, 2K2D, and behind the back with the overhead, we have disc, we have one more super in the bank in case we need it for the wall break.
And that march to a potential game 5 is speeding up quite a bit. Danny Almaza not on the clock right now, it seems. Instant air dash back is a little predictable with his air movement there. What a read on the offense, just hold dash macro. DP goes wide as well.
My God, and the stun dipper not going to work out here. Just anything to try and get a lead, but challenge on the H-disc once again for Danny. Finds the rising JS. So many times we talk about Milia having these incredible air buttons, right? That JS in particular, but Danny able to meet you with your own game.
Knockdown. EP is actually done with there. Plenty of time for the block.
What? That was actually a pretty decent trade for Danny. Up against the wall here, you still have burst, but you know that ICDS is looking to bait it. When do we find the opportunity to guaranteed burst point off of the Capel? Great patience, but it's not enough when Haircar final hit ties up the set.
Chad is no longer even rooting for their favorite players. They're just rooting for DPs, and I really respect that. Truly, you guys are bringing that energy today, huh?
You guys don't care about Guilty Gear Strive, man. You don't care about who wins the $800 for our day one patch. You don't care about Lucy. You just want to see the invincible reversal go burr, man. And I'm with you. I gotta understand. We were talking about our own personal win cons, and if we can hit 15 on the DP, I mean, we got the time to do it. It's game number 5.
Possession of the 2S, Artemis twice in a row, actually trying to bait something out there. Does manage to get a cross up though.
Ooh, big whiff on the Artemis, so able to find the jump over JH from Danny.
The hit stop on that fireball is so the doom doom doom. Blocking that
it's
out
actually base boosted, yeah.
It's so ridiculous. The triple vine wound, you have to block it, dude. You hate to see it, but the burst gives us a bit of a headache here. Still more than 50% life for Danny as he commits to the dust.
Stuck on the ground, it was double overheads. You were thinking about the chicken block, but weren't ready for the land 5D. Danny, down a burst, but up around its set point.
Ooh. Nice one again. Able to find the close slash afterwards here. Flip kick, full send, no punish though. Risky situation from both. Woo.
It's far slash, it's JS, but Danny off of the rising still has the falling. We're looking horoscope right now with the counter hit. Once again, it's burst up for ICDS. Still down 2 rounds. Pretty rough in the meter situation as well.
Ooh, 5S out of the corner. YRC pushed it a bit farther back. Heavy fireball. The backdash into the Capel. Almost got us in trouble.
Yeah, that jump spacing, even off of the dash drop, right, was scary. We really didn't want to land into that stun edge, so great routing. Great aerial piloting here from ICDS, but one touch into an RC is enough for Danny to take the set. How can we stay alive? 50 meter apiece.
Now it's just going to continue to hold forward just a bit. Doesn't want to let that danger build up. Doesn't want to let that negative penalty affect him here. Capel have some on the top of the head a couple times in a row. Nice backdash, but has to wild assault again. Doesn't want to lose that meter, and that should do it.
Go with the foot. It didn't kill! Why didn't it wall splat? There was no damage on the wall. Danny was working with these fresh, unpainted renovations, but still the stun edge finishes the job. It's 3-2 for Danny.
Oh, the fireball saves the day. Had my heart going for sure, but Danny L. Mazza says, don't worry about it. Listen, I got everything under control. You stress too much, and he's right. I do, but you know, you guys make me nervous. The way they're playing is not making it any easier for me. I'm already an anxious, stressed person, Jason. It doesn't. The DPs are not helping.
Said, oh, okay, I can't wait to watch my favorite game, Guilty Gear Strive, on this fine Friday night. It's gonna be so fun, and all of a sudden we're betting our lives on the line for 5%. It's crazy. We see H-disc, we're like, no, I don't believe in this one. This got to be a gimmick setup, right? And I'm like, no, please. And then I see counter hit, and I'm like, wait. You might be a knower. You might be a genius, but all right. You guys have had enough of the Dragon Punch shenanigans. It's all good. We don't have dragons, but we do have a couple summons coming up for our next set. The other side of winners semis, we're going to be having Jonathan Tene on the Zato versus Simfukai's Testament.
Yeah, definitely going to be a matchup that's going to be potentially tough. I'm very interested to see. I haven't seen New Testament, good Testament, because in the earlier stages, when Zato was a stronger character, Testament wasn't exactly the nearly as good as they are now. So I'm interested to see, with both of them being a little more high powered. It's another one of those ones where I feel like I haven't seen it before. This is gonna be a learning experience.
Yeah, exactly. Found footage of the new patch pulling up here, but after the round break, or wall break rather, we're just sending it with the far slash. You might as well.
Flies sustain, fireball one more time, super dump to get out, and just flies out of trouble. Something that's definitely very interesting for that, potentially on the matchup.
Yep. Ooh, Pulls up off of the stain state, cleared off of the throw. Oh, and you gotta watch the toes just poking out with the 2K. The Pierce right behind to check you.
Hey, Chad, I see you guys talking about the DPs. Listen, they both don't have it, so this is a very even matchup.
Exactly.
It must
really
be.
all
It
that
has
matters
to be
when you think
50-50.
about it on paper, right? Ooh. Oh, tried to invite her, or break the law rather, right past the charged Grave Reaper, which I like the idea, but still able to get such a big combo off of the stain state.
Ooh, the double 5K into the Succubus Assault. Both of them going to come through, and it's going to be able to just close the distance to the wall here. Arbiter Sign takes the fight, reapplies Stain, but doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, I was wondering if 6H would have been able to kill there, but it definitely would have been close, if anything. Still able to get the stain state applied if you're not sure. I like the idea from Yuki. We pass that 50-meter threshold right before Jonathan Tene. We swing with the far slash.
And normal ends up working out perfectly there. Jonathan had really expended most of the resources there coming up from Eddie as we get the connection with the big heavy. Sets up the fireball for the median, continues the pressure in the corner.
All right, Stain State. Yeah, each of those procs gives us so much meter off of it as well. Kara, the dash up into the Age Grave Reaper. It's burst out from Jonathan. He's like, please let me out, man.
Oh no, but there's no escape. If any, they're jumping him in the corner. It's getting worse.
What? I actually can't believe he's alive. I thought that last hit of the super, the Succubus Assault, the Nostrovia is not quite enough, but look at the health lead from Simfukai. It's an ID back JS to take game number 1. I'm seeing the chat, 1 HP energy. No! As soon as you typed it out, you hit enter and then you saw slash. You were like, all right, my bad. I'll see you in game 2.
See, listen, that was y'all's fault. Y'all take those sometimes, but that's okay. On to the next one here. So far, everything's been looking pretty good. I'm liking the adjustments. So far, I think my favorite thing has been seeing, we haven't gotten to see it very much, but when Testament has the Crow or the Succubus positioned behind Gato, if he commits to an Eddie action that doesn't instantly put them in block stun, Simfuka's just been teleporting past it, which is actually kind of a sick, cute little interaction.
Yeah, exactly. You got to threaten it. It's not just about the stain state, it's about the positioning as well. But like you said, Yuki, one of these players who's a little bit more conservative on it until we have the proper opportunity to do so. But definitely an opportunity to bust out of the corner now with Eddie down for so long, but just barely not able to launch high enough for that 6H.
Eddie, round of applause. Pearson to the... Okay, we blocked the meat tenderizer here, and it's able to hold faster. That felt like a commando for sure. In the end, we deal with the first layer of pressure, but unfortunately with a PRC, you're not done yet.
Here we go. The slide in off the 5P gets YRC'd, but we send it with the 2S to take the round regardless. We started the Eddie pressure at least.
Whoa.
Nothing found off of it.
Even there, saw the invite hell, knew they had a chance to do something offensive. Jonathan deals with it so beautifully and keeps control of the corner, keeping people locked down as Eddie-less Zato is such an art form, and this guy is just the master.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when Float, you know, got nerfed so long ago, but using a lot of the JPs, right? Just these jump forward into multi-hits to keep you locked down until Eddie has time to chomp you back up with it. You're alive!
Somehow, some way, still living it here. Mashed to the 5P. Usol was trying to get aggressive, but says, listen, I got no time for heroes on this one. Spends the burst right away. Continues to be the aggressor.
And we had the effect of the Crow coming right back as soon as Zato was trying to make the jump in, but the TP immediately checked by Tene. It's a 5P to tie it up 1-1.
I actually think that was a great idea to teleport into a pose and just try and buffer a throw and try and jump scare him. But again, like you said, Tene has the reaction time. 5P from Zato, that's the Lord's reversal. You know, this guy doesn't have a DP for himself, but if anything, 5P or 2P, that should count. That should count.
Exactly. It's like how, you know, Ladiva and Granblue, you'll see them do wake up to you. It's like, oh, is there invul on that? No. No, not at all. But you send it with your chest, man. Sometimes there's something about it. There's a reversal-like quality about it. There we go.
Reversal-like quality? Reversal-like quality might be my favorite way. Yeah, I'm stealing that one. That was amazing, actually.
There we go, and stole the soul away, not trying to hold on to the stain state. So we're 1 game apiece here, but grabbed right back into the corner. And yeah, full screen burst just takes that sword out of the sky.
Oh, JP not going to work on that one, unfortunately. quite close the distance. Tries to apply the stain again, but the trade sends him full screen. Jonathan Tene again, the short end of the stick of a couple interactions in a row, and there's the burst out of him too.
Yeah, going for the TP right under, I was a little bit scared that the falling button was going to work out. And then I remembered we got Testament 6P, like, it's chill. Woo! When it's just
Even
barely
there.
built up the meter for the RC2, Simfukai finds lethal.
Even there, I think Kene was also thinking 6P, but again, the rare air throw coming out from the Testament here twice in a row. As you see, D's drunkard and goes straight into Arbiter Sign. Maybe a quick little reaction from Simfukai there.
Yeah. Right, and once more through the glass. A little bit of extra damage with that 6H. Now Jonathan Tene on throw kill range.
Damn. Perfect to seal the deal, taking the lead now. Things getting a bit far away from us now. Jonathan Tene, massive adjustments required here. It's been kind of rough. I feel like we're doing a great job with this Testament movement of kind of like preemptively negating a lot of these ideas with Zato, man.
Yeah, so many times it's been tricky with the Grave Reapers, and especially the way that we're using TPs now, whether it's as, you know, I'm trying to escape the corner, or like you mentioned earlier, like, oh, okay, if you're being a little bit frisky with the Succubi right behind you, it's my way to escape, or even, you know, setting up a preemptive anti-air as well. So now, Simfukai one game closer to sending Jonathan Tene down into the loser's side.
Just more there, Pierce into the frog, continues the harassment, just a little bit of damage, but the positional win I think is the big deal here. Forces the burst, did not want to have to deal with the wall break and the loop pressure.
Stuck out the big leggy with the 5K, but ends up getting 6P'd for it. Eddie with the upper body invul, now with the frog applied. But you didn't have any meter behind it, right? So Eddie's still down for a little bit. Doesn't matter when you got RC behind it off of the 2-hit bombo.
I love that too. Going for the 5S or the 2S, excuse me, right away in that situation. Your opponent has meter and you don't. You went to a neutral wall break. A lot of the time, BRC is a choice for them. That's a great. That's a great like first instinct to have in a wall break situation like that from Jonathan Tene.
Yeah, just put out a big button. Also knew that we'd be able to build up just enough meter. Go. That knockdown. We took the first round and already 50% down in the next here for Yuki.
Oh no, forward breaks, hard knockdown, meter to be built here. Pierce one into the drills, guarantees us the corner and full follow through 5P, but it's not burst safe.
Trying to go for 5Ps to wait out something there, but Simfukai finds the opportunity to try and stay alive, but with chip damage being a factor, you had to act. Counter hit with the 2S, and now it's 2-2. We're going to another game 5, Proxy.
Commitment attempt with the low fireball there. If that fireball gets off, though, you actually have a really, really good shot. You have a teleport point potentially to be able to access, being able to, you know, have yourself a little more directed when it comes to applying your stain. That really feels like the best possible win con in the moment here. So definitely respect to the choice, but Tene again covering things so well. And like you said, down to the wire, bro.
Yeah. Did it end up working? No. Was it one of our only ways to, you know, establish a way to escape? Yes. So we had to do it, but now we're escaping our way back to game number 5. Clean blocks on the tap dusts. You got the boomer or the zoomer reactions.
How often do you see a player tank a full Eddie gauge and come away like, yeah, okay, let's play some neutral, dog? Crazy from Simfukai.
Big chillin' dog. Oh, able to float over the stain state apply and a quick PRC to bring us right back down to earth with the JK. Ooh. Damn, anti-air Grave Reaper just stops on the JP. This is fine here for Simfukai. You're up against the corner, but still waiting for that Eddie gauge to come back up and sniped out here. The preemptive 2H just catching out that summit.
And very smart to expend some resources on that one too. The super, obviously a great choice, even with the drop here. But I mean, the Wild Assault was a genius level idea. As we see again, YRC perfectly positions them for Pierce 1. And Jonathan Tene able to take massive advantage.
There we go. 5H through the glass. Does it have the meter after the round, you know, wall break rather. Just waiting for that BRC opportunity. And the OTG does it with 2S. One more round.
I've been a little ahead when it comes to the resources here. You're going to expect to see that burst early if something bad potentially occurs. And now Jonathan Tene wishing he had the burst of his own. Look at the damage here. Even with the drop combo, it's still almost half.
Chunk out of the HP. It's Speaking of half, we're looking for that 50-meter threshold on the tension right now. The jump over the frog is clean, but still anti-air for your troubles, ready for the 6P. Jonathan Tene with no Eddie to his name just yet.
He does manage to make it back here. BRC for the forbidden air dash. Straight in with the high-low sandwich situation. YRC spaces us out, but a great backdash to reset.
Just kept locked down in the sandwich, but YRC allows us to escape, but still Jonathan Tene now with the meter advantage up against the wall. No spend in an RC because we want to refill with the sword.
Flex Shield might end up being a decent choice here, depending on the situation. No, it's a dash-up throw with your boy Kermit coming in from behind. Jonathan Tene takes the victory and is able to scoot on forward, proving, like we said, Zodom 1 no longer. The guy is back.
I was about to say, bro said we had the Sesame Street set, and then I realized that is an entirely different IP than, you know, where Kermit is from. But Kermit emerging from hell and beyond to take that game number 5 and send Simfukai down into the loser's side. It was very cool seeing a lot of the interactions of, okay, how are Grave Reaper and Eddie going to interact? Are they going to end up, you know, clashing in neutral here? Is one going to end up clearing the other in a lot of ways? But especially some of the, you know, preemptive 2 S's and 2 H's that we saw, especially once, you know, Eddie was about to come back up. We're seeing Eddie Lizato, and then we're thinking on Simfukai's side, okay, how can I stuff the summon of Eddie preemptively? How can I use some of my, you know, long-reaching but pretty long startup buttons as well to just put out this hitbox so as soon as that summon is ready, bam, I have another Eddie Lizato just ready and waiting in front of me.
Yeah, being able to plan those situations and be able to potentially loop them, especially in those late-stage offensive streaks, can be very important. Unfortunately, it isn't able to pan out quite the way that they viewed it, as we're going to get into another one here, and it's going to be that Lucy once again. I'm so glad we're getting some Lucy today. God bless Yada.
That's what I'm saying, man. We're just getting so much of this high-level content, Yada. Even though it's the no-lab Lucy, we're seeing so many of these tricky setups, and seeing also some of these interactions as well. Just, you know, how good the gun is at locking down certain characters. I imagine, honestly, we're probably not going to see a lot of it here, right? Because ICDS could just dash block and go right under it. It takes so much space. So instead, Yada taking the fight to ICDS and staying right in their face.
And being able to convert off the throw there is definitely massive. And the first time we're going to get to see it consuming the 100 meter. And that's going to be a full deletion.
Let's go. We love a good Astro finish. And we send it straight through the glass. Yada takes that first round clean. So shout out Yada for not doing the, you know, I really want to stay at your house OST and getting us banned from Twitch.
True.
Much appreciated.
Oh my god.
For a big anti-air off of the 2H, but instead the pseudo Roman cancel off of the quick hacks here.
Oh, and not going to get to reap the benefits at all there, even with the risk gauge getting cranked that quickly. Quick little overhead into the connection. Still has meter. ICDS, big advantage. Chooses to be a little more defensive with it. It gives Yada way too much room.
Beautiful confirm behind the back off of the 2H. Now once again, straight with the super. It's still not enough to kill, even with the wall break and with Milia's low health. Oh.
Yeah, you know.
You spend the burst. Now we're chilling.
Wow. Oh no! Has RC though.
Oh, but a clean pickup off of the Capel. JK, close slash, Yada. Trying to bring that round back from the brink of defeat, but the 100 meter wasn't enough.
Did they RC up into that? Is that what happened?
I think so. I think so.
That's so unfortunate.
Ooh, big whip from the JH. I wonder if we were trying to catch on a jump here from Yada, but the full charge of the whip.
And once again, tries to go for it there, but it's a pretty easy jump out from that moment. Delayed jump might end up being the answer there as we get another clean connection with the close slash.
So many base boosts off of these counter hits. 2 DPs, 1 close slash, and so many dashes here to keep you on your toes from ICDS. Clean blocks from Yada here on the side swap. What? Oh, brother.
Committed to the air throw there too, was trying to preempt the jump while this hold makes them block. Oh no! And the pseudo stain is applied, but Artemis wins the day.
Oh, there we go. Goes for the Rekka series. It's a soft knockdown. There's something off of the whip. But 2K2D does the job for game number 1. I'm seeing in the chat as well, like, not gonna lie, I don't know what Lucy's DP motion looks like. I told Proxy before the broadcast. He was like, "How you doing, gamer?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I just played like 20 minutes of ranked on my minute 1 Lucy, and you know, I lost 8 placement matches in a row. It was really fun. I can't wait to do it after the broadcast." I did not know that she had a DP, and then I saw Yada doing a move that ended up going through active frames, and I was like, I guess that's her DP. It looks un-DP-esque, right? But you know, you'll see it in a second. It does look like the X with the mono wires.
But that's curious.
Strange. I just thought it was interesting that she's invulnerable there.
Okay, now the DP, not to be confused with that other X with the mono whip, the 2H.
Yeah.
That hits very high up.
Exactly. Oh, there we go. Full charge off of the whip. One can only assume it's plus. Set it up. Ooh! If 1-2H doesn't work, we're gonna go for a big read on the air stall with a Capel.
And the full charge of the whip one more time to be able to get the cleanest connection here. Yada with a dominating first round here in the OTG to reset things, but a quick little poke. ICDS back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, even off of that knockdown, we're still pulling up with a dash up far slash. Tried to pull out the gap, but only to get caught through the wall break. Walking out with the FD cancel, but there we go. Dash, jump, or air dash rather. JS comes out for ICDS to put us back in the corner. It's on the DP!
That was the DP, chat. See, it's the X, but with a little bit of oomph. The screen shakes a little bit. There's a decent little noise. Sound design on this character is ridiculous, by the way. I just gotta
throw that
out there.
He stands her ground a little bit on it, you can tell. Okay, goes for the single Rekka, but just ends up right below ICDS, so looking for that anti-air that's burst out.
Ooh, the dash under. End up getting oh no, the backdash double 2H. So once again, OTGs, and actually sets up for a pretty decent situation there. And now, with the movement attempt, you're done for.
Wait, her 2H hits so high, man, and one more Astro finish, that 100-meter kill.
Just for anyone that has not watched the informational stuff when it comes to Lucy, the way that super works is it is a normal overdrive, but if you have 100 meter and you hit them under a certain threshold of health, it automatically consumes your second 50 meter and it guaranteed kills. So it just automatically triggers in moments like that. So spending the there's no more guessing with her if you have the 100 bar. The game will tell you if it will kill.
Exactly. Same input, and it tells you, all right, we'll see you next round. Or in this case, we'll see you next game, as now we've tied it up on Yada's side 1-1.
You ever play a golf game where it does the gimme when you're within 3 feet? It's kind of like that.
Yes.
It's kind of like that.
It just gives you the execute. It's like, bro, there's no way you mess this putt up in real life, man. Like, I don't believe it.
Calling a putt an execute is the sickest shit ever, by the way.
It's like when people were talking about 2xKO, and they're like, oh, yeah, man, that guy headshot me for 50% of my life. It's like, yeah?
A couple quick connections. The movement working out well. 2S into the Artemis. Nice blocks, but jumps into the Capel.
Hey, looking for something off of the JS, but off of that awkward stare down, looking for a DP to try and bust out. But ICDS, with all the patience in the world, waits it out for another round.
I see chat just wanted to know what the DP was to go back to counting, and I really respect the commitment you did. Powerful stuff.
Ooh, no, tried to full charge the whip. I maybe needed a partial charge, but just held it on a little bit too long there.
Oh, clean connection from there. It's going to go straight into the hacks once again. We are favoring selection 1 here. Tries to go in for the risk gauge here and taps the dust for the hit.
No! Okay, we had lethal a couple times, but again, these day 1 confirms are a little tricky. Yada able to stabilize. Yo. Anti-air 5K. Really haven't seen a ton of that button so far.
Peeks in the low. Slash into the 2H. There we go.
Oops. There we go. Clean air to air. Yada ties up the health lead.
I mean, like, what?
I was going to say clean block on the overhead, but then we had one more RC behind it, man.
I was going to say, eventually the 17th overhead is going to get you. Respect on the situation. The flex shield, actually an amazing defensive choice here. Get back to your feet.
Only hold on for so long, but gets caught up by the JKJD, brought up into the full launch combo. We got Winger. Oh, instead we're going for the disc. Build up a little bit less burst. Uh-oh. Wait, just beats it again, right? Oh, no. Subtle foreshadowing. Artemis fading out the super.
I will say that two things I've learned from watching that super be used in that way today has been, one, the vertical hitbox on that thing is kind of dog water. It is whiffed on some people that are like really seemed like they were within range. And two, not quite the reversal we're looking for, unfortunately.
Super sucks, man.
Like, it's cool. It's kind of cool.
You know, you traded style points on the 100-meter Astro finish for, you know, whiffing on moves that, you know, you really think otherwise would be caught up by the invul.
Allegedly. Right. Listen.
Streets are saying that it shrinks the hurt box. Streets are saying it's a reversal super. Oh, no. Didn't quite get the pickup off of the S-disc. I wonder if we needed to delay the 2K, but either way, it's burst out here. There, she's so fast!
Dude, her movement speed is off the rails.
She actually got the boots of swiftness, bro. She got the counter hit as well, but a little bit too long on the charge here, so dropping on that whip means it's a kill for ICDS. 1 round away from sending the No Lab Lucy home.
Wow, and it's going to try and do it with a bang here. Straight into the new route with the S-disc. Artemis sets up for the knockdown here, and it pulls them out of the corner. Both of the changes in one combo. Getting the knockdown and being able to get the slight pull out of the corner because of that light little wall bounce from Artemis.
Yeah. Should have threatened the other side, but off of the close slash, it's guessing for your life. Able to block the low, but not able to block the throw. The down back caught out and OTG'd by the Herikar. ICDS moves on to the next round 3-1.
And that is a huge shout out to Sayata, who again is a fantastic player when it comes to picking up these new characters. And if that truly is No Lab Lucy, y'all need to really watch out for Yata. Because if that's with no practice, come on.
I'm trying to see it. Like, I'm trying to scout out the replay vultures real quick so I can see this like high level Lucy shenanigans. When I'm watching it, right, and I'm trying to commentate it on the side for you guys, make it interesting, I don't get to, you know, really dig into it. I obviously don't get to rewind the footage and think, oh, okay, why did Yata end up looking for this fight? Like, what is the, you know, sequence that we're looking for this setup? And I'm seeing a lot of the, you know, the tech pile in through the hashtag as I, you know, scroll my For You page. So I got to compile a little bit of that. I do really want to play Lucy after this. She seems very sick.
Respect. Ken Ryu coming in very early with that 2 hours. That's another thing that I respect too, is, listen, my character's been out for 22 hours. They're bottom one. They're terrible. We need an emergency patch. Listen, fight for your character. I respect that. That's what you got to do.
This is the way that we play fighting games, both in and out of the game in 2025, man. It's, you know, you gotta have like lobbyists for your character. You gotta get like the expert down players and be like, dude, I'm sending in my subscription fee. Do your thing.
There's nothing more powerful than having someone who is loud on Twitter, who is like, who detests your character from like a balanced standpoint. You're like, yes, we're doing it.
Dude. Oh my god, and yes, we're able to pick up baits out the DP with the stain apply, and not only that, we pick up with the 5K for a full confirm, just chewing away at Jimmy's HP right now. Simperkai working on a perfect. And fine.
Yata said, don't analyze that gameplay. I haven't labbed at all.
I went 2-4 in ladder and haven't labbed that. You know, I'll check it in a week.
That's hard. I respect that, though.
That's so sick. Ooh, caught out here by the JD, though, trying to escape off of the triple overhead sequence.
See the vision, that's all I'll say.
Exactly, yeah.
Straight in, charge the dust. A beautiful situation here as we break the wall one more time, but look at the resources for Simfukai. Plenty to fight with now.
For JH on the way back down, but now we've jumped ourselves back over to Testament's effective range and throw procs the Stain State Nostrovia, bringing us all the way over to that other corner once more.
Ooh, and the burst timing is good. Rare sighting of the charge there. It actually delay. Overhead is dealt with. One more mix up to deal with, and unfortunately the throw's gonna not be enough. Ow!
Yeah, it's a slow reversal, and Jimmy with the dash block able to operate in the clutch. That round was looking rough from second number one.
Oh no, and jumps into the fireball. Preemptive stop there. The guy with the delay. Low slash into the dash up. Upward fireball is the opener.
Let's go a little H-Grave Reaper. Here we go. And we waited out for the 50 to come back up here. I wonder what we're going to spend it on. Spending all this time getting thrown back into the corner. Jimmy.
Straight trade. Oh, Testament 6P loses, not clickbait? I don't think I've seen that get hit in a minute, but RTL in the air responds to everything with the... No! PRC's against him still!
Oh, brother. Maybe tried to go for PRC into a button to try and find the interrupt, but just a little bit too late for your own good. Jimmy with the second hit of Ride the Lightning, able to bring that game right back.
It's a heartbreaker.
DPs are invincible. Why would you use anything else? So true. Why didn't you just DP? Is he stupid, chat?
Listen, Testament very well known for their high levels of DP. Testament, to be fair, Testament used what is their only DP in the reversal super there. Yeah. They committed.
That's all they got.
That's all they got.
That's the best they got. It's quite slow, I gotta say. You got slow reversal super in the EXE Beast, and you got YRC. So they don't have a wide breadth of options. Sin, he's got options. I'll tell you what, he's got reversals out the wazoo, and he's got the corner here. Try and find something off of the calorie follow-up, but still just jumping and baiting out the burst.
Yeah, handling everything so perfectly. Overhead twice in a row, spamming it, but that's going to be a punish on the 2K2D. Teleport to buy some room back to the mid-screen, and Zipikai moving that pressure just a bit.
Nice. Yeah, walk it back.
Oh my god, an Arbiter Sign takes a bite out of Crime. It's not often, especially against Thin, that you see someone get to just use raw Arbiter Sign in a moment like that. You're normally so scared. You gotta protect your legs in moments like that. The Sun Dipper is approaching.
Send it with a Charge Grave Reaper. JD, a little bit more patient this time, but still gets caught out after the stain applied. Now he's stuck up against the wall. All this damage off Nostrovia too. Oh, he didn't build up enough on hit either to BRC off of the knockdown. Oh, brother.
Yup.
Ooh, ends up jumping right into the stain state. I wonder why we got caught there.
But a quick bite out of Crime, and then the dash up. Nice little ender for Zipikai there. Low effort, high reward. Like to see it. Way to survive again. Exactly. It can be very scary again in those mid-range situations against the Sin, especially now that we're starting to unsheath that DP a little bit more often. The theme of the night.
Yeah, just masking off, unsheathing, just pulling up with the DP says, all right, man, I got my invul frames, I'm gonna send it if your block string is not truly gapless. If you're gonna be a little greedy with the staggers, let me see and try and check you on the approach. Game number 2, we're tied. Okay. All right, you got it. Round star low crush. Life is good.
He literally is like, I got max calories. It's fine. Well fed.
Yeah,
what am I worried about?
Ooh. Behind the back, not able to bait the burst off of the TP.
Being a better follow up. Fireball, nice little press there, recognizing the situation. Knew it was going to have a turn to fight. Zipikai, rare miss of an anti-air there, forced a burst, but still has max resources.
Yeah, I wonder if we were already committed to like a dash up Grave Reaper, right? Otherwise, that Testament 6P, just such a stellar anti-air in those situations. Unless we already pre-committed, but takes to the skies, RC up the EXE Beast, and close slash 2H does the job.
Star 5K says, you're not low crushing me again, big dog.
Okay, jumps over the Arbiter Sign, jumps over the 5K, but still gets caught out on the way over. All right, Jimmy, you escaped one coast, but made your way to the other.
And this time, Zipikai is the 6P locked and loaded. The same situation again. And luckily, we'll have a little bit of twist on this one.
Exactly. Swap things up a little bit, rewrite the story, and bait out the DP as well. You could have waited for him to make his way back down, but didn't want to waste any time. We bait the burst and take game number 2.
Zipikai, listen, Zipikai the one not opposed to waiting in the moment there. 2 games straight to be able to bounce back there after Jimmy. Jimmy with a... I feel like that's one of the things against Sin is that you kind of have to be prepared to, like, sometimes, especially if you haven't played the Sin player before, depending on the types of tempo and the type of aggression that they bring, you might just beef a game to this character because he's so high damage, so quick. He can just kind of run you over in a couple quick interactions, like too fast to adjust.
Exactly. And the round start eat as well. We spent the burst and then we were like, all right, I need a little bonus, right? I need these calories to do a little extra work. But the TP behind the back and Superguy dashes up into the far slash.
It's close and harassing with the far slashes once again. Nice IB as we go for the jump forward there to block, but the throw puts us in a little bit of a precarious position until
spent all the calories just waiting for them to come back up. He's staring at his MyFitnessPal, but he's not staring at his toes. Caught up with a low. It's 2S Nostrovia. Off of that awkward ground bounce, I actually thought we weren't going to be able to confirm, but Yuki now on set point.
Plenty of resource, plenty of momentum. Tries to go for the low crush again. A big walk backwards there. Went for the dash. It actually ends up getting the cross up. Interesting choice there if it was intentional.
Yeah, I wonder if we just ended up missing our Kara and just a little bit too far on the shot, but there you go. Clean confirm with the stain state here. You gotta burst eventually, Jimmy, but this one's not lethal.
Oh no! Stands at the perfect spacing! Sifukai with the spacing bait! And when you stand at the tip of Sun Dipper, Sins are gonna want to slide. What a way to check the approach. That was amazing. High level.
Yeah, just put you at that perfect spacing. And I mean, we saw that as well in the set against Jonathan Tene, where it's like, oh, okay, you're at the perfect spacing to want to put out Eddie on the screen with Pierce, or maybe look for a low crush with Frog. So I'm just going to put out 2H preemptively at this space that I know you want to advance on, and then using it in the same way, like you said, against Sun Dipper, where it's like, oh, okay, your calories are back up, you're trying to neutral escape, or you just burst it out. Like, you're looking for a way to start and run your game plan instead of just weathering the storm and risking being chip damaged by Arbiter Sign, by Stain State, by Grave Reaper, and all of them just looping back into each other. We understand what you were looking for, but that's how it goes to be, sent out here in a respectable 7th place.
Yeah, unfortunately puts you in a rough spot, but like you said, that's kind of how the cookie crumbles. But with that, that is going to lock in our top 4. But before we get into the top 4 ourselves, listen, I just finished my water. I'm going to be honest. I need a little break. And luckily, it's timed up perfectly. So we are going to take a quick little break, a short little 5 minutes. But right after that, the conclusion of FlyQuest Fight Series, our top 4 for the West Coast, will be continuing in just a minute.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. Just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
One of the best things about Evo is the fact that you get to meet up with so many different people who never go to any tournament. And they come from so many different places in the world to come to Evo. And sometimes they just really come to meet their favorite players. So every tournament just feels like its own new thing.
If you were around back then, you had an understanding of just how special this genre is, right? Like those moments, you mentioned the Evo moment 37. There's so many of those that happen multiple times a year at Evo. If people just got their eyes on this thing, this specific FGC thing that we have, our little niche corner of the internet, like they would love it just as much. They just had to become aware of it.
It's very refreshing having a whole team and a whole scene and all my friends behind me. Like I would not be able to even be at this Evo without their help. So huge props to them, huge shout outs to them.
You know, I love my fans, and when they root me on, it makes me want to try even harder. And then they're like, we all believe in you. I'm like, okay, I have to do it for you now.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Hi guys, it's Basil, and welcome to my setup. This is where I draw, game, and submit job applications. This is the NZXT Player 2 AMD edition, powered by AMD's Ryzen. Is it Ryzen or Risen? Risen? Powered by AMD's Ryzen 5 9600X and Ryzen 7 9700X. Two of the best choices for gamers thinking about leveling up their gameplay. Look at this gameplay. It's insanely smooth, no stutters, only frames. This PC isn't just for games, it powers up every single detail of my artwork too. I can bounce between projects, games, and streams. If you're building your dream setup, start with NZXT and AMD. Grab yours today with the link in my bio.
You already know what time it is. It's Guilty Gear Strive. It's our top 4 here on our West Coast ladder. And of course, we gotta head back into our winners side. Up next, we're gonna be seeing Danny L. Maza versus Jonathan Tene. It's the King Kai himself versus Zato, fighting his way back out of that bottom 1 position. Now with the Zabubu, which, to be honest, we haven't seen a ton of, if I'm gonna be so for real, right?
Yeah.
You know, we have that new move available as a cancel, but, you know, in general, right, Jonathan Tene kind of going back to the old reliable shenanigans that we know and love Zato for. Let's see if he can secure that spot in the grand finals here as we head into our next set.
I mean, it's literally been more of the other stuff. Like you said, you know, Oppose got some little changes here and there, as well as, you know, some other small things. So like you said, no real application of the new stuff yet. But I think even without the new stuff, honestly and truly, I'm not gonna lie, I think Zato was a little better than people said anyways. So, you know, maybe not to say he wasn't like bottom 3, because he with 100% certainty was a bottom 3 character. You can't argue him out of bottom 3 in the last patch, but I think he is maybe a little more playable than people thought.
You guys hear that? Proxy said, you Zato players are ass, man.
Bro.
Players.
Wait.
Players. How could you? Don't listen to the part where he you know, explicitly explained that what I'm saying is a lie. He said you Zato players can't handle it, man. He said you needed Arc System Works to hold your hand to bring you into this winners finals. Are you gonna take it? Well, you know, I guess there's not much you can do, right? All of a sudden you get patched, now you're winning. Curious, thinking emoji. But for those of you guys, you know, of course there were a lot of changes in this most recent Guilty Gear Strive patch. So just to go down, you know, what Zato kind of got. So when Gold Burst hits, any life gauge recovery starts at where it already was. You know, with that previous amount. Of course, Oppose a little bit faster, you know, and reduces the horizontal blowback as well, so a little bit better on the ground bounce. Of course, gets float, right? You know, the Eddie Lobubu and the projectile invul on Drunkard Shade. But all of these changes are not going to stop you from a counter hit straight out of the skies.
Ooh, dash up with 6 speed, trying to actually get past the stun edge. 2K, 2D finds the knockdown here, and it's going to play a bit of offense. I love, that's one of my favorite Zato tricks, is oppose into frog when you see the jump. Controls so much space.
Yeah, you're just trying to escape. You don't want to have to worry about that command throw right behind the oppose, but then ends up eating so much damage for it. But Annie, able to fight back out of the corner. No burst either side right now, and you are so far away from any YRC being a threat.
Oh no, and that should seal the deal here. Massive damage with the RC to extend a bit further. DP and the guaranteed shatter damage. More than enough to kill again.
Yeah, beautiful confirm. Or beautiful, stall with the RC as well, right? Danny knew you needed 2 big hits before that wall splat to be able to find lethal there with the HGP. Oh, and caught out here with the 5D.
He dashed up and straight away, finds the command throw. Max resources across the board. Danny, save your burst, brother. Don't be a hero. That's the end of the round in a hurry. Jonathan Tene, 10 for 10 on good decisions to close that one.
Backdash action here, looking for the 5H for Jonathan Tene to stop you in your tracks, but instead pushed over to the wall here. Good check on the 5D.
Ooh, bypass twice in a row. Ends up getting caught by the Wild Assault. Nice little cancel there, and a great tech with no meter.
All right, Eddie set right behind. We got the drills. DP goes right on through. Eddie back down out of the count.
Oh man, you can't burst there. The 6K. Beautiful stuff on the combo. Still not enough to kill. And the 6P when we see the normal coming out.
Going to counter it off of the close slash as well, but the second into the frog didn't actually end up connecting off of the counter hit, so maybe left a lot of damage on the table, but still got the meaty and the reset on the command grab here for Jonathan Tene.
And the blocks, doubles up on the oppose, ends up losing out on Eddie there, but again, with that change, maybe could have made a difference, but the anti-air into the second close slash makes it not happen there. If Tene was able to get back to his feet, he was going to have Eddie again. We almost got to see the change save that game.
Yeah, we were close. And even in the chat saying, even Tene is a 6K victim. Man, you see all the plus saves in the world. You see that heavy start, and you're just like, man, I want to escape. I'm trying to get out of here. Ends up getting baited for your own good. So heading on into it, in number 2.
I say in combo, on block, everything. 6K, this character, everything Kai does with his legs, he's a menace, man. The first hit a Stun Dipper, 6K, 5K. Listen, we talk about the sword, we talk about the disjoint. Listen, we got to be talking about this. This guy's leg day routine is unbelievable.
There's evil withheld in those steel-toed boots. Those Tims, I don't know, man. There's something about it.
Really, everything evil he does is a leg-based attack. That guy's ridiculous here. Fully able to take to the wall, though. Good situation again for Danny.
Like the aficionado. Oh, no, he's going back to the 2Ps. He's like, no, guys, my punches are quite strong, too. No, it's okay. It's not all about my lower body moves. As it turns out, still looking pretty strong here. Even when we're pushed over to the corner, you got to be careful of the DP as that Eddie gauge has run out.
Oh, and it's just as you predicted. Foresight there for J2 coming through to save the day for Danny as we get the beat, the 2H, the optimal confirm.
Something about this, and now, oh my god, that actually just took like 60-70% of your HP off the Sacred Edge. We set the shock state too. Jump forward, yeah, maybe just a little early on the aerial to try and bait out the burst. Mouty. Still with the 6P on the way over though. Oh, it didn't pick up into the 5H though. And DP's still not lethal. Jonathan Tene has one more chance to live, but just running away at the tension here. You have to FD to avoid the chip damage. The oppose.
Drill sent out the frog and the trade. No, the fireball beats it clean, actually. Wow.
We've seen such good use of the stun edge to check some of these summons from Eddie, or some of the moves as well, right? Stopping, the summons, or stopping Frog as well when it's in midair. Even some of these TK stun edges to try and swap up the angles where that's, taking Eddie off of the screen. But sometimes you're trying to look for the Eddie right behind when you're at that one, or trying to hit the Zato right behind when you're at that 1 HP scenario.
Yeah, and you can see, especially, I'm glad you pointed out how good the Fireball's been doing specifically to stop Eddie. Because you see, Tene's positional, not positional, Tene's, choices of like openers for summoning has completely changed because of it. Going for like opposed drunkard a lot more often, going for drill at mid-range because the drill will clank with that medium with the S fireball. There's a lot of little things that he's having to do in adjustment to how good the fireball game has been from Danny. So I'm really glad he pointed the fireball off. That has been a crucial part of this control.
Oh my god, and a crucial part of the offense, just baiting out the burst, so now one less defensive resource to have to worry about, but we spend the 50 on the YRC, we send a little guard cancel. Now with that meter and that burst down the drain, of course, what do we have but our DP in the bank?
That YRC making them wave dash backwards now is like, I'm still not visually used to it.
Yeah, exactly. They get pushed away so far. It's like the ice gyms in Pokemon. It's like, all right, I'll see you later.
Oh man, close it out with the command though. Beautiful stuff. And it gets the lead at least here in game 3.
They brought back down to earth here. Waits out the shock state as well with the eddy pressure. Damn.
See, even there, has gone for the fireball a couple times, knows that Tene is primed to do something to try and answer it, and manages to close the distance before the drill. Combo works on both sides too.
That side agnostic close slash, man, I was ready for it to drop, but he was like, no, it's okay. We're just doing a little funny with the behind the back. We're calling it a crosscut close slash.
The crosscut. Oh. Well, here, YRC doesn't push us nearly far enough away. Has to burst.
Okay, 2D plus frames off of the invite hell, and we stagger off of the shimmy, only to get command grab. Now it's Shark Week. We got full control over the eddy gauge. What are we going to do to open you up? Caught out here with the drills, and we still find the 5D to stabilize the combo. It is not a 3-0 for Danny just yet.
These little timing switch-ups from Tene are masterful, man. That tiny little delay, that itty-bitty gap he leaves in that moment is all it takes for Danny to feel like he has room for that. When you're playing against someone like Danny, who's able to assess situations like that so quickly and will try to brute force offense out of situations like that, those little timing switches are a godsend. You have to have those in your kit, or players like Danny will run you over on defense and on offense.
Let's see if we can keep taking advantage heading on into it. Game number 4. And like you said, right, now we're looking for a little bit more of the sandwich pressure in the way that we try and summon.
Yeah.
Yes, we're giving up a little bit of that, space control right in front of us, where otherwise we saw a lot of frog, a lot of ways to try and hold on to that, airspace. But we're just trying to get Eddie out onto the screen any way possible.
Oh, situation getting a bit dire here in the corner. Tap dust dealt with well, plus frame situation. It goes for the jump in, but the 2H off the oppose, and he had Drunkard to switch the side. Tene planned it all perfectly. Has to spend the burst to survive.
Right, burst down, trying to send out the stun edges, and now just waiting it out. Send out the frog. Ooh, backdash off of your minus frames, but just waiting to catch it out with the stun dipper. Danny sending it from downtown and finds the kill too. It's set point.
Garfield, you can't burst on 6K. No! Nice trade though.
Thursdays, man. Oof. There we go with the meaty drills. Tried to wait on the DP as well, but I like the slight delay from Danny. All right, we're at double digits.
Now, raising the counter up a bit at a time, but where's the counter for the stun dippers here? Straight up gets the answer.
Zato with one last screen. Let's see if we can stay alive in the winner's side. Send it with a frog. All right, gets the OTG. We spent all of our eddy gauge for it. Now we have to try and wait things out with the Blue Wild Assault. Drunker Shade built us so much meter though.
Ooh, and he got the meaty invite hell right afterwards. High-low ends up not working out. A close slash and a dream for Danny as he takes the kill on the dash up.
Run up after the YRC. Who says we still don't get strike throw after it? We're able to pull up just in time, and we ride on time all the way to grand finals, waiting and sitting pretty in that winner's side seat.
Listen, if your character has the movement speed and you're brave enough, you can still make those situations happen. Like you said, this is the devs can try and listen. The devs are going to try and stop us from enjoying our strike throw, and they can't stop us. We'll still make it happen. Hold the dash macro. Be brave. Throw. Be brave for mother. Hold the dash macro. You'll get a close slash. You have to believe.
99% of gamblers stop before they get YRC strike throw, even in the new patch. You have to be strong. Just hold on to dash. What are they gonna do? Stop you? What are they gonna do? Wake up 2P? Probably, but
like more than
Stop
likely,
in their tracks.
but also don't think about what can happen if you lose. Think about the victory and the glory of if you win.
Exactly. All right, so Danny is going to be securing that grand finals winner's side. Jonathan Tene sent down into losers finals against the winner of our next set, this losers semis between Simfukai and ICDS.
Oh, right off the rip. Just full send hair car immediately. Not going to work out there as we get the 2K 2D ICDS straight into the blender here. And Testament is like the optimal target for this. No real reversal besides the slow super. And honestly, a very tall character too. A lot of these things can be even more visually deceptive against, I mean, the top pack kind of messes you up on this one.
Yeah, right? A little tricky, but still caught on the other side of the top hat. That brim is not safe. Caught out here with the pizza cutter. First round to ICDS.
Oh, that's the R slash bars. Still fine though. And Superkai gonna get a little bit of this rolling, but completely ignored on the Milia side.
Chilling out, waiting, trying to build a little bit of space with these FDs, but ICDS just sticking to you like glue. The glass from the Artemis once again. Damn, TK Capel. I wonder if we're trying to go over a far slash there.
Ooh, in the air throw to stifle as well. I think you're right. I think that we're trying to compel to try and preempt some of these mid-range normals, especially with the types of places that you see ICDS is jumping. We're like jumping perfectly at the tip of these H and S normals. So I think you're right. I think that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and it ends up working. And I mean, so many of these situations where it's like, oh, okay, yes, we have the normals that can, you know, at range keep out Milia, but the way that ICDS has been, you know, swapping up the movement, just pumping the brakes immediately right outside of that far slash range, you know, pulling up right outside of the 2K range as well, just traversing these, you know, mid-range spacings in a way that makes it so uncomfortable for Superguy to stick out the little leggy.
Yeah, that's kind of how you have to handle it, right? This character, oh, hold that thought. What a 2P anti-air. Of all the things Testament can do, 2P.
You got 6P, you got H Great Reaver, but sometimes you just got to send out a little punch, a little poke.
Oh no. No! It keeps getting worse!
Alright, Mr. O'Vale, see you on the other corner. Not going to go for a wall break just yet, but we do get the OTG state applied! And it's not, just knocks you straight up on last, man. Simfukai with the round.
He crossed the ball on the mark. Okay, though. I like how aggressive we're dashing on the ground here. We're making really good reads when it comes to the types of approaches we're taking here once again from ICDS.
Yeah. Okay, tried to stick out the 5K once again, but ICDS now taking to the skies, but just whiffs right past the state. Instead, that crow goes long right past the air dash.
Oh, and that delay manages to work out perfectly. Winger comes through and leaves us with just a touch of life left. OTG in a dream. Well, it's going to take in a moment like that a round apiece now, but Simfukai, so not that bit of a lead. Nice trade, and the grounded opponent always going to win out in those moments.
Walking out. Trying to be a little conservative on actually sending out the far slash, but again, ICDS has been doing a perfect job of spacing it out. But runs right into the H Grave Reaper.
Oh, and even there, able to get the teleport after the lockdown. Just blocked to get some room to move, but the 6P! What a reaction!
Yeah, all that momentum off of the Red Wild Assault. Simfukai able to bring you to the corner, but waiting for that positive bonus to put us over the 50-meter threshold. Holds down with the down back, but now we both have the 50 available.
Oh no, and once again, the 6P finds the mark, reach out and touch him when they go for the Artemis here. Simfukai is locked in when it comes to the timings of stopping this Artemis.
Yeah, exactly. It took us a little bit, especially in that game number 1 where we were just running away with, you know, the perfect spacings of the ground movement, but especially now that we're trying to take a little bit more to the skies, you know, we're being a little more creative with our anti-airs, right? We're so used to seeing Testament H Grave Reaper, we're so used to seeing the 6P, but even seeing some of these like quick pokes that end up catching things out like the 2P, you know, we're pulling out some creative solutions to stop the absolute madhouse that's ICDS Milia.
Yeah, normally I feel like when you see the stuff that the person you're going to see more of like the super creative approach from usually is the Milia, because you have to be a little crafty to get around the iron wall that is Testament a lot of the times here. But
exactly,
first time he's really good to actually beat the Wild Assault there. Very good way to start here from ICDS.
Okay, bait out the TP, still standing on the Succubus. Looking for the Grave Reaper, looking for the JD, but ICDS able to avoid all of the above. Still gets tagged by the Stain State and gets tagged by the JS. Now you're going straight to the glass for it.
5H in a dream here. Health total's not looking great. Stain State still applies, doubles up on the close slash here and takes the turn back. Sees the green of the FD and knows there's no time to tech. A perfect throw from Simfukai.
Sees the green, applies the red. The Stain State has you dead. Now Simfukai trying to go up with the momentum here, and a clean pickup off of that red Wild Assault once again gets early positive bonus.
And hold that thought. Amazing anti-air brings us to the wall. Tries to reset with Capel maybe. Whoop.
Able to get a clean confirm off S-Disc. ERC. Didn't do a ton of damage here, but at least you're evening things up with a positive bonus on the meter end.
Oh, not looking good, but you don't have to burst yet. Hold on to it for one more interaction. Same side on the JH. That's what I'm talking about. Testament being tall can be weird sometimes. I thought for sure that was going to cross up.
Yeah, I blocked cross up and died. I'm going to be so for real, dog. This top hat is like destroying us with that extra vertical hitbox.
Listen, the bold fashion choices, unfortunately, sometimes will get you in trouble, but this time the 6P saves us from a bit of trouble here.
Suffer for the drip, didn't go for the JH, JD, didn't end up spending on the burst here. ICDS content to find his own way back out of the corner. Dash blocks or double jumps be damned.
Oh no.
I was wondering just how burst safe we could make it. I like the Stain State apply, but ICDS with the early burst, great decision making here. Try and escape.
Oh, and there the JH ends up working out beautifully. Under meter, almost there. Falls down with the normal, repositions and makes a beautiful choice there. Simfukai turning the tables on the matchup there, attacking from above on Milia. Not normally what you see in the match.
There are very few moments in Milia versus Testament where Testament ends up above Milia, like especially when Testament is the one on defense, right? Maybe in certain situations where it's like, okay, we're in the corner, we're doing close slash, charge H Grave Reaper, you get the opportunity to TP. Maybe, you know, that's an offensive sequence. That's a little bit different. But in neutral and defensive situations, generally it's Testament staying a little bit more grounded, using their incredible anti-air tools to stay alive. But the jump out to challenge that H disc set and able to find the hit off the JH2, Simfukai now one game closer to our losers finals.
There you can see, winning the footsies, forces the burst out there. Didn't want to have to deal with the hair car and the consequences of their actions.
Yep. Okay. Stay procced, but again, ICDS not locked down here. Even off of the airborne hit on that backdash, 2K gets you nothing.
I've just been saying, but Unholy Diver. I've been trying to remember the name of the bird without looking it up
That's
for
what it
so
is. Oh my
long.
God.
Unholy Diver. Holy moly. I've been playing a trivia game with myself in my head since Simfukai got on screen. Good God.
We've been thinking the whole time, like, Nostrovia mind broke you. You're like, there's
Yes!
definitely one other move I'm trying to remember. There we go. RC, run under, side swap with a close slash, and Unholy Diver. We got our Crow holding things down with that post-wall break sound, Stain State.
Oh, a little bit of a delay there. Didn't realize that the FD was going to build that much room. Quick little mixtape twice in a row, actually, but the second one, a little bit more ready for.
Yeah, the Capel at that perfect height to bait out the 6Ps and does it right again. Even if we're not able to find the kill, Simfukai just weathering the storm of these stray hits and says if 2 don't work, 3 is going to do the job.
And round starts, the upper fireball there. H-Grave Reaper working wonders.
Ooh. Behind the back off of the fastfall as well. The double pickup off of the JK. Down to Earth, doesn't end up going onto the Succubus.
Ooh. Which put us in a little bit of a weird position there. Good use of the command movement. Way to stop on a dime with Capel, and is able to get the answer straight away on the ground.
Yeah, so tricky. Now that's one burst down here for Simfukai. You have a lot to make your way through between the Grave Reapers and the Stained States, but to find that hit, you have 50% to find the kill.
Oh, but that 50% might have to be spent defensively here in just a minute. YRC had to, it felt like.
Here we go. Saw the future, but Simfukai is still one step ahead, able to stop ICDS's run at a respectable number 4 as a 3-1 moves them on to losers finals against Jonathan Tene.
ICDS looking incredible in the moment, playing so well the entire time, and showing off again that Millia might be a character that has some of the sauce here. Again, you have to remember, while they only got a couple small changes, sometimes seeing your greatest foes move down the list is good enough for you to make a massive stride forward here. I'm thinking Millia might be, I don't want to say back because she's never been super strong, but
yeah,
this
it's definitely a healthier patch, I think, for her status, right? Like a lot of the you know, we can say it now that we're past that patch. A lot of the egregious top tiers got like toned down in a lot of ways that are like, oh, okay, now I don't have to leverage my incredible air mobility with the threat of being, you know, shot down out of the skies for my life off of a straight hit. You know, but still one of these situations where you're thinking, okay, it's not just enough that I should succeed. Others should fail, right? You see the Potemkin patch notes, you see the Johnny patch notes, and you're like, yes, dude. There we go. But let's see if it's going to be enough against Jonathan Tene Zato.
Yeah, definitely high potential here. Is going to try and secure this victory on what I believe is, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they had a 3. They had I remember this was a Game 5 banger in winners. We'll see if we can recreate the magic here.
Here we go. Little run back here in the loser's side. A little swap up on the palette as well. We got the green on green.
Oy, clean connection there. Unholy Diver works out beautifully into the super one more time. Big opportunity now after the break. It's going to be a neutral knockdown, but still positive bonus is going to rack up quick.
Yeah, so many of these Stain State procs as well. Look at all the meter that we're getting. In addition to the positive bonus, a little quick check with the 2S, but already committed to that Stain State.
Eartho has the interaction afterwards. Meter spent one more time. Not quite enough, a pixel of life.
Okay, whiff on the JS into the empty low, but Jonathan Tene with a clean fuzzy block, but doesn't stay alive against the far slash. Chat said, holy, this Zato is green as hell. Dude, I just keep thinking of Shiko from Kim Possible. Every time he goes into flight mode, I'm like, holy.
Damn. I should look at Tene's name, bro. Come on, keep the faith, bro. Come on!
Fell for it again.
Fell for it again, it's crazy!
It's okay, we still got Shark Week. We still got Tricky Eddie pressure in the corner here, especially once we're fully up on that gauge. And we get the Sword Super to refresh it right back. Hard knockdown, set the sandwich pressure.
Not a lot of life to play with here. The drills in the corner continuing to grind things out. The hidden passive of that pressure, having to FD everything to not die to chip and losing out on your ability to use that YRC or anything in between.
Exactly, the chip damage tax, one less defensive opportunity to escape, and you definitely don't want to bet your burst on it, but now any opportunity to stay alive in this final round is one you need.
Dash up the 6P, definitely a smart choice. Eddie Gage back in line, gets the throw and the frog to follow. That setup and that situation has been money for Tene again and again, but now on the reset, has the life lead, but is it going to be enough to close?
Yeah, especially because you came in without the 50 meter, you came in without the Eddie Gage, so you still have to stall in a way that's safe enough to not lose your lead, but no burst on the side of Simfukai gets caught out with the 2K2D. Game number 1 to Jonathan Tene.
Yeah, I mean, again, in that situation, when you have meter and you don't have Eddie Gage, your two options are run away and use the fact that your character can fly, or get super aggressive and be the one asking the questions until Eddie is back. And I love that Tene, Tene knows when to do either one, but it seems like a lot of times he's very, very sneaky and has like clever ways to get into that second option a lot. He gets in your face in crazy ways.
Exactly. And depending on the character, depending on the matchup in particular, right, a lot of those times to stall out, either we see Float in the top left of the screen if he thinks that the character doesn't have a great way to bring you back down to earth, and he's okay with losing a little bit of that space. We see Jump Forward JP as this multi-hit to try and slow things down, especially when we're up against the corner. We saw 2S invite Hell off of the round break as well, so has so many of these gimmicks in the toolkit to try and, you know, save some time for Andy to come back.
This, gonna go for the Pierce, invite Hell, manages to walk into the wall, does get the hit just in time. Had access to the sword there, but instead it's just gonna line up with a command throw, and has an RC to follow up as well.
Fast RC, the JD, the 6H does the job 3 rounds in a row here for Jonathan Tene. No burst to be seen. Catches out a walk back button here from Sipukai.
Oi! All the overhead sets up for the round of applause one more time. Pierce gets the hit. It's going to be Amorphous, a pixel of life.
Ooh. I really thought that was going to be the kill, but you had the call right. But now chip damage a factor as well. We send it with the Pierce to take 2 games in a row.
I stay protecting my channel points, Jitsu. Listen, they're safe in my hands. A lucky guess.
You said, I'm a betting man, but I'm also never wrong. Such is life. Such is life.
Oh, man. It's only a gamble if you don't know. 2-0. Jonathan Tene might be able to lock this up. I mean, Sipukai obviously wants to take the run back, take the victory, and try and get this opportunity at Danny. Sipukai is a pretty okay record against Danny. I feel like, obviously, they haven't played on the patch unless they played in the ladder. But, yeah. In the previous patch, I feel like Sipukai had a pretty decent shot against Danny a lot of the time, so that might be an interesting one if we see it, but Tene is not going to let that happen.
Said, come on, Zabubu. We haven't even seen that special, dog. We haven't even seen Float at all. We've seen more of the Crow than we have of the little Labubu. I mean, there's so many other ways to spend it, and there's so many ways to get it right back. Shark Tank for the command grab. Up against the wall, but we dropped the close slash.
6H does it again. 6H into the command throw is diabolical. Everything getting devoured here as Tene is going to be down to the final round.
Get back out here. Counter hit 5-8 or 5K, but I didn't believe in the hit. Things are falling apart here, just leaving some confirms on the table. So many of these stray hits, but none of them leading into the knockdown that we need.
Oh, after the OTG, / into the follow-up, invite Hell, sets us up with just enough time for another round of Eddie pressure. Little leggy on the rising JK. Another amazing choice from Tene.
First time we've seen it tonight as well, just pulling out all the stops to try and seal out the set. And once again, we get the throw confirmed with the frog. Sword super to put it in the stone. We have 100 meter for Sipukai. How can we use it to escape and stay alive?
As we close the distance, a 2S and a frog to boot. All options covered as Tene is able to lock it down and take the victory. Guaranteed top 2 and has earned his run back.
You saw that checkmate situation on the freeze frame of the slash, the 2S coming in from below, the frog coming in from up high. Even if we ended up whiffing on our actual normal, still just holding on enough space so that worst case scenario, if we get, neutral jump IAD'd over, we still have enough time to find the 6P that was lethal. So set up the checkmate to get the run back here in grand finals. As we remake the lobby, we have our final set of the evening. Once again, Danny Elmaza chilling up there in the grand finals winners side, and Jonathan Tene getting the run back of that winners finals to try and reset the bracket and take it home.
Listen, I do want to remind you all, by the way, obviously we're having a great time here with the new patch for Guilty Gear Strive, but make sure you remember that 2XKO is right on the horizon. And I did get word, I can't tell you much, but I will tell you that something special might be coming soon. So, keep in touch with the socials for the FlyQuest gamers, because there might be something kind of cool coming up. So I don't know. I'm excited to see. Listen, I know that the 2XK. I know everyone at FlyQuest have been having a great time with 2XKO. So
yes,
might be something cool soon.
I mean, I'm excited. It is a damn good time to be a fighting gamer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not only are we getting so many different, video games on the horizon, right? It's kind of this tag game renaissance. But don't worry, if you're still a fan of the more, the currently available modern releases, seeing them get so many updates, so many patches, so many promises of more content to come out in the future, whether it's, Uni saying, okay, I'm going to have more patches. Here's the direction that we're having in the future. Whether it's Strive saying, okay, we got 2.0 on the horizon, or whether it's Grand Blue dropping more characters, going through their Season 2 pass and saying, don't worry, we know you guys want even more characters in the game, and of course, so many others throughout the rest of the fighting game landscape. It is a damn good time to be a fighting gamer. It's a damn good time to be a Guilty Gear Strive spectator, as once again, we head into our grand finals. Danny in winners, and Jonathan Tene with that loser's run back.
This is the duality of man on the screen, by the way. We Are So Back versus Fell For It Again is the most poetic, unbelievable matchup of names I think I've ever seen in my goddamn life, Jason.
Come on, man. And the worst part, coming in from the loser side, the bracket L and Fell For It Again, like, it's visual storytelling, man. We don't even need to use any more words that are already on the screen. But the burst is out, the stun edge reflected by the Drunkard Shade, but that did end up spending all the Eddie gauge that we got. 2K2D, we're able to find a safe jump JH, but it doesn't matter when we can't keep the pressure up.
I just can't believe. Oh my god. Straight away gets the trade, tries to go for the jump in, jump back JS, works its magic and is able to stop Eddie.
Little backdash action here, not trying to hold plus frames off of the shock state for Draw Arc, so instead, we fade away, trying to catch the forward jump with that JP.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Little JP action to bring you back down to earth here. Frog brings you right back down and tries to escape with a JH, but 6B sends you straight into the super. It's Amorphous to take a bite out of that first round.
He does manage to at least, like you said, bounce back and get it together. Dashes up with 2K, 2D, gets the hit, the JP for the frame kill, and lands it perfectly. Finally, and he bursts in the end. Waited for the Eddie gauge to be very low, knowing that he was going to have a burst point. Smart stuff.
Here we go. And with Eddie down, we're still able to Drunkard Shade, so able to find the reflect off of the stun edge. Bought us a little bit of tempo, but not enough. Danny still runs you back down into the corner.
Tempo is cool, but it's not always what's going to save you in the moment here. But the JS ends up working out pretty well in that moment, too. Gets a little bit of a break on that one.
Woo. A back throw action. Leads to the deep dash from Danny. There we go, 6H pickup, resummon.
A fate worse than death. Once again, the wall break here, and Jonathan Tene fighting back a little bit at a time. Listen, I know you said you fell for it, but the job's not done yet. You're still in this, bro. You're still in it.
You already know it's nothing ever changes in the back of his mind, and yet he's trying to change history. He's trying to reverse that set we saw in the winners finals and get the run back just to reset the bracket. But then you got to do it one more time to take the FlyQuest championship home. So let's see if we can lock in for one more game here. This game number 2. Ooh. Ended up floating right above, but the JH unfortunately going a little bit wide on the other side. Chomp here, a little 2-2 action, but nothing found off of the invite hell. Just waiting out the Eddie gauge, but again, trying to put out that spaced out button, only to get caught by 5H, but burst into the button in the corner.
2H in a dream. Tries them all. Yeah, absolutely. YRC's a great choice there. Invite hell anti-air, though. Knowing we had enough room to be able to actually stop him as he lands.
Whiff Drunkard Shade. PRC sandwiched between a rock and a hard pierce. God, the tumble state super too, still able to secure the hard knockdown.
Jonathan Tene doing a great job of really controlling the tempo at every single turn here. Listen, I think that's one of the greatest strengths of Tene, right? Obviously, he's a great player for a lot of different reasons. Good execution, good reads across the board. But the guy, as someone who is like a high level, if not one of the highest level coaches in Guilty Gear for a lot of different top players, his ability to adapt the longer the set is probably gotta be some of the best, if not the best.
Exactly. You already know Danny, seeing him come back into the grand finals, he's like, oh no, dude, he's got my number. This one might go crazy with a perfect 2 games in a row, already exceeding the previous set score in that winner's finals.
Listen, Danny might be the one who fell for it on this one. This is not like maybe the propaganda's getting to my head here. Kai kind of getting handled here, but again, I think it's just really good timing from Tene. His mix-up game has been good. He's approaching in all the right places. He's been able to, I don't know if it's Danny just not going to the fireball game as much himself, or Tene has nullified it to the point where Danny doesn't feel comfortable trying to go for it as often. But the fireball game, like you pointed out in the previous set, has not nearly been as much of a factor in this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we established so early on the Drunkard Shade, right? Even without the Eddie, just so many ways that, you know, before this was like almost meeting the summon of Eddie and making it so tricky to find the tempo to set it out. But now that we've shown, okay, I can look for the reflector and you don't want to just put out this projectile on the screen willy-nilly. Yeah. Now, we're just able to, you know, put him back out on the screen so often.
Double frog, 2P, and I think that's the adjustment there. Tene is, it sounds like a little oversimplified, but Tene's just holding the dash macro. He has closed the distance so effectively. I'm thinking back to that first interaction where he 2K2D'd an S Fireball. A lot of the time, it just feels like a more aggressive pace, and closing the distance faster has been the difference maker. He just dashes under it in 6P.
There we go, holding forward, holding W right now. Able to find that wall spot with a 2-2 into 6H. Still gotta wait for the Eddie Gauge to come back up, but we got positive bonus, right? So holding down back for a little bit and waiting for the meter to come back up is big. Chillin'.
No, and the DP goes wide. He bursted. How's it gonna interact is the question here. It's gonna save him. Another opportunity for life here for Danny. He should have Dragon Installed.
Wondering if the Amorphous was just gonna go through the burst, but all right. Still gets one more opportunity to live and one more opportunity for this positive bonus.
Oh God, he should have Dragon installed on the Sun Dipper.
It's like, why not, man? You might as well spend the 50 to get into your best state. They've been buffing that move for so long, but doesn't matter when the jump back air throw secures your fate. Jonathan Tene resets the bracket 3 clean games in a row.
He's been bringing the energy and he's been bringing the tech. It's been incredible to get to watch his adjustments again. And there's so much that's going into the way he's doing it, so I hate to sound like I'm oversimplifying it, but really it's just been pedal to the metal. His more aggressive positioning, his more aggressive choices have been nullifying the golden ticket that Danny had in their first set.
Exactly. I mean, the offense is as good as it's ever been, but in particular, right, just not giving up these free opportunities where Stun Edge is just knocking Eddie off of the screen. It's making Danny, you know, kind of play back a little slower, look for some of these more reactionary opportunities, which takes away one of those big strengths we talked about at the top of the broadcast. His ability to go from 100% aggressive to 0% patient, you know, at the drop of a dime.
Let her ride, Chad. Keep the counter going, baby. JH, beautiful choice there. A little too far as we take our back dash, take some space for ourselves.
Right, big chillin' stand block on the tap dust. We're not going to let you get away with that. We don't let you get away with the stun edge either. And now we set out the summon off of these double frogs. We've traversed so much space and we get that meter right back with the sword. Super.
Eddie Gauge. Out of there. Nice DP, knowing the 6P was coming up. That's such a smart choice there. Danny, what have you had? You're getting anti-aired or you're winning? What a choice!
The reset happened and he locked back in. We kept the DP counter and he kept his hope alive.
Slash into the pickup. 2H. I thought the second 2H whiffed. I got nervous, bro.
So too. I was like,
I was like, the first one hit, it's the same position.
Oh, we had the opposed to pick up off of the throw as well, and Sword Super just refreshes the plus frames, refreshes the knockdown too.
Extensions into the corner, YRC, buy some room, JS, what a mash, Jonathan Tene, great choices again.
All these staggers off of the P-normals. It's not about the potential damage, it's about waiting out for Eddie, but it didn't matter because he found Lethal with a perfect and a command grab too, 1 round apiece.
Unironically, it's about sending a message, big dog. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta let them know you'll do it, 100%.
We got the 2K 2D pickup there with the opposed too. Jonathan Tene with the perfect timing.
I'm gonna spit my water out. Nice CP.
He did a spit take straight into the microphone, bros. The only reason we're still here with Proxy is his incredible patience.
That was close. Heavy fireball goes in for the double overhead. Flip kick to Cage there. Very smart. YRC makes room. But we've already adapted to Pierce 1 after the YRC. Incineroar dash back JS.
Hey, send it with the H stun edge, just trying to ban out the Drunkard Shade this time, but instead it doesn't work. But the ID back JS, this tool we haven't seen from Danny in the past 3 games, is now one of these options to hold onto this airspace, right? So what is it covering? Various Zato summons, various ways of Eddie to try and get onto the screen. And what have we seen so often now that we've established so much space, so much respect with the Drunkard Shade? Frog, double frog, resummon into the Sword Super. So now if we can catch him as he's taking to the skies, it's all the way back to that square one for Jonathan Tene.
That's the perfect way. He said, so what are our options now? Frog, 2 frogs. No, but you're 100% correct. A lot of the time, especially if you have 50 meter to go double frog and then go for the sword afterwards, it's a perfect investment of meter.
Exactly, but just waiting for that meter to build up here as we go. The 6B, it goes through the stun edge, but it's not going to reflect or buy you any more space back. So instead, getting Sacred Edge, we just barely had the 50 meter to break that wall and keep that shock state up.
85K, loving the idea. 6P, the People's Elbow, once again finding the mark and is able to link to the DP too.
I thought he was going to die there. If we were just a little bit closer to the wall, we would have found Lethal, but it doesn't end up mattering. We're 11 on the DP counter now.
Flip kick a touch too far. A little bit of hesitation from 10A, but again, instant air back. JS has been the hero, like you said.
Ooh. Okay, waited out off of the whiff JP, but still gets caught here by the JK. All the drills just obstructing the space you can barely see in the corner.
It's like you said, the pollution gets a little crazy here. Zato single-handedly fills the screen up. The 2v1 getting jumped in the corner here. YRC, but it's easily blocked.
There we go. We tried to guard cancel. We're playing against 2xKO right now in this 1v2. You know when you pull up against the e-girl couple and you're just like, please, man, I'm trying to survive and make it out of pools. There we go. Knocks you straight out of the skies here. That jump back stun edge able to stop the frog too.
Bro doesn't even go for the OTG. Ooh. Empty jumping gets backdashed on. Danny with a hell of a choice.
Ooh. Okay, dodges with the JK, but tries to go for a rising jump punch, but nothing to be found. The side swap, this revolving door of the corner. Jonathan Tene able to find his way back out and find a wall break for it.
Oh, because of the delay, had the JP gets put on skates there, but luckily had the burst to save himself a bit.
Far enough to jump over the reflected stun edge. Didn't end up having to eat the plus frames off of his own projectile, but you do have to eat plus frames off of the sword. Tap the dust and bait the burst. Jonathan Tene ties it back up.
He's been going back to the well on this tap dust a bit. In the earlier sets, Danny really had the number when it came to whether it was Eddie or Eddie list pressure. All the times was reacting to that, but Tene, now that we've leaned back into the throw a little bit more, utilized the command throw in that second set, excuse me, I forget, we're playing our third set of these two, but in that second set it up with the command throw a little more often, going back to the high-low a little bit more than the strike throw now. This is a great way to pepper and rotate through your options. Tene, again, impressive with these choices.
Yeah. We did Drunkard Shade into the immediate frog. Worst case scenario, we have you up against the wall, and that's burst down already for Danny.
And is able to completely confirm there. Sees the burst coming out. Tene's resources unfortunately spent. And the dash up 2P. Danny says, you're going to try and be aggressive with me? Listen, meet him head to head.
Immediately just catching out the summon. Might as well just poke you out once you have that health advantage. The backdash. Just barely avoiding the 5H. Off the Fujar arc. We're holding on to the shock state, but the RC takes out Eddie even with the oppose.
And Patiently blocking, uses the drunkard to be able to fight back here. It's going to be Frog into the oppose again, fakes the oppose and goes straight back into the Frog twice in a row. We see it.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't find the pickup with the 2H, but we still have Danny caught in this corner pressure, waiting to build up the meter as we go. Ooh. Yeah, just barely didn't build up enough for Sword Super, so Danny with beautiful recognition of his opponent's resources, the full charge on the red wild assault straight into the air, ride the lightning, finds the kill before burst can even be a factor. Danny, one game away from sealing out the tournament.
RTL always gets his man. Corner carries no matter what, especially in the air. I think a lot of people forget that Kai has the luxury of, oh, I've comboed them a little too high. Luckily, I have this, oh, I dropped this neat super that is 50 meter, always makes it to the corner, decent damage, you know, it's pretty cool.
Oh no, I dropped my Arrow K Super. I sure hope there wouldn't be a situation where I need to not only bring you over to the corner, but also avoid having to play around your burst meter. Oh no, so now Danny up 2-1. Should we tie it back up once again, Jonathan?
Oh, after the clap. Oh, I thought for sure that was going to be a 6P, but the JH hits deep, and it's going to be RTL one more time. Kai goes in for his close-up there, and it's 50% life for 10A before even 10 seconds has passed.
Already down. We're working against the clock right now, but tapping on the toast with a 2K again. That's the second time we've had the whiff on the 2H, but honestly, at this point, I'm starting to wonder if it's intentional to hold on to the corner until we have a little bit more meter in the bank.
Marcy's another smart choice here. Is going to dash forward and try and build a bit more meter. The stop sign with the 5P. Save things a bit.
There's a big range of time that you can bait out that burst, but the immediate burst coming out from Danny, but it doesn't stop Eddie in his tracks. We still have 50 meter available for the Sword Super, and that's when we go for the command grab start.
I was just about to say it. He blocked the dust, and I took a breath to say, watch for the command throw. He's doing such a good job of rotating these options, bro.
Yeah. The mental stack is insane right now, just going for all these options as soon as it's been cleared from that mental ram, but walk up with the oppose. We pull up for the throw for a clean confirm, but all right, it's going to be a little bit till we get that 50, even with the positive bonus. You got to wait a second. It's not that wall break BRC, so Danny busts out.
Also, 10-8 through the last 2 times.
Yeah.
Low slash overhead on the next mix-up here. Look for it, but there's the connection once again. There might not be a next time if Danny's got anything to say about it, bro.
With the direct clack, got ourselves a little bit of extra meter, but with 100 on the side of Jonathan Tene, it's a free BRC.
Tapped us!
With the far slash, slashed out of the skies with the Foudra arc on wake up the 5K. Danny now on tournament point.
Jonathan Tene, a must-win situation, tries to get aggressive at the start and looks for the dash. Raw Frog seems to be the choice here.
Trying to be a little too aggressive for our own good, maybe. Now getting caught up by some of these stun edges, not able to reinforce the Eddie right behind. Alright, she can block on the Foudra arc, holding on until the meter comes back, but spent that meter on the FD to try and build some space, but the staggers from Danny just keep you locked in like glue.
Tried too hard to bait the burst on that one. Rising JP forces it out here. Last opportunity now for Tene and loses out on little Eddie.
Oh my god, so many of the ID back aerials, but that JS became a JH, a little too aggressive for your own good, even if we got the Eddie off the screen.
Oh no, sets up the plus frames with the 6K, shimmies him out, and Danny is able to do it. A big victory for the royal man himself, the king, Kai Kisuke. Danny, you're champion.
There we go, taking this day 1 new patch bracket with the king himself. And what better way to do it than off of the 6K rate? We talked so much about Drunkard Shade. We talked so much about Stun Edge, just going with the fadeaway JHs, these JSs, and of course, the incredible offensive sequences that we saw time and time again from Jonathan Tene. But in that winners final, there was one normal that we kept bringing up time and time again that was blowing up some of these defensive options and hadn't seen it for 4, 5, 6 games in a row until that last game of the reset. So Danny is going to take it home as your champion for tonight.
Yeah, cashing in beautifully on the ending situation. Danny Almazi and Jonathan Tene with an incredible set there. But obviously, to all of our top 8 players, Sifukai, ICDS, both doing incredible in their top 4. Yada bringing us to Lucy. And Jimmy, kind of going hard there. It was definitely exciting to get to see the Sin, MJ, and Chancla Atomica for setting the tone for the day, by the way. Shoutouts. Massive shoutouts. The Unica was crazy.
Exactly. They set the vibe. If you guys kind of came in a little bit later and you're like, why is everyone so obsessed with this DP counter? What is it about invincible reversals, these invul wake-ups that everyone's going so crazy about? You guys got to rewind some of the footage. I'm sure you guys can go and check the VOD later on. And I'm sure you're going to want to as well for some of that first day Lucy footage. But there were definitely a lot of anti-air DPs, wake-up DPs, run-up neutral DPs. You just got to see it for yourself, man. I can't do it justice.
Yes, and chat said it best themselves. Why would I use a move that's not invincible? So great choices all around for sure. You'll love to see it. A big shout outs again though to the entire production and TO team here at FlyQuest Fight Series. They do an incredible job of running tournaments week in and week out. If you're interested in trying them out, definitely make sure you do. The ladder format is a crucial way to sharpen your skills. It's the, in terms of going into tournaments, it's the way to get the most games, the most bang for your buck if you're trying to spend it on your Thursdays.
Yeah, exactly. Whether you're learning a new character or you're trying to get that muscle memory in for the new patch, what better way to do it than to get those, high quality sets under the, a little bit of the tournament nerves, right? Practice that as well as you're trying to figure out, what's good and what's going on. I'm sure you guys are going to be hopping into ranked after this, but I'm sure you guys are excited for some more Guilty Gear action later and later on into the month.
Absolutely. But with that, that is going to be the end for us. Danny L. Maza, a masterful victory today, and maybe, just maybe, if Twitter is correct, if my gut feeling is correct, maybe the beginning of the reign of the king once again. This could, I know this is our first Kai victory on the patch. It is not going to be the last. Y'all gotta buckle up. The Kai Kisuke is here to stay, bro.
It's the year of El Maza, bro. But this has been a absolutely fun Thursday night for us, over here on the FlyQuest Fight Series. Again, like Proxy said, big shout out to the production and TO team letting us hang out on the mic. Yeah, it's been J2, it's been Proxy. Any last words for the people at home before we send them on their way?
Thanks for playing Guilty Gear. Thanks for supporting FlyQuest. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the patch. And if you see me in ranked, no, you didn't. That's all. That's it.
We'll see you guys
later.
Have a good night.